I'm the world's leading real estate trainer today, and I teach people how to buy and sell houses without using their money or credit all over North America. And because I personally teach my events, I hear the same things over and over everywhere I go, no matter what city I'm in. People are hating more and more of what they do. I'm not in control of my life, and I have to work 70 hours a week whether I like it or not. To take your life back and build your own business is really what we are here to do.
When it comes to Ron LeGrand, there's nobody else that has had more of an impact on our real estate investing business. Ron himself has invested in more than 3,000 single-family homes himself. So he knows what he's doing. He's been through all the failures and the mistakes to teach us and other students.
Our folks come in, they start wherever they like. I like to teach people how to be a transaction engineer. There's all kinds of ways to make money in real estate. And if you only see one way, then you're walking through the business with blinders on and usually walking over the dollars to get to the dimes. Real estate is a vehicle to generate cash, not to bury cash.
It's amazing, just 2 years ago when I was working a day job at a restaurant and quitting that to go do the real estate full time, I've made more money in one transaction than I ever made in 1 year working at a restaurant.
My goal is to get people out of a job and into freedom by taking control of their own financial destiny. It's all about freeing up your time so you can enjoy life.
Because of Ron LeGrand, we were able to triple our income and go from 6 figures a year to 7 figures a year within that first year of meeting Ron.
The common objection, I don't have time, I don't have money, it's not for me. Ron's had 18-year-old kids go through this program, make $30,000. It works for anybody.
We have a community, and that's what it is. It's a community. It's a great big family. So we're not going to run you in a seminar and love you and leave you in the morning. We're going to be there when you get out of the seminar, and we expect this relationship to keep going for a lot of years into the future. Once you enter Planet Ron, as I call it, you're in it for life.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Fast Track to Wealth. I'm going to go through my punch list here, and then we're going to get right to work because we got a lot of stuff to cover today. In fact, I want to thank Scott Yelnick for having his group participate in this. I came up and spoke for him a little while ago and met some really great people, and some of them were at my last boot camp, and I love you guys. You're fun to work with, and you get it. So thank you, Scott. And I'm sure we'll be doing things together in the near future. Let me talk about the agenda first so you'll know what you're in for. We're going to start this morning off with how we buy and sell houses all over America, and without using any of our own credit ever, and very little money involved. And when you do spend a little money, you get it back quickly. Regardless of their experience or their past or whatever, people can get into this business and start making money very quickly. So I'm going to show you today with some real live examples of my houses that we've done. I don't know any better way to do it than with the real deal. So that's going to take us up to lunchtime, which is about 1:15, but don't hold me to that because I've never done this before. I've never taped this exact format. And so I think it's going to end about 1:15. They're close. And we're going to take a lunch break. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about the really cool way for you to buy houses in this market today, as we're doing. We're changing with the times and adapting. And I'm telling you, you're going to see a whole new business within the business here after lunch. I'm going to have my acquisitionist here. His name is Adel Kayati. We'll show you some exact samples of houses that I can buy. I'm going to buy a couple of them, but there's so many of them hitting us in the last 2 months. I mean, I just don't want all of them. So it's going to open your eyes, though, because anybody can do what we're going to show you. In addition, after that, we're going to do some land trust work, talk about land trust, what they are, and explode some myths. And intermingle with that, we're going to have some asset protection and entity structuring stuff all in one day here. And I'm going to end it up with a class on IRAs and why you all should have a Roth IRA and use it to leverage real estate with if you want to grow very wealthy very quickly. Now, we got a few breaks scheduled during the day. I'll tell you when they are. And my watch says right now that it's 6 after 11 Eastern Standard Time. I want to adjust yours accordingly. And when I tell you what time we're going to be back, I'll be back. So you might want to get rid of all the business you can do quickly during the break so you can actually enjoy the thing all day today. We're supposed to be through at about 6 o'clock. And I'll get as close to there as I can. But we've got so much to cover. In that line, hope you're going to take notes. In fact, I strongly encourage you to take notes. And you certainly can take a picture of the screen anytime you want. So you might want to have your phone ready to do that, but please put it on silent. And there's going to be quite a few screens you're going to want to shoot. This is not being recorded to play later, so you have one shot at it. And I would be honest in telling you there aren't but a handful of people alive that know what I know that you're going to learn today. So get it while you can, especially at the price you paid to be here. Big zero. All right. Questions? John Duck over here is a backstage guy. Can you tell me how they can handle questions, please?
Sure. Hey, welcome everybody. So just first of all, I know we got a lot of you guys watching on YouTube right now, which is great. We're happy to have you here. But to ask questions, we need you to register for this event. It's free. We'll send you a link and you can join us on Ring Central. If you're in YouTube, look in the description area of the video. There's a link there where you can register for free. But if you're here with us on Ring Central, I see a lot of you are, just in that chat section, just type in whatever questions you have for Ron, put a Q in front of it. It just helps us to be able to distinguish the questions you want to ask Ron. And, you know, really take advantage of it. Ron's going to be here. He's going to answer every single question, no matter how long it takes. So any questions you have for him, type it there in the chat section with a Q in front of it, please.
Okay. All right. We got people on here from all over the country. And I'm talking about retired people, working people, unemployed people, Democrats, Republicans, and whatever's in between, and people from all walks of life. So what we're going to talk about today, everybody should be interested in, because it's all about making more money and protecting it along the way and growing wealthy using some couple of entities. I'm going to show you where you can actually sell houses and not pay any taxes on it. Yes, you can actually do that legally. So we got a lot to cover. All right. I think what I'd like to see today is I'd like to see some of you actually start a new career if you haven't started yet. So, and for those of you who have, to escalate your career and actually turn it into money instead of just another seminar. What I'm telling you is a real deal. And I've had 43 years of doing it and still do it to this very day. And along the way, I learned a few things. I'm going to share some of it with you right now. So first, let's get his slides up for me, John. There we go. All right. Talk about where the big money is in single-family houses, where the fastest money is, the easiest money is, the risk-free money, and the largest money, and the way to get wealthy very, very quickly. Why real estate? Because you can start immediately without money, without credit, without partners, with little or no risk, and make large chunks of money very quickly, both inside and outside of your IRA. And of course, paying no taxes is a lot better than paying taxes. You're never going to use your credit. You don't need your credit. You don't ever need to go into a bank. You don't even need to go into a bank to make the deposits nowadays. And I want you to pay very close attention, because you're going to learn how to buy real estate without using your money. And of course, you're going to have a lot of flack if you share that with other people who are not trained. Now, I don't say without any money, because you're going to need a little money sometimes for closing costs to buy properties that the sellers are willing to give them to you, or for whatever you put out in the way of cash, you're going to get right back very quickly if you listen in multiples of what you put out. Part-time business, full-time income. I'm a perfect example of that. Even my acquisitionist will tell you, I think he'll tell you, he only works about 10 hours a week, and all of my business goes through him. My company is three of us, him, me, and my executive assistant, Tish. That's it for us. And you're going to see some examples of what we've been buying here in a few minutes. We're going to cover the best way to make the most money in real estate today with no money or credit. How to build big monthly residual income. It's a very important word. Residual income, in other words, it keeps coming in when you don't get out of bed in the morning or when you want to quit. It's one thing to go make money flipping a house, but that's not going to create wealth. That's just going to create more cash flow. If you want to create wealth, I'm going to let you combine flipping with keeping residual income without all the risk of property management or all the grief. Operating a business without raising money, banks, or large overhead, or employees, or other costly entanglements, and still do it from a part-time basis because of the systemization that we've spent 20 years creating for our clients. Why the coming recession will be a gold mine for you and how to prepare for it. You might be saying, but Ryan, I don't think there's going to be a coming recession. I would say, class, there's always a coming recession. You just don't know when it is, that's all. Look back and you'll see there's several cycles. In my career, I've gone through 6 different cycles where the market went up, went way down, way up, 2008 being the worst, of course. But there's always a coming recession, and you should prepare for that. And it might come quicker than you think. You'll learn how to get an extra $20,000 a month within 60 days, and how to keep those checks coming in month after month after month, and expand your cash flow to the point to where you're looking back and having a hard time believing it yourself. And folks, I got hundreds of examples of that. How would your life change if you could add an extra 20 grand a month to your current income, working part-time? Would you go on trips like this one that my wife and I took to see the Leaning Tower of Pisa here? By the way, this year will be our 60th year married. When you go to Italy, you got to go to see this one. This is a Colosseum, and I really enjoyed going through this. I could see like gladiators down there in the field killing each other. This is one of my favorite places to go. In fact, I'm going back here in July. It's called Salmon Falls Resort. Salmon Falls Resort. It's in Ketchikan, Alaska. I owned it for 3 years. Been fishing at it since 1995. And as you can see, when we go to Alaska to fish, we go to kill fish and bring back those fish shrunk, ripe, and hard frozen by shipping them in a box on the plane and then spending the next year eating it. That's a halibut there, incidentally. It's one of the prized fishes of Alaska, and most of those are salmon, and then those are black bass down there as well. For a little bit about me, I've been around for a long time doing this, residential and commercial, still do both today. Several businesses concurrently, none of which I have to show up for work. In fact, what I'm doing right now is the main thing I do today, and that's just teach. I've trained the trainers. I've trained the folks you see on the web training. Some people call me the Godfather or Moses since I've been around so long. And I've spoken with the best and the biggest in the industry, kind of like this guy. I expect you recognize him. By the way, his hair is real. I looked down and saw it's coming out of his head myself, just so you'll know. And this one, Dr. Phil, spoke for an hour and said nothing really, but he's an attractor factor to I've hired all these people to a convention as well. You know him, that's KISS, Gene Simmons. He's kind of a neat guy. When I first met him, he held out his hand, and I held out my hand, shake his hand. He said, "It's good to meet me, isn't he?" And that's him. But he's a really cool guy. These are my children today, Goldie and Ruby. That's actually my wife's children. Tell you, she treats those dogs better than she did our kids, I think. All right. But that's not how I started. And it took over 20 years for me to figure out how to make the easy money and focus on the low-hanging fruit in real estate. It really did. And you know, I bought a lot of houses in my first 6 months, but I was always buying junkers and either wholesaling them or rehabbing because I thought that's all there was to this business. All right. Well, I'm going to touch on that here, but I'm telling you right now, that's the way to make some money, but that's not the big money we're looking for. The less I do, the more I make. That took me at least 20 years to figure out. And all that means is simply, you got to delegate everything, my friends. You got to get out of your own way and delegate every single task in your business. And there is not one task in your business that you can't get somebody else to do. You might disagree with that. Write it down and think about it, and you'll find out it's absolutely true. I'm a living example of that. This book is on the market at Amazon. The less I do, the more I make. And guess what it's all about? Automation, delegation, and systemization in any business selling any product or any service. And to free up your time at the same time to think and to grow and to plan and to do whatever the heck you want to do that sucks up your life now or has in the past. So you can go get you a hobby. You know, I got like mine. I mess around with classic cars in my workshop in back of my house. I fix them and then I sell them. And by the way, there is no money in fixing up classic cars, so scratch that one off of your business list. But I do it for the fun, basically. And I've had all these cars and sold all of them and several more. I've got that one now. That's a '67 Lincoln Continental convertible, the kind that Kennedy got shot in. Mine looks exactly like that because that is mine. All right. His was a couple of years older, but they all look like there's no years. That's one of my favorites right there. That's your job. Make decisions. If you can work every day to get the task out of your face that you don't really want to do to begin with and get to the point where everything is getting done that needs to be done, then you have arrived and you are a true entrepreneur. And that frees you up to do the things that you really want to do that you haven't been doing up to date. Or go get another business, be like Elon Musk. Go get build another business. There's several ways to make money in real estate. I teach them all. But before we start on real estate, you got to know that we have a whole lot harder time getting our people to fix this between their ears than we do teaching them real estate. So we got to start by changing your thinking. And that means we got to change your thinking about real estate if you're new to the business, because what you're thinking right now is nowhere close to reality. In fact, if you get in this business about a year from now, you're going to look back and laugh at all the stuff you're thinking about right now. So you might want to keep yourself a diary. You'll have something to laugh about. And you're depending on how much you can make. Believe it or not, a lot of people coming in just don't believe they're worthy of making the big money because they haven't had that pleasure in their life. Why should they be worthy now? We got to fix that. So we've got to fix the mental issues as well as the financial issues. And one of the ways to do that is show you how to remove your risk, which I'm going to show you today. You're removing your risk and removing your fear. Because if you set yourself up to where you can't lose, it's hard to lose. The two fastest ways to get a check, when I say a check, I don't want to mess with a property that I can't get at least $20,000 out of up front, or wholesale a house and sell it quickly. I'm going to show you 5 that we've done in the last few months, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. And I hope it opens up your eyes to where some real money really is and wholesaling. But unfortunately, that's just for your money now. Your wealth is not going to come from wholesaling. It's going to come from buying beautiful homes in beautiful neighborhoods and putting lease option tenant buyers in them and putting them in long-term hold. And I don't put a tenant buyer in a house where I don't get a minimum of 5% deposit on their purchase price. Goes directly toward their down payment. But those are the 2 fastest ways to get a check. And you'll see that today. Wholesaling has always been a fast way to get a check, find a bargain and flip it. So I'm going to show you 5 of ours, or 5 of mine. Take a real hard look. You might even want to get your camera out and take screenshots of this if you wish, so you can analyze these mentally instead of while I'm blasting through them here for you. I just picked 5 here because these 5 were done all in a 2-month period. There's the first one. I hope that's nobody's dream home. But if you're working in the ugly house business, that's what your homes are going to look like right there all over America, no matter what they're made of. My model is a 1,200 square foot single story house, 3-bedroom, 1 or 2 baths. Now that R stands for after repaired value, which by the way is a phrase that I coined back in the early 80s. We purchased it for $48,000 because it belonged to a family. Parents died 11 years ago and they just let it sit there. And frankly, they told us what they wanted. We gave them. We didn't even try to negotiate with them. $48,000 for this house. We knew it needed at least 50, but we didn't touch it. Didn't intend to touch it. Sold it to a rehabber for $85,000. As you can see, that rehabber's got plenty of room left in it. We figured it needed 50 grand. We netted with Mayo, maximum allowable offer. It was 72.5. In other words, that's a threshold that we could not cross to pay for the house, and I never pay Mayo. But look at that net down there, my friends, $37,000 on a house we never touched. We didn't even buy it. We assigned a contract. We put up a big whopping $10 deposit to the owner and took its 9 days to sell it. Better take a screenshot of that because that's the wholesaling business if you do it right. 9 days to sell it. And because we are selling a business, we're selling a house that somebody's going to renovate and make money on them. They're going to sell it to the owner occupants. We're just the in-between. Thousands of people come into this business to wholesale houses because it is the easiest thing one could do. I mean, a teenager could wholesale a house. Remember, we didn't buy anything. Just got a contract on the house to buy it and signed the contract. Several easy steps. Now look at this one. Look at the net on this one. $52,000 on a house we never owned. Never owned. Sold it for $112, had an opportunity to buy it for $60, and left plenty of money in it for the next rehabber. $10 deposit. We sold this one in 11 days. When I say sold, I mean put it out there and get a contract and get that closer to the closing and get the money in your hand. 11 days from start to finish. Now, let's go a couple more here. There's what the inside of that house looked like. You can see why, it wasn't appealing to any owner occupants. Another one, only netted $27,838 on this one, and it took 35 days, and I had to pay all cash for it. Now, I wrote a check for this one, and 35 days later, I got all that money back plus $27,800. And of course, had to pay Adel out of that. He seems to want to get paid for these deals, but it's a very good example of a wholesale deal. I had to put a roof on that one. There's another one. They go down from here. House worth $205. Had a chance to buy it for $79. Sold it for $99.9. Netted $15.3. And to this very day, I've never seen that house, and nor will I ever, most likely. Don't forget, guys, you can put questions up here now, because I'm going to take your questions intermittently all throughout the day. And this is the cheapest one we've did since Al and I started, $13,500. He's destroying my averages here, but I had to make a decision, $13,500 or nothing, and we chose the $13,500. That's $147,000 net, my friend, in 2 months. $147 all cash net in 2 months. With 5 houses, we never owned. I did own that one for a few days. So what do you think about the wholesaling business now? If you do it right. And then you're saying, but Ron, I get rich. Okay. Like I said, this is a good month for us. It's not every month. And again, this money is maximum taxes, short-term capital gains. And look, I got nothing against getting checks. Don't get me wrong. But, you're not going to get wealthy just doing this. And if you do, you're going to need a big machine in several states, certainly several counties, to make it work. And so you got a choice of building a big business. It comes along with the big grief. Or you got a choice of, being an independent operator, and most of the money goes in your pocket. Now, rehabbing and retailing is always out there. We're not going to talk about it here. But it's another way to get a big check. I don't want to rehab and renovate a house for less than $50,000 net. And I've done well over 1,000 rehabs in my life. But I got to tell you right now, I am just not interested in rehabbing houses for several reasons. One is the flexibility in the economy right now. By 6 months from now, when you get this thing done and try to get it sold, the value might be coming down. Where I live here right now, the values are sliding down a little bit. I know. I mean, really, we had a great inflation in the last couple of years. I got houses that doubled in value, but now it's just taking a little of that back. So it ain't like we're in some big hard times coming up or like that. But I don't want to. When the house is done, I want it to be more than what it was when I started, not less. And I can tell you, you can make a lot more money wholesaling than you can rehabbing. And I'm shocked I just said that, but it's true, because the rehabbing takes about 6 months to get in and out of. I can wholesale tons of houses. I just showed you 5 of them we did in 2 months. So you got to weigh the grief in rehabbing and retailing against the money that's in wholesaling. And same house, by the way, it's just whether you decide to wholesale it or whether you decide to rehab it. It's same house, and you buy it the same way, using the same formulas and the same rule. Most profitable way to increase your cash flow and grow wealth is in the pretty house business. We call it the modern day money machine. We do both. We do pretty houses and we do ugly houses, and so will you, because you can't find pretty without finding ugly, can't find ugly without finding pretty. Fastest way to get a large check without using your money or credit and build wealth simultaneously is the pretty house business. Down payment or a deposit. Again, when I put a tenant buyer in a house, I take no less than 5% and usually get closer to 10%, depending on the quality of the neighborhood and the market and the quality of the house and so forth. You'll never apply for credit or walk into a bank or to buy a house on Planet Ron. We operate using no credit. And I'm going to tell you right now, going to the bank and guaranteeing a debt is the absolute worst thing you can do and the most risky thing you can do in this business. I can't tell you how many people I've seen go out, totally out of business because of just that. Things don't go right, market changes or whatever. I mean, think of what happened in 2008, for crying out loud. Right here in Jacksonville, Florida, and all across the South, houses dropped 40%, like in 2 months, all at one time, and it took them several years to come back. Now, if you had the proper planning and you weren't forced to sell a house during that period, it wouldn't bother you. But unfortunately, a lot of investors went out because that's not the way they built their business. I'm going to show you how to build your business on a solid foundation, not on a house of cards. You'll see very quickly why whatever happens out there should not affect your business. If you do, you quickly adjust and take care of your house, and you don't need to worry about what goes on in the White House. Key is terms. No terms, no deal, unless it's a deeply discounted house that needs rehab. So we do both, rehab houses and terms deals. I like the terms a lot better, and you're about to see why. Here's the 3 kinds of terms. Either your lease purchase it from the seller with the right to sublease it to a tenant buyer, or your owner buying with owner financing, which is either a wraparound mortgage or a deed of trust, or you're just getting a deed subject to. That means the seller's just signing the deed and closing statement and going about their business. The loan stays in their name, and you start making the payments when you and the seller agree. So those are the only 3 kinds of terms. One I use the most is 2, owner financing. However, today, what you see after lunch, you're going to see why we're actually bringing lease purchase back into our life as well. I have bought houses subject to, but I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it for the seller's sake, because when they sell you a house subject to, the loan stays in their name and stays on their credit report, even though they don't own the house anymore. And when we buy them with owner financing, that's not so. So I'm not going to get into long orientation on why, but either one will work. A lot of people are doing subject twos all over the country, day in and day out. Now, take a picture of this one if you take a picture of anything. This is why you want to be in the pretty house business. You get monthly cash flow, difference between the rent you collect and the rent and the payment you make. You get debt pay down every single month. Hopefully you get appreciation the whole time you have it. You absolutely get depreciation. Well, in other words, every month the government is helping you pay for it by depreciation. And then a lot of people that you put in these houses forfeit their down payment. They don't do what they don't clean up their credit or get their debt ratio fixed or whatever. Because, folks, we are only dealing with buyers who cannot qualify at the bank. So we got the biggest part of the market to ourselves. And there's just a large percentage of the houses that you put tenant buyers in, no matter how much money you give you, ultimately you move. I'll show you one shortly. And the equity payoff. Remember, you get every month goes down, appreciation, hope goes up. You get a big check when you sell, and plus all these income streams while you own the property. This is where the wealth is, especially when you do them in your IRA or tax-free entity. Get money now, money monthly, money later. It's all on the same house. So you're creating golden geese, as I call them, because they keep on laying golden eggs, unlike wholesale and retailing, where once you sell a house, the poor goose is dead. The goose is not laying any more golden eggs. So you got to keep up going out and buy another house, buy another house. It's like a job. You got to get up and go to work every day and keep on buying. When you put tenant buyers in houses, you get multiple paydays over multiple years, and you only got to do the job once. Way more money involved. I'll show you why here when I get to my example. And very little of your time is required. Now let me be clear. You can spend all day working this business if you want to. You can stay up late working it. You can spend half your life on a computer if that's what you want. Or you can do none of that on Planet Ron. Almost all the work is done for you. And by outsourced companies like our virtual assistants and other companies that take phone calls for you. And then I'll show you our Dreams Pro AI system here after lunch. And we'll show you how to pull your own mailing list immediately. We'll show you how to mail them with a punch of a button, and how we get deals as well when Adel gets here. We've narrowed it down to two main ways we get deals, and there's a whole lot more than that. It all starts with this. That's a property information sheet. This is the sheet that our virtual assistants call the seller and fill out for us. We have to send the VAs the leads, get that to later. And when we get a response from the seller, we forward it to the VA and they call them and get this filled out. Now, this is the information sheet that guides us on what we're going to do next. This is the same sheet you're going to get on an ugly house as you do on a pretty house. But there's the blanks that are filled in on here are going to tell you what to do. For example, if they're asking a cheap price, wholesale price for the house, and the seller says it needs renovation, well, that's where our mind's going to go immediately. It's going to go in the ugly house business. If the seller, by the way, says that, here's what they want, here's what they think it's worth, and here's the loan balance, and all of that, we're thinking the pretty house terms business. Now, we got to have the answers in that middle column there, that middle oblong paragraph, and that'll quickly tell us we're in the terms business. It'll also tell us whether they're behind on payments or not. And believe it or not, folks, it's rare we buy a foreclosure. So don't think this business is all about foreclosures. Don't think that at all. Now, there are going to be a lot more of them coming up, but that's not our main target. I like foreclosures, but every investor in the world is chasing them. Now, I'm going to blow up. Now, the bottom is all the details like number of bedrooms and bathrooms and when do you want to move and is it listed or not listed, and is it need repairs or not need repairs, is it a house or a condo, and what's the association dues. Now, look at this middle paragraph. A says, will you sell for what you owe? I'm going to show you a lot of them will do that right now, right after lunch. B says something like, listen, we talked to my assistant. All right, no, that's the wrong one. Okay. It says, listen, we pay cash for houses, and sometimes we make the payments till the loan is paid off. Now, the cash price is obviously going to be a whole lot less than the terms price. So would you consider any other option than all cash? That's a yes or a no answer. If it's a yes answer, it doesn't mean anything except you put them at the top of the list to call, because all your yeses are not going to do terms. On the other hand, some of your no's are going to do terms. So you have to call all of them but you're going to get what you think is the motivation of the seller right there. Now, that simple paragraph segments out a lot of people. Let's go back here a minute. If they tell me they got a $300,000 house up there in the upper right-hand column, and they tell me they're wanting $290 for it, right there in the upper column, and they got a loan on it for $230 or whatever, I know it's a terms business. It's definitely not an ugly house business, because I got to buy it a whole lot cheaper than that if I'm going to pay cash for it. I hope you got that. So by just simply looking at this thing for seconds, I know exactly where I'm heading next. Now, if I go over here and they give me an absolutely not, I've got to have all cash or nothing, well, then I'm still going to call them or have somebody call them and verify that fact, because I'm telling you, what the virtual assistant writes down is what they told the virtual assistant. Okay, they know they're not the principal. When the principal gets on the phone, they can give you a whole bunch of different answers. So we got to call them all, even though we know it's likely we're going to spend 90 seconds on the phone with this customer when they say they can't sell without getting cashed out. And truthfully, that's what most of them are going to tell you, folks. So we're working on with the minority and not the majority. But the system is working. Lead goes right to the VA, then it comes to you, and then you call it or you have somebody else call it for you. And I mean, you're in this thing for minutes per lead until you get one where the seller and you you're interested in property based on what the seller says. And I'm going to give you a script for that here in just a second. Our virtual assistants can call all your leads. And yes, we have a team of virtual assistants. That takes a lot of the load off of you. They don't do anything except cater to you. They only work for our clients. So the pretty house business is about 2/3 of the market, and free and clear. I'm sorry, the houses that come with debt are about 2/3 of the market. The houses that are free and clear are about 1/3. You're going to be surprised how many free and clear houses there are out there right now when you start generating these leads. There's a house that I own down there at the lower right up the street from my home in a gated community. It was 3 years old when I bought it, 3,500 square feet. The seller had to leave and go to St. Louis for a job. He had it listed and he didn't get it sold. And he knew he couldn't handle 2 payments. So when the sheet came in, it said, "I'll sell for what I owe." Now that attracted me big time, right on my street as well. Here was the deal. The house was worth about $385. Had just come off of a listing and didn't sell. He owed $351 to his lender, and his payment was $19.25 a month, PITI. So remember, he told me he'll sell for what he owes. So when I went there, I had to verify that, and I went to his house on the way home and got a contract right then and there. And he said he'd be out in 2 weeks, and he was out in 2 weeks. Left the house clean, ready to show. Now here's what I did with it. I put it on the market as a lease purchase for $395. The realtor couldn't sell it for $385, but that he didn't have the luxury of a lease purchase. I got $50,000 non-refundable option deposit from a couple. They said they'd pay me $2,500 a month, and they needed a year to get it bought. And I said, "Well, I'll give you 2. I'll give you 2." So look, they came up with the 50 grand. I didn't. I asked them what's the most they could pay, and I did the same thing for the monthly rent. And one thing you ought to learn here today is how you handle the closing call to that seller. Most people make a ton of mistakes. I've got them all listed for you. And I teach them how to fix those mistakes, get a whole lot more of what they want on the phone, whether inside or outside of real estate, by fixing a few problems that most people I don't even know they have. So they were asked, "What's the most you can put down?" And they came up finally with 50 grand. What's the most you can pay per month? $2,500. So I accepted their offer. We don't make offers. We ask the seller questions. The seller asks us questions. We answer them with questions, and we never make the offer. I named the price, but that's all I'll name. I never name it down. I never name the monthly, because you're not going to get the kind of numbers when you name it. And I give all my tenant buyers 2 years, but I let the market speak. Now, to be honest, it took me almost 2 months to find somebody with $50,000 on a beautiful house. So what? By the way, my contract said that I started making payments in the 3rd month. Okay, so I got somebody to bring me the first month's rent and 50 grand plus the attorney's fees. when they came in to sign the lease option documents with the attorney. So I went through quite a few people who had money, but they didn't have enough to just satisfy me because I knew I could get 50 grand out of that house. 3-year-old house, a beautiful neighborhood. So that's what I did with it. Now I'm going to use this house for a sample because I'm going to show you where the real money is in real estate. And then I'm going to show you how to get at that money. So I just made 50 grand in a few days. Well, 2 months it took me to make 50 grand. All right. Can you spend the 50 grand? You can spend the $50,000 the day you get it. Because listen to this. It's a non-refundable option deposit. It's not a security deposit. It's an option deposit. Non-refundable. Spelled out in blood in front of the attorney. Because here's the deal. If they don't buy the house, they forfeit the $50,000 deposit. They're clear on that going in. And if they do buy the house, then that 50 is a credit off the house. That's part of their down payment. Make it even easier to get a loan. So they don't get it back either way. And that's your first big hit on these pretty houses is probably going to be more than you're going to get out of rehabbing a house in many cases. And yet you get it immediately and do whatever the heck you want to do with it. You're not a realtor. You don't have to put it in an escrow account. You don't have to bring a check to closing. It just shows on the closing statement that you've already received 50 grand. And plus I got $575 a month. Remember, $2,500 minus $1,925 for as long as they're in there. Then when I do get cashed out, I get to keep all the cash above the loan payoff, and don't forget the loan pays down every single month. How long does it take to get cashed out? Never, I hope. Because, guys, I don't want you to get cashed out. Every time you get cashed out, you kill the golden goose. You get paid all along the way. Why would you want to get cashed out? No, I'd never stop standing in anybody's way that wants to buy the house. I mean, they deserve it. Got in there and did what they said they were going to do and get it cashed out. But I got to tell you, that's the minority of your tenant buyers, not the majority, believe it or not. And you would be shocked at some of the deposits people walk away from for whatever reason. Now, when I made this up, it was about a year ago now, and that house had grown to a $707,000 value at that time. And I purchased it in 2014 for $351,000. So the appreciation then was about $356,000 for doing nothing but collecting rent and making a payment, and I don't even do that. So appreciation. Sometimes, I mean, I've never seen appreciation as much as we had in the last couple of years. I'll grant you that. It's just people who own real estate got rich just because they own the real estate. That value is coming down a little right now, but I don't care. The house is not really for sale. So let's look at the numbers for 9 months. In 9 months. Now look, I'm going to tell you right now, the tenant moved out at the end of their 2-year term and forfeited their $50,000. So I told my Tish to put it back on the market, and she said, "Well, I'd like to rent it." Okay, I gave in. She's still in the house. From 2017 to now, she's still in the house. I mean, she's paid the debt way down. Appreciation went way up. And I'm not getting anything on the monthly cash flow. That's my choice, but she's making the payment. Keeping the house in good shape. And I don't have to think about that house. So 62 grand just on the monthly cash flow, if that tenant would stayed in it. $80,000 worth of tax savings because of depreciation on that one house. That's 80 grand over that period of time that I didn't have to send to the IRS. Loan balance was $351 when I bought it. It's below $260 now. $91,000 just in debt pay down alone. 9 years we're talking here. So over that period of time, $595,000 profit to me on a house I got for free, no credit, no money, no repairs, no realtors, no banks, no costly entanglements. But we're missing something. How about the $50,000 I got up front on non-refundable option deposit? So Altogether, this house has generated about $650,000 worth of profit to me, and I still own the house. So when do you sell? All profits taxed at long-term capital gains. I don't ever want to sell. But I'm going to show you this afternoon why I don't care if I cash out and why it's in your best interest to cash out after you've owned the property a year. I'm going to show you something this afternoon. Ain't no accountant ever going to show you. Boy, I hope you're awake by then, because this stuff you're not going to hear anywhere else. These types of deals are 66% of all the houses for sale. The answer is because they all got a loan on them. They got small equities and big loans. Remember, they were only in the house three years, so there's 27 years left on that loan. Now there's only 17 years left on that loan. And they are everywhere. There's way more of these than any other type of house. And they're going to be a big profit center for you that we're going to show you this afternoon with some real examples of what's out there in the marketplace all across America right now. And here's another one we just got. Beautiful neighborhood. Seller, FSBO, we don't buy pretty houses with the MLS. The realtors have no place in the pretty house business. We deal directly with the owners of the property that almost always live in them. Now look at this one. The house will worth $5 250,000. In fact, I had it appraised because I wasn't sure. We purchased it for $440,000. How much down payment? 0 down payment to the seller. We took over their payment about $2,500, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. The seller had a $335,000 loan underneath that they were paying on. We did a wraparound on that. Our $440,000 wraps around the $335,000 that she owes. So we owe her $440,000. She owes $335,000. We're paying her bank directly $2,500 and some odd dollars per month. The condition is excellent, and my closing costs were $5,100. Now you say, well, why she sell it so cheap? I don't know. She was asking $460,000. We got it down to $440,000. I don't know, because I quit asking a long time ago. Why do people do the way they do? I don't know, and I don't care anymore. Quit asking that about 40 years ago. And I know why, because they had to move. She had already moved to Las Vegas, and she was staying here till her husband got some kind of treatment, medical condition. And she stayed in the house, or he stayed in the house 2 weeks after we bought it. That wasn't a problem for us. In fact, that's a good buying point. You can stay in here. We'll give you a couple more time after we close. And so we did, and we bought it with a wraparound mortgage. Term you might want to write down if you're not familiar with it. Remember, the $440,000 wraps around the $335,000 that she owes the bank. When I do a wrap, there's no personal liability. I don't want you to ever sign on a note, personally guarantee the debt. There ain't no single family house deal worth it. I owe her $440,000. I don't owe the bank anything, but I'm paying her monthly payment for her directly to the bank. And I owe her $440,000, but actually that's not true. My land trust that owns the house owes her $440,000. And I'm going to teach you land trust this afternoon. That's the only way you're going to be going out buying houses going forward, if you listen. So there's another big payday here that most investors don't think about. There's a $105,000 difference between what I owe her and what she owes her bank. Well, when we get this thing ready to cash out, because there's a tenant buyer that wants to cash us out, then I'm going to call her and I'm going to discount that note, because right now she's not getting any interest on that $105,000. I give her a $440,000 wrap at the same principal and interest as the underlying loan. And that went, I know, that might hit you about 2 a.m. what I just said. So that $105,000 is only interest free. I'm not paying her anything. We're just paying her payment to the bank. So I'm going to discount that $105,000 probably to half at the time we get cashed out, because she gave me a 5-year balloon, and we're going to pay it off probably well before that. So what am I going to do with it? Well, what do you think? Put a lease option tenant buyer in it for $529,900. Gosh, it only appraised for $525,000. That's correct. I'm getting $529,900. We always get more when we release them. And the minimum non-refundable option deposit that I want is $50,000. Okay, I might not get 50. Might have to drop it on down to 40 or even 30. Less said, I put 0 in, I get 30,000 back. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. I mean, if not, I think my computer will say that'll work. Now they would got AI, that'll work, won't it? Okay. And I expect to get $3,000 worth of rent. There's evidence that says I'll get more, up to $3,500 worth of rent. I don't know because I haven't put that one in the hands of a tenant buyer yet. I have had it out there about a month or so, but I haven't found enough money. They haven't come in with enough money to satisfy me yet. So I might have to lower my standards a little bit and take less than 50. It's the pits, man. It's the pits. All right, Ron, why didn't they just get a loan? The answer is because they couldn't. They couldn't qualify, and they knew they couldn't qualify for a whole host of reasons. Credit, debt ratio, can't prove income, something on their credit report, like they're behind on child support, whatever keeps people from getting qualified for a loan. And as time goes on, that gets worse. Here, 70% of potential home buyers cannot qualify for a loan unless they buy from you. Better make a note of that one. And here's why. 35% in 2022 got turned down when they applied, and it's worse than that today. And it gets worse than that every single year. That means there's at least another 35% that know they can't qualify, so they won't even apply for a loan. Gosh, I just made up the 70. I'll promise you it's true, though, if not more. So you've got a huge market out there, to cater to. All the builders and the realtors are looking for the really credit-worthy people. We'll take all the rest of them. So we got twice as many to work with. And for me to put somebody in a house on a lease option takes approximately 3 days from the time I meet them and they get the keys in their hands. Then we work out the time and many other things, but before we have them the keys, and we already know what the most they can give us down before I ever meet them, and I already know what the most they can pay per month before we even meet them. And incidentally, we don't show houses. Okay, we don't do all that stuff. Let automation do it. Put a lockbox on it. Put pictures of it online. They can go there and get a video and see tour the house before they even go out there. So there aren't very many people going to go through the house before one of them is going to say, "Yeah, I want it." And sometimes that's the first one you send out there. What you got to keep in mind is that the American dream of home ownership is extremely strong, and people will make sacrifices to get a home of their own. And we don't have to send them to the bank. That's up to them whether they want to go to the bank and get a loan. But just so you know, I have never put a tenant out of a house, tenant buyer, because their 2 years expired. Truth is, and I shouldn't be saying this online, but the truth is I'm better off if they don't buy. The longer they stay in the house, the more money I make. Same with you. The longer they stay in the house, the more money you make. I just proved that to you on the house I just showed you. And so every year I make more and more money on that house. All right? Simple. We buy on terms, we sell on terms, and be the bank. If we buy on terms, we're using somebody else's money. The bank's money plus maybe some of the seller's money, like the one I just showed you. All right? Sometimes we buy for what they owe. So we're using bank money to make money because we're always going to get more coming in than we have gone out. Ain't that what the banks do? They take in your money and pay you a pathetic deposit, a rate every month, and they lend it out to other people for about 3 points higher than what they're paying you. They live on the spread. Why don't we do this without risk? Without risk is because we don't guarantee debt. We don't sign our name as the buyer guaranteeing that debt. Never. And when you do that, there's nothing they can do to hurt you, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. If everything went wrong and you couldn't do the house anymore for some reason, which ain't going to happen most likely, the most they'll do is foreclose on the house. Your name won't even be in it because you don't own the house. A land trust owns the house. I'll show you how this afternoon. Your name is not on any, this loan is not on your credit report. And nobody knows that you even have any interest in the house because the beneficial interest of the trust is not on public record. It's in your filing cabinet at home. How many of these $50,000 checks will you need to be out of work and free? I'm telling you right now, friends, if you will deal in houses that are, I don't know, 300, 350 and up for most of the country, you will get much more down and you're going to get much more cash flow per month. When you get up in the $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 houses, those numbers even increase. So the higher price house you deal in, the more money you're going to make with no more risk. I hope you got that. No more risk. John, are we getting questions on there?
Yeah, Ron, lots of questions.
All right, I'll let you know. Now, how many $575 monthly checks will it take to fire your boss? And I'm telling you, some of these deals have a lot more spread in it than those. Remember, it's residual. It keeps on coming. Every day, every month, you get that income. We're doing nothing but collecting the rent and paying the payment. And again, I don't even do that. I got a couple of ladies that work for me and Global Publishing here, and they handle all of my inbounds and outbounds and write all my checks and so forth. I told you, I delegated everything I don't want to do, which is almost everything. But Ron, I don't know what to say. I'm scared. I know that's one of the biggest things we have to help folks with when they come in is the fear of talking to the seller. That's why I have scripts for everything. Yeah, everything. This is a closing call script, or part of it. Now look right up there in that first paragraph says, this is the VA has sent you the property information sheet or posted it on your Dreams Pro AI, which is our CRM system that runs your whole business for you. Talk about that this afternoon. So now you got the PI sheet in your hand. Now you're calling back the seller. It says, hi, John, this is Ron. You talked to my assistant about your home for sale yesterday. Is that true? Yeah. Well, listen, I'm the principal. I just got a couple more questions for you here to determine whether we should get together or not. All right? Yep. Okay. Then that paragraph says, well, listen, sometimes we pay cash and sometimes we just pay your payment until the loan is paid off. Cash is going to be a whole lot less than terms. So do you want to hear about better options than cash? All right. If he says no, which most of them will, okay, you're done. You're at the end of your phone call right there. All right. If he says, hey, yeah, I would like to hear about it, then you just go on down and I got the benefits all listed there for you one by one until you get to the bottom of it. And a couple of those are, you don't have to be out of the house when we buy, we'll give you a little time to move. That's a big deal to some people. It was a big deal to the people who bought that last house I showed you. Another one is, listen, take whatever furniture you want and leave the rest. I don't care. We'll handle it. To some people, that's some very good news. Now they don't have to rent a big truck or renting company or whatever to move them because they got this house full of furniture. There's no commission to you because we're not realtors. We're buying the house, and you won't keep getting calls from people who couldn't buy it if you gave the house to them, and you won't get calls from realtors telling you they want to show the house and on down. There's a whole bunch of benefits right there. When you get to the bottom, it simply says something like, okay, would you consider terms or something like that? And then when they say yes, then you go right to the closing script. Now the closing script's only 3 questions, but they're the 3 most important questions you're probably ever asked in your whole life. Your whole business, your whole reason for being on the phone is to get to those 3 questions. Now, you won't get to them all the time because the seller will make it very clear they want all cash, they want retail price, and they'd like to have it next Thursday. Okay? They want their money, they want all of it, and they want it now. The nerve of these people, huh? You know, just like you'll be when you get ready to cash out. All right, so can't get mad at them. Just can't do business with them. Quick pre-screening, 90 seconds on the phone. So, if they give you the opportunity, then you go to the $1 million script. This one's, one more here. $1 million script. Okay, now remember, we've come off of the closing script. We're going to the next one because the seller has said they're interested. Okay, what would be the least you could take for the house if we agree upon the terms, John? Look what it says. It says, shut up. Okay, The hardest thing that we have getting people to bad habit to break is to keep talking, talk too much. Yada, 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 yada. Shut up and wait for an answer and answer their question with a question. So they'll give you an answer. It's always going to be below what they were asking when a VA called them. And so you're going to ask them what's the least they could take, and then you're going to wait for an answer. Then you're going to say, is that the best you can do, no matter what their answer is? I'm answering their questions with a question throughout all the conversations we have with real estate and outside of real estate. Is that the best you can do? The best 7 words in the English language to master negotiating. But you got to shut up, right? And let them answer. I promise you, every time they'll come down again, all right? Now, I don't want to push them, so I'm going to stop right there, and we'll work it out later. If I get to their house, of course, I'm going to try to get them even cheaper, unless they're already giving me a huge bargain, and some do. Don't ask me why. A lot of the calls we get, people are asking way less than their house is worth. I don't know why. I think it's because they might be going to Zillow and using the guesstimate or the Zestimate, which ain't never correct. Don't ever use the Zestimate for the price of your home. That thing is usually way low. I'll teach you how to get the proper number when we have time together, so that you can measure the house based on math, not on some Zestimate by some website. You don't even know the formula they use to get that number. It's almost never right. So now I'm past the top two questions now. Is that the best you can do? And no matter what they say, well, yeah, you quit there and go to the next question. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? And it says shut up again, right? And wait for the answer. Now you're thinking, ain't nobody gonna sell with nothing down. Really? Did I just not show you 2 houses where both of them were nothing down? And I'm talking about $300,000 and $400,000 houses. You don't have any right to think that way. You cannot think for the seller. Quit asking why. I don't know why. I don't care why. I only care about what and when and how we're going to get to the end. So now the third question, and this is the one that's going to scare you. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? Shut up, wait for an answer. And the answer, be surprised, is a lot of times they're going to say, okay. Now, you don't come back and say, you will. No, you shut up and you move to the next question. Remember, seller is making you an offer. You're not making an offer. They're making you an offer by answering your questions. So we get on to the third question. Let's say the property does have a loan on it. Then you say, okay, I assume you're all right if I just make your payments till you're paid off. Shut up, wait for answer. Now, if they say yes, there's no more question about a term or how long will you take and so forth. You just negotiated a contract that with a term as long as the underlying loan, without scaring them with language they don't understand. Now, if it's free and clear, you're going to say, well, then what is the lowest monthly payment you can make? You can take. They're going to give you a number. Then you're going to say, wow, it's really the best you can do. I really was thinking about a much lower number than that. And they give you another number and you're working on down until they say, no, I'm not going to take any less. It's just a matter of asking questions. Now, if you like what you hear here, you make an appointment. Yes, I even got a script for that. There's 2 very important things on this appointment script. 1, John, are you the only owner of the house? And usually they'll say, well, no, I got my wife, Mary. All right. Can you both be there when I come out? Because I try to make an appointment when they can be there. I need them both there if possible. If not possible, I can't. I'm going to go anyway, or worry about how to get the contract signed by the wife. And okay, you get past that. The last question is, well, John, if I come out to your house and we agree upon all the terms, are you ready to sell your house and get some paperwork done while I'm there? 20 years took me to ask that question. 20 needless trips to houses where people say, I just wanted you to come out and see what you'd pay. They're going to make a commitment to me that if we agree upon the terms, then I'll come out. I can tell you right now, pre-screening is a lot cheaper than gasoline. So you got to learn to pre-screen, and I'm giving you all the scripts to do it with. All the scripts. Ron, I hate making phone calls. Well, get somebody else to do it. What do you do in any business when a task has to be done and you just don't want to do it? You assign it to someone else in exchange for a little bit of money. I like servers at restaurants that do a great job serving me, good attitude, and I want to make a little extra money. Now, I don't know I wouldn't even tell them what I'll pay them. I'll say, listen, I need you for an hour or two a week to make calls. And guys, that's all it takes is an hour or two. You won't generate more leads. You won't generate enough leads for it to take any longer than that if they learn these scripts. So I'm not asking them if they want another job. I'm asking them if they want to make a little bit of money in their free time. And a lot of them do. You know, I used to own 6 different restaurants. And I can tell you that all servers are always looking for another job. Okay. I don't have a job for them, but I have some extra money. I'll pay them whatever they ask within reason. So I'm not going to say I'll pay you $12 an hour. I'm going to say, what do you think it'd be worth to make a few phone calls for me in your free time every week? By the way, if I do buy a house, I'm going to give you $1,000 every time I buy one in addition to that. It's not going to take you long to get somebody with interest of that. Now, look, remember, they got to have a good attitude. And you got to want to do it. I don't want some old grouch on the telephone. You go to a restaurant, and half of your servers feel like you can tell by just the way they act, they don't want to be here today. And, they don't even want to be in this job. And then there's others, wow, what a great job. And I know you know what I'm talking about. You won't visit more than 2 or 3 houses a month. And I promise you, if you do the pre-screening correctly, you'll go and buy at least 1 to 2 of them. I won't say you buy them all, but the better you get at pre-screening, I'll say you'll buy them all. And it's a 2-page agreement. That's all it is. 1 page, front and back, and you control their house, and you've agreed on all the terms. You're a welcome guest, not an unwanted pest. Remember, they asked you to come. The higher the ARV, the more you'll make. I think I explained that a while ago. I put a $300,000 house out there. I'm going to be lucky to get 20 to 25 grand out of them. I play the market. Put $1 million house there. I'm not letting anybody in that house on a lease purchase with less than 100 grand down. Think about it. What do they need down if they go to the bank? 200 grand. 200 grand down. And then they got to be qualified. Now, nobody's going to give you a big deposit that doesn't intend to buy the house. I'm giving them all the time they want. In fact, my option might expire in 2 years, but I don't care if they buy it 5 years from now. We're going to agree upon a price that's going to give them credit for the down payment they put up, and I'll be fair with them when and if they get ready to buy. I just showed you one couple that forfeited $50,000. A lot of tenant buyers have forfeited their deposit, but fully agreed upon going in. In fact, that gal who moved out of that first house I showed you, she called me and says, we're going to move, we're going to leave. I said, what? I said, take another year, I won't charge you anymore. Nah, we're going to leave. And then she said, I suppose we're not going to get our $50,000 back, are we? I said, that's correct, you're not. And that's the last I heard from her. And when they moved, they did steal my washer and dryer that I got from the previous seller. I guess $50,000. They can have the washer and dryer. No more work, no more risk. The more dollars you waller in, the more stick to you. That ought to be a sign on your wall there. The more dollars you waller in, the more stick to you. True. Oh, yeah. All right, let's take a few now.
All right, Ron, we got a bunch of questions. We'll start with the more recent ones where you were talking about terms business. Melissa said, I asked my local real estate attorney about doing wraps, and his response was, most conventional mortgages prohibit wraparound mortgages. How should I respond to that?
That's what I would expect your attorney to tell you, because it's true. But I'm telling you, that bank is not going to call that loan due on you. They all have due on sale clauses in them, which is to your favor. I've never had a loan called due by a bank that I've taken over. And I got to tell you, today's time, they would rather have COVID than go take a house that somebody's willing to make a payment on. They're just not going to do it. And even if they did do it, is your name on the loan? No. Nobody's coming after you for anything. No risk. And worst can happen is they want the house back. If they want it back, I'll give it back to them. I ain't never had one want the house back. They'll bend over backwards not to take the house back. And by the way, your seller's going to sign a CY8 letter at closing stating that he knows the bank can call the loan due. So you're off the hook. You're welcome. Don't worry about the due on sale clause. Yes.
Julie says, how did you pay for the house for $351K?
Took over the debt. I took over the debt. I just did a wraparound mortgage for $351, wraps around their $351. And the clause I put in there was that the principal and interest on the wrap to the seller equals the principal and interest to the underlying loan. So every time I make a payment, supposedly I'm making the seller. I don't send the money to the seller. I send it right to the bank. And every principal, principal and the interest are the same, no matter what the payment is. Now the tax insurance has gone up on the thing, by the way, so the payment has gone up about $300 or $400 more than it was 10 years ago.
Sean is asking about, when you talk about appreciation, doesn't that belong to the buyer if they cash you out?
Are you paying attention? Who do you think the buyer is? It's me the whole time I have it. I'm depreciating it. When they cash me out, obviously my depreciation stops, and they won't get it because it's their homestead. You don't depreciate your homestead. The longer you own the house, the more money you make.
Sean again says, how is a wraparound mortgage different from assuming the existing loan?
Sean, I can't believe you said that. Under no circumstances, none, will you ever assume a loan. If you assume a loan, that means you're guaranteeing the debt. No, not on Planet Ron. And besides, if you assume a loan, you got to go down to the bank and qualify for the loan. No way. I'm not doing that. Out of that world. No single family house deal is worth guaranteeing the debt. You just better trust me on that one. I've been around a long time. If you stay out of guaranteeing debt, there's no way anybody can hurt you. I mean, I better take that back. I mean, you can do something stupid and get sued, but nobody's coming after your assets unless you guarantee the debt. And this afternoon, I'm going to show you how to make sure that they ain't going to take your assets away from you if they do come for some reason.
Justin says, in the wraparound mortgage, how does placing a tenant buyer in there going to fund the balloon, assuming the seller you did the wraparound with wants to collect?
It's a good question, actually. The tenant buyer must close before the balloon, like the last house I just showed you, there's a 5-year balloon in it. All right, so let's examine. Well, first of all, I'm going to work with them on about the 4th year, try to get them funded anyway. But let's say the 5 years is up. The seller has 2 choices. Get the house back, in which case I'll be glad to give it to them, or extend the term. Now, which one do you think they're going to do? Okay. You don't lose either way. I'd rather they extend the term. I don't want to give them the house, but they ain't going to foreclose on it. I'll just feed it to them if that's what they want. So it's their choice. That's why I don't lay in bed worried about that balloon coming up. In fact, I like balloons because that's kind of like buying an ugly house. The seller has a great reason to sell a house. Does that make sense to you? In other words, if I know how to solve the problem, and that may come up, then I don't lay in bed worrying about it tonight. I say, like that due on sale clause. When I get a chance to be with you in person, I'll teach you how to handle that due on sale clause. So you don't need to worry about that either. But I will not do it online. Next question.
Zach says, what amount of their monthly payment, if any, is going towards their principal balance on this lease option?
None. I do not give any credit from their rent on the purchase.
All right. Sean says, what is the seller's recourse if you never made their bank payments?
None. Because you're not personally guaranteeing the debt. The only thing they can do is take the house.
So the recourse is they can take their house back.
If it's a wrap, they can't if it's a subject to deal because you don't owe them any money. So you can't, they can't foreclose on the house because there's no debt coming into them. They got nothing to foreclose on. In a wrap, and also that if they want to go buy a house, that payment's going to go against their debt ratio. In a wrap, they can foreclose on it and they can use my payment to their bank as income so it doesn't destroy their debt ratio.
Terry says, do you agree to pay PITI as it changes?
Oh, you have to. In fact, that's right in the rap language on any of them. Yeah. Like I just said, my first house I showed you today, that payment has gone up $300 or $400 since the past 9 years, 10 years now.
James asks, can the pretty house business be done virtually in other states?
It not only can, it's being done every day in other states. In this world we live in today, I mean, I ain't gonna say it doesn't matter. It does matter. I'm always more comfortable with one here where I live, where I can go kick tires. But it's not hard to manage them. I got students doing all kinds of businesses out of state, wholesaling in terms especially.
Bill says, how do you get contracts signed on terms deals that are out of state?
It's called Genius Scan. It's an app. Genius Scan. Click it, send. That's all you do to it. And of course, the contract doesn't require a notary. And if I'm buying a house from somebody out of state, I'm going to let my attorney handle that anyway. And they got a notary, and I'll let them figure it out.
Did you say that you prefer single-story houses?
No, I said that looks like a sample of the houses you're going to get in the ugly house business. They're going to be single-story, 1,200 square foot houses, give or take. I've renovated over 1,000 like that. That's your model.
All right, now going back to when you were talking about your wholesale deals, we have a few questions from then. Julie asks, how long ago were these deals done?
Last few months.
How did you find the houses?
Various ways. He found a couple of them with a postcard he sent to people, kids that were in probate or after probate. One of them, I think one of them came from one or two of them came from a Google ad, and I just don't remember the fifth one.
Where were these properties?
In Jacksonville, Florida, where we live.
All right, Sherry says, does your program assist with analyzing deals that we find?
Oh yeah, we have mentors that do that with you and work with you hand in hand for 6 months, one-on-one. And we have a group plan as well.
Zach says, you mentioned we should not have our living trust own our LLCs and land trust. Is the alternative to this having the living trust
The
own
answer to
shares?
that is wait till this afternoon. I'm gonna cover that.
And then back to your wholesaling houses, what is the average marketing cost you paid for each of your wholesale houses?
I don't know. I can't answer that because I haven't looked at it lately. And frankly, Adel runs the whole business, and I just chat with him every so often and look at reports. But I don't know what that one is. And frankly, that's going to vary with every single investor out there. You're going to pay a whole lot less now than we used to in the old days. I can tell you that. I lost you, John. Couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. When double closing during wholesaling, are there two closing costs?
Yes, there is, but you don't have to do double closings, but in just a few states. That depends on how your closing agent wants to handle it, really, because you truly are buying the house, and that's one closing cost, and then you're selling it, that's another closing cost, but a good agent working on your behalf can fix that so that they don't pay closing cost on, let your buyer pay the closing cost. It's buying it from you, especially on title policy. There's only one title policy need, and your buyer's going to pay for that.
Melissa says, how can I have my real estate attorney draw up documents and close at their office if they say wraps are prohibited?
You need another attorney, and there's no reason. That's their own little thing, because there is no reason they can't do a wrap, but there are some that won't. Move on. Work with the people who want to work with us and whack the rest at lightning speed. Some attorneys won't even close a subject to deal either. I'm not going to change their mind. I'm just going to whack them. That's one of the first questions that we're going to ask them before we even hire to begin with. I do houses on terms, I buy on terms, and I sell on terms. Sometimes wraps, sometimes subject to, sometimes lease options. Is any of that a problem for you? If the answer is yes, thank you very much. Click and call the next one. Best place to find an attorney is ask other investors who they're using. like in your real groups, if you're a member of one of those. Scott Zelnick's group, for example, some of you watch are in that group. You don't have to ask very hard in there. You can write to your attorney. And we're talking about a user-friendly attorney that's investor prone, not some attorney that thinks he's got to represent the other side or something. We don't keep secrets. Everything is disclosed and everything's in writing, but you know, they got to represent you. It's not their job to teach and train the other side.
James says, are we using the tenant's deposit to buy the seller's property?
No. I don't have a deposit from the tenant until after I've bought the property, and then sometimes get it ready to put on the market and then put it on the market. So no, I do not use, I buy the property so that I don't need much money. That's the key. I just showed you two that I only need the closing costs for. I'm not worried about that because I know how fast tenant buyers are going to come along in a nice house in a nice neighborhood that can't qualify at the bank. I hope you didn't miss that part. These people need you. They can't go like a qualified buyer and go anywhere in the city where there's a house for sale and buy it. Not the case. Probably ain't more than 1 or 2 or 3 people in your whole city offering houses on a lease purchase. You got the market mostly to yourself. All right.
Do you ever send mailers out?
Yes, we do. Talk about that with Adel this afternoon. Show you exactly where to send them and where the mailers are. And frankly, they're push button away from you. Postcards and letters. And you're going to pull your own mailing list. That's the key. You're going to pull your own mailing list. AI driven. So the information is going to be correct. Then you don't have to rent anybody's list or wonder if they're real or not. Those days are gone now, for the most part.
All right, we're caught up on the questions.
All right. Then let me move on here and see if I can't convince you to come spend 4 days with me, shave a few years off your learning curve at my Quick Start Real Estate School, which is 4 days. Yes, I personally teach it for as long as I can. Have been for a long time, made a lot of millionaires from it. It is now virtual and live. I would tell you, even if you want to go live, you better get, virtual, you better get scheduled for a live. Because sitting in front of a computer for 4 days is nowhere near what it's like being in a live room with a live audience, processing real deals that you bring into class and asking questions and all of that. It's just not the same. Frankly, I wouldn't want to sit in front of a computer for 4 days, but you get them both for the price of one. And schedule is coming up here in just a minute. Going to learn the whole art of wholesaling from beginning to end. And yes, you're going to want to do some wholesaling. Absolutely. How to buy pretty houses and take over the debt on free and clear and properties with debt on them. And how to quickly pre-screen free and clear houses and structure owner financing to create the big money and the cash flow. In fact, I love free and clear houses because I can get lower payments to the seller on those than I can the ones that comes with the debt. And the reason is, your debt's going to be a higher, your debt's going to be at taking over debt's going to be at a higher interest rate than you're going to get out of a seller nowadays. And some of the deals that we get are zero interest. That's kind of hard to beat right there. Plus, I can go back to the seller and discount what I owed him at the time I'm getting cashed out. Sometimes the back end payday is bigger than the front end paydays. And the more you know, the more you're going to earn. Whoop, what happened? Man. Seller call. First night of this event, we call live sellers with your leads. You bring property information sheets in, and we get on the phone, and you hear both sides of the conversation where we're negotiating with the sellers, trying to get them to say, yes, we'll do terms. And then we talk about what those terms are when they do say that. Oop. So you're bringing the leads. We'll teach you how before you come. We'll call them in class. And then I'm going to have a couple of mentors here that are going to be calling all the first day and all the second day till we get all your leads called and make deals while we sit there. And before you leave, you're going to have a contract to take out to the seller. And again, if you want some mentoring, we'll give you help one-on-one on that and guide you all the way through everything for 6 months and get several deals done. Now, we're going to send you some information, teach you how to bring leads. And get this, I have never done this boot camp in the last 10 years without getting deals while we're in class for the students. Never. Haven't failed once. So I challenge you. You bring the leads and see if you can stump me. And you can sit right there with them when they're calling if you want to, calling their leads. In class, we're going to talk about the ones that we get deals on over the phone. So get deals today. We talk about that day, or we're talking about next day. And we tell the person that's going to take it home exactly what to do and help them with any paperwork before they get out of there. And then somebody's going to be on the phone with them while they're in the house if you want to use a mentor. So guys, these are real deals. This is a real class. This is not just a seminar. We generate revenue for the people who bring the leads. In fact, the last one was a very small class. We only had 18 leads, and my sister got 5 deals out of 18 leads. Believe it or not, that's amazing, because don't count on that. It's amazing. And the better quality prospects that you bring in, the less you got to call to get deals. So we're going to talk to you about high value prospects and low value prospects as well, and make sure you spend your time trying to reach the people that are best suited to make a deal with you. I'm going to spend some time on this. Making money is not much good if you don't learn how to keep it. For one thing, the IRS, that's the biggest gorilla in the world. You don't want to get a rise of them. But asset protection and entity structuring, I'm going to touch on that this afternoon for you, but you need all the training you can get on this. You won't get everything that I teach you this afternoon. I'm going to warn you in advance, but I'm going to spend more time on it in the boot camp. And make sure that you have a way to get a plan together. It's actually called estate planning is really what it's called. Estate planning covers all those things that you're looking at there. And I doubt you're going to run across anybody that's better qualified to teach it than me. I doubt it. And how do you think I learned all this stuff? Yeah, hard way. We're going to take a video bus trip, which means my friend Jay Connor is going to be there. And we're going to go through 2 of his houses that were ugly, analyze them, put numbers on them, and 2 of them are pretty, and you'll see what they're going to look like. After they're finished, Jay does a magnificent job of rehabbing. You'll see all what it cost compared to what we thought it was going to cost, and then you'll see what he sold for, which is always higher than what the market said it could go for. In other words, you're going to meet a real rehabber that makes no less than $2 million a year now. When he first year, he left my boot camp in 2009, he made over $1 million. I think you saw that on a video a while ago. True. He's well over 2 million now, and he only does 30 houses a year. 30 houses a year. Okay. So you're going to see how he operates with a very, very, very small group in a town of 40,000 people, and without risking any, doesn't guarantee any debt. So that experience right there is going to be worth their whole trip to see me. You're going to learn what to fix, what it costs, hiring and controlling contractors, that's a biggie, and getting bids. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't get trained on hiring and finding contractors and getting bids, it's going to cost you a fortune that you did not have to lose because you weren't trained. Let us help you. Both of us are going to tell you what to do and what not to do. Estimating market value, that's another big gotcha, because most people estimate the market value too low, actually, and it's taking money right out of their pocket because they haven't learned how to go online and get the right value based on real comps. What to pay, checklist, rehab checklist, and some better exits in that as well. How to raise capital. Jay has become the master on getting private money out of human beings, not loan sharks. No points. You name the right rate, they don't name it. You name the terms, they don't name it. So in other words, we're going to teach you how to get money from human beings and their IRAs and so forth to do all the rehabs you want to do or pay all the houses you want to pay cash for. Now, you don't need private money in the pretty house terms business, but you definitely need it in the ugly house rehab business. And sometimes you just want to close on one to take more time to play the market and get a higher price for it. So I got that all for you. All you got to do is plug and play. Proof of funds is now available, and it's available by me. You go to a one-page site, fill in the blanks, and it kicks you out proof of funds. There's no human involved in it. And I want to be your transaction coordinator. What that means is this. Before you close on any purchase, I want to see the closing documents. And I'm going to look through them and correct mistakes that your closing agents most surely make. I haven't done a closing as far as I can remember where we didn't have to fix something before the closing. And still, I don't understand where to get some of these folks that work in these title companies. I just don't. I don't know why they picked them. They don't seem to know much about real estate. And frankly, I have to fix their mistakes. I fixed one just a few weeks ago. They put $1,500 worth of closing costs on my side that belonged on the other side, right on the contract. Shouldn't have had to tell them that, but I did. It would have cost me $1,500 if I didn't know what I was looking at, and including your documents, your warranty deeds. And we got to use the, who's going to take title, and got to be careful because it's a trap if you don't understand that. And then all the closing costs plus all the documents. I want to see the mortgage, and I want to see the deed, and I want to see the note. I want to see the mortgage. I just said that, and the closing statement. And it's free. It doesn't cost you a thing. Also, when you're rehabbing, I want to see the bid by the contractor with their name and phone number on it, so I can call them and get your bid down, because I guarantee you your bids are going to be very high. I mean, I prove it to you in my 4-day event with real bids. Some of them 100% higher than the other one for the exact same thing. So you need to learn what stuff costs and how to handle contractors, no matter whether you're going to be in the rehab business or not. You're certainly going to need them on your home sooner or later. So again, that's free. That's free. Last day is all about selling houses fast on autopilot. And friends, you are not going to be selling houses the way realtors sell houses. You're not going to show houses. No need. You're going to pre-screen them before you even give them the lockbox code with the script that I got there for you. And then I'll teach you how to follow up on that and get them right to the closing with your attorney doing it, even though you're furnishing most of the documents. And most of this, in fact, I think all of this without even leaving your desk, because it's all done virtual today. The days are gone where a buyer goes in and sits with the seller in the attorney's office and look at each other across the table. It's not the way things are done anymore. So the way I sell houses, you're going to like it, because there's not much for you to do. And it's free to sell houses today. I wished I could say that in the past. And then in the afternoon, I'm going to do a contracts class on all the contracts that are in my manual that you're going to get filled out and blank. And there's examples in the quick start manual. In fact, I think I got one right here. I thought I had one right here. I think I got one right here. There it is. I know it's in here somewhere. That's what your manual looks like. It's 350 pages in this thing. And it's absolutely adamant that you don't let this get out of your hands, because there's stuff in here you'll keep on using for years. It's only in that book. I'll show you how we get 10% more most of the time when we put houses on the market, and that is retail, rehab, as well as lease purchases. Now, a big old list of buyers. This is the most important asset in your business right here, is your buyers list, whether it's a terms business or whether it's a wholesale junker buyers. You build a buyers list, and just think of this. The next time you get another house, you email it to the buyers list. Don't even have to go messing around with the market. And I'm talking about junker buyers, which are always looking for a bargain, and then terms buyers, and you'll know how much money they got and how much money they can pay per month on every one of them. And then when you get a house, you just match it up. Better yet, we don't do that. We just email it to the whole buyers list, no matter what we have on them, and let them respond. Think about this. They can't go to a realtor and look at 50 houses before they buy it. They'll at least option it to them. No way. No. I'm telling you, you're the gatekeeper. You ain't going to show the house. Well, you're never going to show it. You'll show itself, but you're never going to send more than 2 or 3 people out to these things, and you're probably going to get a buyer. You're not going to know how much money they got before you even send them the house. We don't give them the lockbox code unless they know we got enough chance to get some money out of them that might, I'm going to get more out of them when I meet them, but somebody calls and said they got $1,000 to put down on their $300,000 house, we're not going very far with them. You can bring a guest for free. Now, if your spouse is willing to come, that'd be the guest I'd want you to bring. But you can also bring a child or somebody in your business. Anybody in that group can come for free, and you can add another one for $500 additional. And all of this is tax deductible, everything. And just, well, you didn't pay nothing for today, so I guess there isn't much to deduct. But let Uncle Sam, and there's my schedule. If you want to shoot that right now on your camera, that's my schedule for the rest of this year. And notice we're going to Newark, New Jersey in June and Los Angeles in November. So when you register, I want you to pick the one you're going to, but please note you can change it with a phone call, and you can come to as many of these as you want for the entire year at no charge after the first one. Now look, those are the ones that are live in a room. This is the one that's going to be virtual, October 21 and 24. You can go to a live one, and then you can go to the virtual one, to brush up. So if you're living anywhere around the Northeast, you're probably going to want me in June in Newark. Anywhere else, come down here in Jacksonville. We have the meeting room right here at my office. And we had several events here throughout the year. Hotels all around us. We got food all around us. And I promise good weather anytime you come down. We'll put it in your contract. No, we won't. So pick the one you want when you're registering, and don't worry, you can always change it with a phone call. Got a monthly conference call. All boot camp graduates have a monthly conference call to talk about deals and any issues and celebrate your successes as well. What's this going to cost me? Well, when I started, it cost $59.95. That was back in 1991. All right. But that's a lot of money, Ron. Sure, it's a lot of money. Compared to what? I mean, did you go to college? If you went to college, how much did that cost you? If it did cost you $6,000, that's one part of one wholesale deal, and your education is paid for. Can't say that about going to Harvard, can you? What'd you learn in college? I don't know. But my college is all about making money and keeping it and growing it, and that's all there is to it. And my college won't take 4 years to get through. So if you work with us, we might even get you a deal before you come. I'll show you why here in just a minute. So you want to see that price lower? Raise your hand if you want to see that price lower. No more tricks. There it is. It's lower. Don't worry, you're not paying $59.95. First thing I'm going to send you free is my 3 cash flow systems. Pretty house terms, wholesaling, and rehabbing. So I'm addressing all 3 components of the business, one in each model. And by the way, if you don't want to listen, now you're not getting books, okay? You're getting links nowadays to the paperwork and to the audio. But listen, if you don't want to listen to any of that, I mean, it don't really matter, because I'm going to give you everything you need at the boot camp anyway. If you do want to listen to one, I'd listen to the terms course first. I don't know. Maybe you want to listen to the wholesaling course. It depends on where you think you're going to go next. I got this certificate in my terms course that says if you go out and do a deal within 90 days and send us a proof of it, I'll send you a check for $1,000. $1,000 ain't gonna make you rich, but it's $1,000 bucks. It's $1,000. So in other words, it's kind of motivation to get you going. Look, we do make these checks. We do pay these people. All right. So don't think we don't pay them. Not seminar crap. You're also going to 180-day hotline. That means you can call in here 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, and get answers to your questions. Now that alone costs $1,000, 6 months. So you don't feel like this cat. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Sometimes you feel like that when you're out there all by yourself and nobody to talk to, wondering if you're doing the right thing or why you're not doing it. You've always got somebody to talk to. Now this just starts at the boot camp from 6 months beyond. And then I got you covered between now and the boot camp as well. I want to get testimonials like this from you. This gal made $125,000 to the person she had here on the phone when she called. She knows she wouldn't have got it without it. $125,000. I'm thinking of Jay Connor. He came out in boot camp in 2009, and he got one of our mentors, and his first deal netted him $225,000 on a piece of land on the marsh that he was throwing in the trash can, tell him to pull it back out and let's go buy it subject to. $225,000 first deal. That's a nice first deal. Free returns visits after the first year as often as you want. I think I made that clear, and I'm going to tell you right now, you really should plan on at least 2 visits. The people who come 2 or 3 times are the most successful people, and I will admit it's going to be like drinking out of a fire hose. So I might as well put them in your plan. And I would really like to see you do 2 live ones, because I promise you'll get more out of the second when you do the first one. Everybody does. You know exactly what you're in for. You've already put a lot of it to work. You know where your weaknesses are and where you need help. And don't forget, you bring leads to every boot camp. We will process them in class. And you'll quickly learn, don't even think about coming to this without bringing leads, which we're going to show you how to get. And then we'll sit here doing deals for you while you're in class listening again. Make money while you're here. Where do you go to a seminar that you actually make money at? 500 to return after the first year, for many times as you want. 100% guarantee. That means for the first 30 days, you can reverse your decision for any reason whatsoever. There aren't no restocking fees or any of that crap. If you take this, you buy this, and then you tell your spouse, and your spouse tells you to take that back or I'll divorce you, well, I mean, you do have a choice to make. But anyway, I hope it's not a choice, because for you to buy this and then back out of it, you will never know how much that cost you. Never. And if that's not good enough, you can come and sit with me for 2 days in a live event. And at the end of 2 days, if you think this is not for you, just go back to the table and tell them you're out, and we'll send you a full refund. I don't know how you can beat that one. That's just the live one now, not the virtual one. All right, how much? Well, it ain't $59.95. It ain't $49.95. It ain't $39.95. It is $29.95, half off. Half off. However, you can also deduct another $500 if you're a veteran or a first responder. Take $500, that gets you down to $24.95. And if you register during the break, watch this. I'm going to give you these. I'm going to give you an entire course on how to get wealth in your IRA, and why you should think about doing all your houses in your IRA, or doing a few outside and the rest of them in. Go tax-free forever. You know that money grows 10 times faster tax-free than it does taxed, as long as you reinvest it, the return. I'm going to give you that course with the boot camp. You'll get it immediately. And then here's one. I'm going to show you this afternoon. How to put your children. If you got children or grandchildren under the age of 18, you better listen up this afternoon, because I'm going to show you how to put them through grade school all the way through college with not a dime out of your pocket. Not a dime out of your pocket. You can do that with a special IRA. How to complete contracts on terms and cash deals. Now, I'm going to teach you that in class, okay? But here's how you can do it. I think this is about an hour and 15, hour, 20 minutes. We'll go through every document that I have in the boot camp manual. We go through it and we put it on tape for you. I want you to have that as well. And then, of course, don't forget my 3 cash flow systems. That's a $2,000 value, and I'm not kidding. We sold a lot of them in 1997. And it covers everything, wholesale, retail, and terms, like I showed you earlier. And how to generate quality leads. 3 days of how to generate leads, both from students and from lead providers. That's about $5,000 worth of free bonuses. That's a real $5,000. We'll finance you in-house with no credit check and no interest, and you're approved. The committee has spoken, all right? Or we got other financing for you with nothing down, and you can decide which financing you want. I just have to get on the phone with them and they'll talk you through it, and you got 2 or 3 choices. And register today, and for the first 10 that do, I'm going to give you a certificate that you're going to work with me for the first 90 days starting Monday. All right, you're going to go through the, I don't know, term system maybe, or the wholesaler, which one you want to go through first. And then you're going to learn how to generate leads. And I'm going to sign the certificate for you. So when you get leads and you've screened them to a point that you're not sure, you're going to send them to me, and I'm going to look at them, and I'm going to say either this is junk or tell you why, or I'm going to pick up the phone and call you if it's time to move forward with this lead. What do you think's a good chance, best chance of you getting the deal in the first 90 days working with me? Okay, you work with me, and I bet you we can get a deal. All you got to do is generate the leads. All right, send them to me. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. All right, got 90 days to work with me. We're married for 90 days. Okay, it will be a sexless marriage, but we're married for 90 days. And you'd be surprised. I'm going to call you back because you got access directly to me. And you got to have that certificate now. It's got to come with your leads that you want to follow up on. So I'll know that you're qualified to send me those leads. There it is on a recap if you want to shoot it. 4 days with me, 180-day helpline, 90-day consulting certificate for the first 10 with me. And I mean, we're going to count them now. I know my limitations here. Monthly conference calls, no risk guarantee. Remember the guarantee? 30 days in the first 2 days. I'm going to give you all 4 of these systems: IRA, quality leads, contracts, and actually it's 5, 6 systems because the 3 cash flow systems are with it as well. Trying to save money and not get professionally trained is like trying to skip high school and go straight to college. Not going to be very profitable. And I mean it when I say this could be the most important event in your life if you intend to buy and sell houses. That's a basic training. But Ron, I spent a lot of money with other teachers and still haven't done deals. Yeah, me too. But then after a few years of floundering, I discovered the problem. And it was ugly, that problem. It was me. The best teachers in the world won't help without implementation. All the training you can get. You can listen to audios till your ears bleed, and if you don't implement, then you won't go anywhere. Just another seminar. We here at Global Publishing are going to help you implement. We're going to physically force you to get deals in spite of yourself in our mentoring program, which you'll hear about when you come see me. So, you know, I did the same thing a lot of years. I listened to course after course after course, but I didn't have anybody to help me. Didn't have anybody to call on that knew what they were talking about. There's no person or company better qualified to help you succeed in this business than moi. We make millionaires. Won't you join us? We have all these all over our walls here in Jacksonville. You see so many of them. There's a check for, these are all wholesale deals. 20 grand, Oregon, 50 grand, Louisiana, $67,000 in Florida, one wholesale deal. 7,000 in Pennsylvania. I'm trying to go all around the country and trying to go with several different dollar amounts. You can see that it doesn't matter where you live. This works in every state, including the one you live in. And in fact, Canada as well. 30 grand right there. Where's that? Texas. 23 grand. Pennsylvania. Now look at our walls. This is just 2 of them. Okay. We got these on the wall in both buildings, and I got a stack over there about 3 feet high that haven't been posted yet. So one more thing. If you enroll in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to give you the $500 sponsor discount. Everybody gets that enrolls. That includes our list at the Global, and that includes Scott's list. Everybody that's watching right now is going to get that $500 discount, but you got to register today to get it. So if you're a veteran, you're down as low as $1,995 right now. Well, pretty soon I'm going to be writing you checks. Got to tell you, folks, that's the cheapest I've ever sold this boot camp to anybody ever. I'm trying to get many people in this thing as I can, and my goal is to help you get going and get to point to where you don't have to worry about money every day anymore. So come to Papa. There's your 500, there's your number, 800-567-6128. Get on the phone. They're not going to hard pressure you to do anything. Just ask you questions, and it won't take you very long. And then you can make the decision. Again, we finance it if you need it. Go down, you're going to get all those 4 bonus courses. All right, John, do we have any more questions?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Would my husband be able to attend in person and I can attend virtual?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Mary said,
Well, wait a minute. Whoa, excuse me. That we don't do the virtual same time we do the live. So you won't be able to do it simultaneously. But you will be able to watch the virtual. You can watch the virtual as many, today if you want when you sign up. That's the link we send you.
right, and the live virtual is in October. So for the first year, you and your husband can go to any combination of those events for free.
But I got to tell you, I sure hope that you can come with your husband because you're going to get a whole lot more out of it when you're there together. I don't ever go to a seminar alone. I always take 2 or 3 staff with me. Of course, then I got somebody to delegate to right away. But then again, they get a lot of stuff that I know how hard it is for a human being to sit there listening to somebody all day and keep your mind on what's going on. I mean, we're human. We're going to miss some of it. So that's why I want you to come back a second time. But it really helps. You're free regardless on the virtual. I mean, I can't tell you how many people to put on your screen. But let's say you got an adult child or I don't know, somebody that's your friend or whatever. You can bring anybody as long as they're in your business or in your family or you're married to them. As far as I don't know. Go ahead. I'm just talking.
That answers Dana's question. Can we bring our spouse? Will it cost extra? Free guests.
Yes, that's correct.
Maria says, can we do these deals with properties that have mobile homes slash manufactured homes?
Yes, we can. Some are.
Mary says, can we use some points? Gold Club points, I assume?
Not at this price. You've never seen this at this price. I know you've seen me before. This is the cheapest I've ever done this. So I got a lot of other things you can use the Gold Club points on, but not at this price.
Right. I'm in New Jersey, but I might have to miss a day for a wedding. Will I be able to make it up at a different location?
Well, or you can move your wedding. No, just kidding. Bring your fiance, that's for sure. When you do come, and you can. All you got to do is call and change locations anytime you want. There's no charge.
Janet says, I had to step out of the room for a minute. How much was it again?
Oh, it's $29.95 less $500 if you're a veteran or a first responder. And it's another $500 off I'm giving everybody just for watching today. So, it's $29.95 or $19.95 or $24.95, whichever one you qualify for.
Michael said, if you become a master, will you include this package deal as well?
Yes. Yes.
Jerry says, is the land trust course included in the training?
Included in the what?
Included in this training.
I'm going to talk about land trusts this afternoon. You may not even need anything else, but don't worry. I got some surprises for you this afternoon if you go get this boot camp right now.
Debbie says, are you going to be in Atlanta anytime soon?
Debbie, I've been doing this so long. I've been traveling all over the country and travel about 11 of these a year or so forth. Now I'm down to 2 I got to travel to. So I'm traveling a lot less than I used to before COVID started. I even sold my plane last year because I don't travel enough to use it. But next year's agenda will have 2 or 3 places that I travel to. And, Atlanta, frankly, is as good as any, I think. So I'll tell you, I'll put it on the agenda to discuss with my team.
It's not a bad drive from Atlanta to Jacksonville and a 30-minute plane ride.
45.
45.
Yeah.
Janet says, if we join monthly, is you and your team's expertise you are speaking of available to us?
If you join monthly, what?
Yeah, this was from a little bit earlier, so I don't know if she's speaking about the Dreams program.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's always available to you. The Dreams program is your whole system that runs your business for you. And we do lessons on that twice a week alone. And then we have conference calls for all of our customers 2 or 3 times a week sometimes. And there'll be plenty of conference calls available to you. You'll probably get more of us than you want. And then, of course, mentoring, that's a one-on-one thing. You work with them for 6 months. And now we got group coaching, which you might want to check out. I did not come today with the intent of talking about that, but we got a brand new group coaching, a lot cheaper than our one-on-one. So I don't know what we don't have that you would want, to tell you the truth. But if you, I'm always looking for your guys' suggestions. Every Friday when you're in a Gold Club, you're going to get a Q&A session where I sit in front of a video and you answer your questions then.
Jerry said, my spouse is a veteran. Does the discount apply?
Yes, of course.
Delna says, why aren't any of the training dates over the weekend?
Well, because I found that people don't really want to be away on Sunday. And this, believe it or not, people will rather come to a work day than to give up their Saturday. And we used to do them through the weekend a long time ago, but our research and your comments tell us, no, let's do them during the week. The whole goal is to get you out of work so you don't have to worry about what day they're on. I tell you what, I've put a lot of people out of work.
Dr. Dave says, do returning Quick Start students get the 90-day run certificate?
You should have already got it when you registered the first time, Dave. If you didn't get it, yeah, let us know. Call our office and I will look up your record. And you know what? I'm not even sure their record's going to show whether they got that certificate. Is it?
I think they have that information, yes.
If all of it fails, go to ask@ronlegrand.com and tell them you didn't get it, and we'll send you one.
Okay, Justin said, under all of these terms we work out with the seller, is it a traditional lease option or is this doable for pretty slow flips as well?
Well, frankly, a lease option is a slow flip. I don't know who invented that term, but it means that you're putting a tenant in the house. That's a slow flip. So did I answer that question, John, or
Well,
not?
he says the appeal of slow flips is not being a landlord.
Trust me, when you got a lease option tenant buyer in your house, you're not going to be a landlord because you're never going to hear from them until they decide to want to move or buy. And besides, they're responsible for their own repairs. I haven't even told everybody that. When I put a lease option tenant buyer in the house, after the first 30 days, all repairs are their responsibility, just like they will be when they buy it. So deposit non-refundable, they do all the repairs. In fact, I don't know why anybody would want to straight rent a single family house. To me, it's foolish. One time I had over 200 Section 8 HUD tenants. I understand. Now, why would I want to straight rent a single family house when I could put a tenant buyer in there, collect thousands of dollars and not have to do any repairs? Doesn't make sense to me.
What does financing look like?
There's several versions of it. Just call that number and they'll explain it all to you.
Dang asks how he can get his loved ones to see this as an opportunity of a lifetime and get them to attend the event.
So, Dang, you're telling me you're having trouble getting your loved ones to attend the event? Well, doing events like this wouldn't hurt to try to get them on. You got my book. I'd be a quick turn real estate millionaire or something like that in any city. And I'm assuming you're telling me you can't get them to the boot camp. All you can do is expose them, sir. We can't bring people along that don't want to come along. And I've learned a long time ago, if it's free, they're going to do anything with it anyway. So they got to have a dog in the hunt. And they do. This is the cheapest dog that I've ever put out, but they got to have a dog in the hunt. So, I mean, when you think about the money that's available to us, the pathetic $2,900 expenditure. I mean, you saw my wholesale deals. That's 10% of most of them, right there. So it's a no-brainer to me, but you know, I know what it's all about and you don't. So you got a guarantee as well. So dang, I back again. Bring those who want to come and don't try to beat up the ones that don't. Just make enemies out of them. Give them a chance.
Michael asked, do you still own Section 8 houses?
I'll never own another Section 8 house in my whole life.
Should I get my real estate license or can I do this as is?
You can do it as is or get your license. I got a lot of people in both. Real estate license ain't going to hurt you any, but it might get you an occasional deal that realtors can't sell where you can get right on terms. It also gives you the keys to the vacant houses and you can get the MLS in your house. All these are pluses. Plus it puts you in a position to where you might turn a seller that won't do terms with you into a client that you go list their house while you got them on the phone with you and you're on the inside track. You know, while all the realtors are chasing them, you're on the phone with them. They're not. So there's advantages. Only disadvantage is you got to disclose that you're a realtor at the point of a meaningful relationship.
This was from earlier. You were talking about your real estate attorney made a mistake that you caught. Shouldn't the real estate attorney know if there are any errors on the closing statement? If not, what are we paying them
You
for?
hit it right on the head. They should, shouldn't they? Yeah. But the real estate, I mean, attorney themselves usually ain't doing all the work. It's the people they put to doing the work. And I don't know where to get these people from. Sometimes I think they got them from Popeye's Chicken. You ever went to Popeye's Chicken and got what you ordered? Me either. I can stand here and order something and go down the end of the counter and pick it up. It's a different thing. I just don't know how it can change that quick. But, and again, that's the world we live in today. So you got to check everything. Got to check everything. Now, I certainly have to do a few. You won't need me to look at them anymore. You'll be looking for the same mistakes. But, you know, I'm very, very good at reading these things. And I can find the mistakes very quickly.
Michael says, will you cover selling with owner financing today?
No. That's part of the boot camp training, but it's not on my schedule today. I got land trust and I got asset protection and IRA to do today yet. And that's after that session on what we're doing right now with Adam.
All right, that's all our questions.
Okay. Well, you guys get on the phone there. Our guys are back there waiting for your call. And again, don't put it off. And I'll tell you, if you register right now, you got some pleasant surprises coming this afternoon. So you better get on it right now. And I'll see you soon. Incidentally, please make a decision to come to the very next one that you can get to. Do not put it off. Let's, for example, you're out in the West. Well, so what? I won't be out there till December, for crying out loud, or November. Come now to Jacksonville. And then when you come back, I'll be in your neighborhood. And by that time, you'll be ready to kick butt out there. I'm telling you, almost all of my real players have gone to that boot camp 2, 3, some of them more times. And every time it gets better for them because they absorb more of them. All right. It's what, 4 minutes after 1? Let's come back at 1. What time did I schedule, John? 30 minutes, didn't I?
You had us going to lunch from 1:15 to 1:45.
All right, then we're going to go to lunch at 1:05 to 1:40.
All right.
That gives them an extra 5 minutes. Come back at 1:40. That's when I'll start. See you then. Keep your questions.
Ron's event to me is heads and toes above any other event. He always has good content. He has good speakers that he brings in. He doesn't let just anybody come in and speak. He always has good speakers.
It's great energy. There's a lot of people motivated and a lot of people that are getting motivated. You can just tell by everyone that walks up there and speaks that they're here to help with whatever they can. So it's really exciting.
So the content is a little overwhelming at first when some of the mentors have said to us, be prepared, it's like drinking from a fire hose. They are absolutely right.
It's just chock full of so much great information, first of all, and then just to hear testimonials from others who've been doing it as well.
It's awesome. The amount of information, it borders on information overload, but it is so good. Every time you hear it, you just understand it a little better.
So the live on-stage phone calls where all the mentors got up on stage. Each mentor got about 3 chances, or whoever they can get on the phone. And it was raw, uncut, live calls. Like, you know, anything can go.
You actually get to see fellow students work on properties that have the potential for you to purchase and make an incredible profit on.
Ron's an awesome guy. He's got the goods. It's not a flash in the pan kind of event. It's just rock solid meat and potatoes, good stuff all the way through.
He is so matter of fact. His teaching style is very to the point. There's no BS, but you learn really quickly that way.
He's the real deal. He's to the point, and he's been doing it for so long that it's like second nature to him. And if you just listen to what he does and what he says, then you'll do fine.
He seems sincere, he's honest, he's easy to understand. He has a sense of humor, so I enjoy his teaching.
Man, he changed my life, man, just off of the content that I've gotten, just listening to him. And I don't know too many people that can hold you in one place for 12 hours and you still be excited just listening to him.
He tells you exactly what to do, how it is. It's no baloney, you know? I like that.
Everybody is just super nice, super helpful. They want to make sure that you're getting what you're needing.
Anytime we have a question, they're there to answer it.
Everybody's so helpful, and all they want to do is see you succeed, which is very good, and it's obvious too.
This event gives you limitless potential. You owe it to yourself to come and learn what this process is, because it will open your eyes and change your life.
Just do it. I mean, save up the money. And if you're on the fence and this is something that you're interested in and you can see yourself doing, then you're absolutely right. You can absolutely do this business. It'll change your life. I believe it's changed mine.
If you're considering real estate at all, this event, you can get people that will walk beside you and help you become a success in this. 100%. You will do deals with these people.
You're going to make it back in one deal if you're passionate about it and this is what you want to do. To me, it's like a no-brainer, you know?
Just do it. Just do it.
This is Lucy. That's her name. This is my 1955 Ford Crown Victoria. I bought it totally restored, and then I had the interior put into it and a few other things. But this is my driver right now, and she's my baby. It's got a 390 cubic inch engine in it, and it drives and rides nicely. So I drive it around as much as I can, but not as much as I should. Coming up to our office now. Time to go to work. Okay, here we are coming into the office right now. In fact, might as well start with the conference room here. We've made an awful lot of big decisions in this room. This is where we meet from time to time and where we have our all kinds of meetings, and the staff comes in here. Some of the staff, you know, the leaders of the different departments come in here, and we sit around and chat and we work on the boards, and we go through information, make decisions like any other company would do. In fact, I bought this building in 1995 as a bank repo, and this room was already built like this. It's a beautiful room with all that wood on the walls and so forth. And, I mean, it's just so nice. We're never going to change it. So I think what I want to do next to probably show some of our testimonial letters that we have on the wall here. In fact, we have so many of them we can't possibly put them on the wall, but if you film down that wall, you'll see that we have many, many, many walls in this building just like this with these all over them. And I'll just point out a few here just for examples. Whitney nicely here, she's got her own business going on up there in Tennessee. She started her own Rio Club. Sophia, South Florida, I mean, she's kicking butt down there. And all these folks feel like family to me. Of course, they've all come and been trained, and now they've gone out and they're implementing their training, and many of them have gone on to become trainers. In fact, a good example of that is Dixie Decker here. She lives out in Missouri. She's in the student housing business, and she also trains on the student housing. And she became a multi-millionaire from a single mom, broke and bankrupt. And it didn't take her long once she came and got trained. Blair Halver here got his own business as well. Lives in North Carolina and came and got trained, and now he's out there exploding. Andrew Slag started when he was 21 years old, and now he's one of our mentors, and he lives in Louisville. He does about 6 to 8 deals per month after I trained him, and now he's become a trainer. He's got a course of his own, or a couple of courses of his own that I helped him, worked on with him, and on and on and on, right on down. But I want to especially point out this one right here, Hector Padilla from Los Angeles, California. Can you come over and put the camera on this, please? This guy came to my commercial property boot camp several years ago, and this letter says that he's now purchased over $79 million worth of commercial property. And by the way, I got an update on this later, and he's over $100 million worth of commercial property now, since he came to the boot camp and got the spark and went out and started implementing it. Down here he says, I live in Brentwood, which is next door to Beverly Hills. Yes, I used seller financing to purchase this property for $4.1 million. It's now worth over $6 million. He says, I have time freedom and I have financial freedom. And of course, he wants to thank me, but I didn't do the work. He did the work. I just did the training. So I got a lot of people on here that I instantly recognize, and there's just walls full of these throughout the buildings here. I have a building next door, and they keep coming in. I wish we could mount them all, but we can't. We got about a stack about that deep that should go up on the wall, but we're kind of running out of walls. So there you have it. Here we are in my office now with all of the camera crap in here, since we're doing some filming today. Just a few things. Here's up here on this wall is a photo with me and Mark Victor Hansen, Chicken Soup for the Soul. Him and I became good buddies. Over here is my dad, actually, who is and me, back when I had black hair and mustache. He's a merry-go-round expert. That's what he did. And some people would call him if they wanted to set up a merry-go-round in a shopping center or something. He's the guy they would call, because there was nobody left alive that even knew how to do it. Over here is my home. I live on 10 acres, and these are aerial views of my home. And here, by the way, is a sales letter that a student sent me on a real estate course that was $29 and $2 down and $1 a month or something like that, 1903, in case you think we just started this stuff. So I put it up there on the wall. If you'll turn that around here, let me show my fish up here on the wall. So over there on the right is a king salmon that I caught in Alaska, Salmon Falls Resort. I've been going there for a long time now, since 1995 or 6, I think. Here's a red snapper I caught off of shore in Jacksonville. Had it mounted, and by the way, these are all the real skins on these fish. So, you know, they weren't cheap to mount. And down here is a red snapper. They don't call it that. I forgot what they call it, but it's just some form of cod. Caught it in Alaska, and that's a rather large one. They tell me that fish was about 40 years old or something like that, but, you know, I killed it. All right. Here's a picture of myself and Donald Trump. I heard him speak one time, and I stood right beside him. I looked right down at his hair, and his hair was coming out of his head, so his hair is real, by the way. So anyway, that's pretty much my office. The rest of it is just junk that I keep. I sit right here at this desk when I actually work in the building, which is not very often. And you know, a lot of decisions have been made right here. So that's my office. And there's one more thing I wanted to show you about my office, okay? And you have to see this. Okay. Here's my bidet. Do you have a bidet in your office? If you don't have one of these, get one, because you'll not be without it once you have one.
I think the biggest light bulb for me is going from the mindset of the BRRRR method, buy, rehab, rent, refinance, repeat. I kind of thought that was my future, and Ron very, very quickly showed me a much easier, a much safer, a much more stable path to wealth. And of course, that's through owner financing in terms and doing it in such a way where you're never personally guaranteeing debt. And that's life-changing. That principle is really, I think, what a lot of real estate investors need to learn. Because most people, are just getting bank loan after bank loan after bank loan, and that's dangerous. So that was the biggest, aha moment for me.
Yeah, if you have doubts about trying this and doing it on your own, that you got to come to this quick start, and he'll show you how to get started. It's takes some work. You're going to have to spend some time learning and educating yourself, but it's worth it. All of his quick starts are really they'll open your eyes a little bit on what you can do, and you'd be surprised at what you can do without money and without credit.
What I would strongly suggest is don't give up. Don't be afraid. Everybody's going to be nervous, but just keep plugging forward. Use all of the amenities, for lack of better words, that are offered to you. Use your VA. Put out bandit signs. Do the free advertising. Do your due diligence with following up on the leads that you get from your VA or Gold Club or wherever you get them from. And don't get discouraged. I was lucky because within 6 months I made my first deal. Here we are 1.5 years later, and Les just made his.
My first deal, yeah. And so I'd also add to that, get a lead, get a mentor, and do the very next thing you could probably do that I would say is get the script and learn how to talk on the phone.
Yeah, can't stress that enough. We do practice calls to each other.
It's hard for me to do that. I was a D student in high school. I'm still a D student. But you give me a milling machine and I'll mill you out a putter head in about 30 minutes.
Not letting fear stop you and realizing that perhaps this is what you're meant for. I wasted a good 30 years chasing the, golden ladder, I guess as they call it or whatever, and putting up with things that just was unconscionable in some cases, and before I realized, I'm getting advanced in age and maybe it's time for me to step into who I'm supposed to be. And the nice thing is that it's actually helped me to achieve the very thing that I had been trying to do my whole life, which is to help others, to love on others, and to kind of, just wrap my arms around them and say, hey, listen, I can help you solve these problems. I think that goes back to when my family and I lost our home when I was a very young man. It was devastating, and it forever changed my life. And but now I get to be the guy to go, hey, you know what? How much can you afford? I actually had a person tell me recently that they couldn't afford even close to what the house next door was going for, which was not as nice as the one they were about to rent from me. And I said, well, what can you afford? And I had to ask them 2 or 3 times. And finally they said, $700 a month. I know you're not going to take that. And I said, okay, I can work with that,
And then their eyes got this big, really? Are you serious? I'm like, yeah, it's just money, And so it gives me the opportunity to be generous. It gives me the opportunity to love on people.
I'm just thankful I met Ron and that I've learned from him and all the opportunities that he gave us and this great group of people, because everyone here is just wonderful. It's a big family and everybody learns from everybody. We all keep in touch after the events and we all hang out and text and just constantly keep in touch with each other. So it's a big family he's built here.
I would tell someone to attend this conference because this is life-changing information.
There are a lot of fake gurus out there, and I feel like, Ron LeGrand is like the godfather of real estate. There's nobody better than him.
He knows so much. He's got the best training program. He's got the best mentors.
I have had people come to me from all walks of life, all professions, from brain surgeons on down to the unemployed. They all have the same issue. I need more cash flow in my life. I need to be able to retire, not have to worry about making money. I was the same way. I had nothing to work with. I was broke all my life.
Welcome to Mr. Ron LeGrand.
I got out of it only because I chose to get out, and I made the decision I wasn't going to live like that anymore. It's a decision, it's a choice, but it has to quickly be followed by action, or it's just another thought.
Breathe in deeply. Open your mouth.
If you don't attend a Ron LeGrand conference, then the change that you've been looking for in your life, you will miss it.
If I just follow the steps they tell me, that success is assured.
Ron's strategies are straight to the point. He goes in, he lets you know what you need to do.
With the experience that I've had, that can give you the good, the bad, and the ugly.
It's the Great American Real Estate Summit, we call it. They all have one mission in mind: use real estate as the vehicle to make a lot more money and get wealthy, and as fast as possible, without using their money or credit.
Is that a good plan?
At first, I didn't believe what I was seeing. I'm a believer now.
The number one biggest killer of a career or a financial independence is located between this earlobe and this earlobe. It's called fear. And our whole objective is to help them get over that fear.
In terms of fear of real estate, I have no fears now.
This event is unique because we've assembled a very qualified faculty. In addition to me, they all do what they say, they have years of experience, and they got a teacher's heart. When we do this event, we create a massive networking environment where people can come and create relationships from all over the country, all over North America, that they would never have if they didn't come to this event. When they come here, a lot of them take money home with them because we give away a lot of cash at these things. But more importantly, we process their deals for them, and they go home. And we just don't even do deals that make less than about $20,000, and from there we go up.
And what makes it so different is he guides you A through Z, all the steps that are involved.
Because we do it right in front of their face so they can see how it's not that hard. We make live seller calls here. Once they see it happen in real life, they cannot doubt it anymore, especially if it's their deal we're calling.
They're walking you through it. They're essentially holding your hand through it.
People bring us leads. It's kind of a deal-a-thon.
Gene, I'm here with Bill, my business partner.
I was blown away by it. It was just amazing.
I want them to feel like they can do it. I want them to have hope, and I want them to have the confidence to go out and implement the few things they have to do to change their life.
I always wanted to be a self-starter, but the hump for me was the information, the tactics, the techniques, and just that last little push. So I came here to get over that hump, and I feel like I have, and I'm going to destroy that hump now.
When you don't have to think about money day in and day out, you are financially free. That's my definition of success. Okay, here we are standing in front of Lowe's. Jay and I are going to go through there. We're going to have a guide, and his name is Yella.
Yella, that's right.
And we're just going to go from department to department, looking at things you would normally use in a rehab, and then we're going to show you what it costs, because the prices are right under the thing, aren't they?
They are, and you might be surprised at how these things don't cost as much as you might think they do.
Which is the whole reason we're here.
Exactly,
All
exactly.
right. So by the time we get out of here, you'll have a better handle on what these things cost. And don't forget, Lowe's has a website. and these prices are the same pretty much anywhere you go in the country. So I don't even want to hear it costs more than that here. All right? All right, well, let's go on in, Jay. You ready?
All right, let's go.
Okay, Okay, here we are in the door department. Jay, why don't you show them what door you put in your house?
Sure. So this door right here, I love it. This is, I'll put this door on entry-level price point houses, $200,000. I'll put this door on a $300,000 house.
Me too. It doesn't matter. Yeah, this door will go in any house.
And look, the price of this door is $445.
They're not going to believe anything we tell them unless we prove it. I'll tell you one thing. The front door better look nice.
It's
Remember,
your first impression.
You got to get them off the road before you can get them in the house. Explain what this stuff is here, guys.
Yeah, luxury vinyl plank.
Or LVP.
LVP,
okay.
yeah. $5 a square foot all in.
Now look at the price now.
Yep.
$2.38 for the LVP. That's per foot.
Yep.
So $2 a square foot is more than enough to get it installed because this stuff is easy to install. All right, here we are in the refrigerator department. We're going to show you what we would put in the house, but then we're going to show you how easy it is for you to believe that you can't get these prices because there's so many refrigerators here that are way higher in price. Here's one, look, $1,079. Now look at this. This is a double door refrigerator with an ice maker in it, for crying out loud, not some little cheap thing that they stick in the corner.
So when we buy a complete appliance package, I'm talking $2,000, maybe $2,200 with tax.
Now, we got to prove that.
Yes.
Because we just had a $1,200 refrigerator.
That's right. We only got $1,000 left.
This is just an example. There's 50 ranges in here.
True.
But this is a nice looking range. It's black. It's got stainless steel at the bottom. Anybody buying a home will be happy with it. It's $649. We got a dishwasher here, $449. Brand new Frigidaire, which puts us over budget.
Well, in my defense, this whole package right here with the $2,300 will qualify for the volume savings program.
So I get my 12 to 14% off.
So we're going to get it down then, aren't we? Okay.
Yes.
And this is granite now. This is what you're going to use. But I'm telling you right now, close your ears, Jill. Okay. You ain't getting countertops at Lowe's. Nothing against Lowe's, but the reason it's higher here is because they job it all out. They got to get somebody else to come out and measure it, then they got to get somebody else to come out, and of course there's markups along the way.
All right,
here we are, sinks, all right? This actually is a beautiful example right here. This is a white cabinet, it'll go to any bathroom, comes all with a top, comes with a faucet already, so you got the whole complete unit, and that would be this one at $259. Kitchen faucets, this is one place you do not want to scrimp and scrape, okay? Now look, there's one for $89 and all the way down here to $159. But just make sure you have at least that quality of faucet in the kitchen. All right, here we are at paint. So Yella, we're looking at Valspar, and that's what Jay recommends.
That's what I use.
And what I'm looking at here is it's anywhere between $115 to $139 for a 5-gallon bucket.
Yes.
Now I use semi-gloss on the walls and flat on the ceilings.
Right.
And semi-gloss on the trim.
Right.
What do you do?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
All right. All right, we're at sinks now, folks, and obviously there's a lot of choices here. Look, they're starting at about $109 for a double sink, but I think this one for $159 to me looks a whole lot better than that one for $109 down there. It's a lot shinier, and I think it's going to hold that shine. And the $199 here. So that's it for our tour.
Yep.
So we might as well say goodbye to Yella while we're here.
Thank you so much, Yella, for helping us out here on the Lowe's tour.
Great job. We really appreciate you.
You're very welcome.
All right. Thank you for showing us through Lowe's.
Adela and I are out here in front of a house that we're very close to getting finished on renovations. In fact, as usual, we were told to come out here today because it was 100% done. It is no more than 90% done. He's got a list this long he's still got to do. And this is a contractor I've used dozens of times. In fact, he's even built restaurants out on the inside for me. And I still got to come out here and tell him what needs to be done. So, as long as I've been at this, we ain't quite perfect yet.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, we paid $190,000 for this house. And where did we get the lead?
Was mail, direct mail.
Direct mail. Yeah, we used the Dream system.
Yeah.
Direct mail. And that was cash. And at that time, it was worth $325. And that's been 3 or 4 months ago. I don't think we're going to get out of it now. How much we got in this thing for repairs?
Around 40 right now.
Around 40
Yeah.
right now? Okay. So 190 plus 40 is 230. And we thought it was worth 3 1/4, and you might think that's a big old spread. It's not a big old spread. By the time you get through taking all the other costs out of this, and now I'm going to have to add some more on it to get him finished, because we didn't apparently take a very good look when we went through there with a. That's why you have to have women with you, right, Tish?
That's right. They left me at
We
home.
did come without Tish when we did the.
I'm here today.
Us men can't see crap.
Yeah.
Let's just take a quick walk through, and you'll see what a 90% job looks like. We did paint the whole house. Did we put a roof on this?
It was now we cleaned it.
We just cleaned it.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Just cleaned it because of this tree right here. So I kind of like that front door, but kind of don't. I don't know. It's all right.
Okay.
It's all right.
It sticks out.
That bush right there, I wish we could put one in every house we have.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, let's go on inside. They painted inside the house, they painted it white. I would have put a tan color on it. You know, just paint it. Changed all the registers out all throughout the house. Here's the kitchen. We didn't do a lot to the kitchen, but we did put the handles on the cabinets.
We brought in all new cabinets.
Oh, new
all
cabinets.
new.
Okay. Yeah.
New cabinets, new countertop here.
These are the original appliances.
They suggested we take that refrigerator and stick it in the garage and leave it vacant.
Yep.
And, you know, that's not a bad idea. When it don't cost me anything, it's a good idea.
Yeah. but in the sake for them, like we're still missing in here. We need a light over the sink, and we need a vent hood over the range before we're done with this kitchen. But what a beautiful faucet. I just noticed that. See, I didn't even notice how pretty that was.
Yeah.
All right.
Got a big old room here that might sell the house. We're going to need all the help we can get on this one. This was all carpet. And they talked me into taking it out and putting LVP down, and it does look nice. A little dark. We're not going to paint the fireplace. I'll leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at this thing over here in the corner. I think it's about as ugly as it gets.
It is.
But they talked me into letting them paint it black. Put some doors on it. I don't know what they're going to do with the countertop. So, you know, I wouldn't win no Southern Living magazine slot with this house, I can tell you. And they're slowing down big time here. They really are. Back there is just bedrooms. Not much to see back there. It's walls and doors and closets and bedrooms.
We did remodel the bathrooms.
Oh, that we did. Go ahead and shoot them. It was nice.
They do look nice.
But I told him he has to have a shower curtain up there, and it's got to have birds or fish or something on it, or flowers. I'm getting, you know, won't let me do wallpaper anymore, but I want a little color in this place. It looks to me like a white tornado went through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got another. Yeah. Primary bedroom.
Yeah.
Yep, another.
He does a nice job on the bathrooms.
Yeah, beautiful.
He put all that wall in there and put the floor down and new fixtures in here, I think. Yeah. So you got that right, but it's just 10% of the whole job. You got to finish it. That's all. Now, of course, he told us it was done, or I wouldn't be here.
He was hoping for a
He
check.
don't know what this trip's going to cost him $100.
Yeah.
All right. Think you want to walk around the back?
Why not?
Okay. House looks pretty good. Nice yard. Ugly fence. But I was just testing Adel, see what he knows about fences. See, the 2x4s are on the inside. The person that puts the fence up is going to get the flat side. That looks like it's their fence and their fence. We ain't replacing it anyway. Besides, I think all buyers need a project. Don't you? Yeah. Needs something to do when they move in. But it's a nice yard.
It is a nice yard.
Okay. This is Carlos. He's the contractor here. He's renovated houses and he's built out several restaurants for me. And I'm not sure, but I think he's a legal Mexican. I've never seen any credentials.
You know he's a veteran.
But you know, not a Mexican. I'm a Panamanian.
I never knew that.
No,
I didn't.
no. There you go. Yeah.
All right. Let's leave him alone.
Thank you for your service, Carlos.
No, you're welcome. Thank you, guys. We appreciate the business. Thank you.
Start Real Estate School is our staple event. It is our basic training. It is where people actually learn the art of buying and selling houses without using their money or credit. And it's the beginning of the training, but it's the training that actually launches careers, because they can leave that training and go out and start doing deals immediately. And then, of course, if they want, they can grab one of our mentors to help them for 6 months and lead them step by step through the process of getting checks. It's quite an intense event. I mean, it's 4 days long, and it's long hours because we don't end until 7:30 on the first night. But the last thing that happens on that first night is that we actually call live sellers. I mean, you hear both sides of the conversations on the phone, and we have some of our mentors call these sellers from leads that the students brought in. And of course, we have a daily feed of these leads into their Gold Club site every day, so we actually get the leads for them, call them for them, so they can bring them to class. Now when they bring them to class, our mentors get on the phone and create some deals. And this is a huge benefit because some of the people who bring those leads go home with deals and literally make more money off those deals than every training we could possibly provide to them. And on the second day, the afternoon, we get into the ugly house side of the business, which is wholesaling and rehabbing and buying junkers and that whole business. We cover that during that day. And then on the third day, we actually have a brand new video now of us. A friend of mine, Jay Connor, who's renovated over 420 houses, going out into the field and going through 2 ugly houses and then through 2 houses that he's just renovated. And we go through those with a fine-tooth comb, talking about what we'd fix, how we'd fix it, what would it cost. And by the time you're through, you get a whole overview of rehabbing houses. And one of the things, of course, we addressed hard is the actual cost of what it takes to renovate a house and handling contractors and the like. We even got contractors' agreements right in the manual. The manual's about that thick, and I'm updating it constantly with the stuff you will not get anywhere else. And then on that afternoon, we talk about raising the money, private money. And then I go into some entity structuring stuff. Entity structuring is tax reduction, estate planning, because that is a part of the learning process. It's one thing to go make money, but then we have to learn how to protect it, what entities to use, how do we take title to it, and how do we set up our estate so that our stuff goes where we want it to go. And the last day is spent on selling houses on autopilot. And I do mean autopilot. Automation is built into this entire event. It's part of the learning process, and we have it all set up so when the client goes home, they're ready to do business, not have to go out and find a bunch of stuff and put it all together. And one of the really cool things we do there every single day is we take all of these property information sheets that were called during the event by our mentors, and I discuss them. So we go over them every single day on what's the next step. In fact, we even get a contract for them before they even leave to take out into the field, because literally appointments are made while they're making the calls. Then I also have Jay Connor, who comes from North Carolina and done well over 420 rehabs, but he's also the expert on getting private money from individuals, not from loan sharks. Jay helps me throughout the event as well, and they sit down with students and they work with them and they help them overcome any issues that they have, and they give them guidance and how to build their business as part of the event. You know, one of the biggest things that people get out of this is they build a big old network of nationwide relationships, because people come from all over the country when we do this live, and they get to know each other and they grab each other's information, and that creates relationships that go on for years and years and years. I've seen it happen over and over. Plus, you know, if I want somebody in LA and I live in Jacksonville, I build my list, and now I can call on that list whenever I need to. And frankly, the students get as much from the other students as they get from the teachers, because some of the people in the room are doing deals, they're doing business, because we let people come back for free to this event as many times as they want for the first year, and very inexpensive even after that. So there's a lot of good quality people. I'm constantly updating the content of this event because things change, technology changes, and I think one of the biggest benefits is the students bring stuff to me. I learn as much from them as they learn from me, and as I learn it, I add it to the content of the class. And frankly, one of the biggest benefits of people coming to a live event is that they get to sit around and talk to the other people. And the other one is that I have full attention the whole time, and I never know what you're doing when you're watching virtual. I don't know what you're doing behind that. And we can't have any fun. I can't tell jokes because I can't hear anybody laughing. We've discovered that people learn 3 times more at a live event, and they'll have a whole lot more fun at a live event than they will ever have at a virtual event. But going forward, we will still be doing virtual events, and we'll have live events mixed in. And the good news is that once you attend a virtual event, you can come to a live event at no charge, and vice versa. So you actually can get to experience them both, and you don't have to wait for a live event to come up. There's just a couple of things that one has to learn to crack the code to really turn this machine on and grow it as fast as they want to grow it. And frankly, you're not ever going to believe how much money can be made in real estate until you come spend 4 days with the old guy. I tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it.
Welcome back. Oop, better turn on the mic. Okay, John, do we have any questions waiting?
A couple. My father is a veteran. Can I bring him with me and get the discount?
Yes.
James asks, where's the money coming from to close Pretty House deals? I don't have it.
Okay, well, that's the reason you're here today, isn't it, James? All right, let's think back here for a moment. The first house I showed you today, I paid $351 for it, but all I did was take over an existing mortgage of $351. The only money I needed was closing costs. And I own that house, and I've owned it for 10 years now. So, second house I showed you, the one that I paid $440 for. Remember, it was 0 down. Okay, so where do I need money? I do need money for whatever the closing costs are in your state, because you're probably going to pay for them when you do a 0 down deal, but that's very small money. Put that on your Visa card if you want to, if you have one. If don't, get somebody else to put it up. And that doesn't mean you have to be an owner in the property. Just tell them to put it up, and then you figure out a way you can pay them, make it worth their while. And you pay them when you get the tenant buyer, when you get the big deposit from tenant buyer, then you reimburse all them money and then give them a good chunk on top of that. I don't know, at least $1,000 for using their money would be my guess. So it's hard to get out of your head. Where am I going to get the money? Where am I going to get the money? You just buy the properties you can buy with nothing down in terms of business. And I haven't even got to the good stuff yet. What I'm about to get to, you're going to love, because you certainly don't need any money for these houses, and they're easy to find right now. Okay.
What's included in the $99 Dreams monthly?
It's not $99 Dreams. It's $99 Gold Club. Dreams is $297 a month, which includes everything but the Gold Club. That's websites and your whole CRM and all the tools you need to do direct mailing. And in fact, I got a sheet I'm going to put up here in a little bit. It's got the whole list of stuff, and then I'll drive you to a site where you can read up on it, and it pretty much explains what's in it. Or I can do that right now, John, if you can give me the overhead. Guys, get ready to take a shot of this. Right there, I guess. I guess you can get all that in there. Get all this stuff. Get websites for buying and selling. Get 17 different motivation, I don't know, out-of-town owners, low equity owners, high equity owners, and on down the list to choose from. And I'll let Adel go over that when he gets here. This is your mailing machine. It mails for you. It's already got postcards and mailers in it. You just plug your numbers in them. You can do 5 steps. It'll do 5 steps out for you on a continuous mailing, and it'll also, biggest thing it does is keeps track of all your leads, and all your leads are there. It lets you set future things up that are going to pop up. In other words, you can set it and forget it when you got to follow up with a seller or anything in your personal life for that matter. In other words, you're actually going to be able to keep your promises because they're going to pop up in today's activity and tell you to keep the promise. It does script tracing for you, 10 cents a name. And with so many levels of lead types, what you're going to be doing is a lot of mixing leads. For example, we've taken 30 some odd hundred houses down to about, I don't know, about 50 or 60 last week, just by stacking the lead types. And every time we put another one in that stack, of course, they get more and more motivated. We have all of our ARBs come from this site. Here's where we go to find out what something is worth. And then there's a rehab calculator for those who need to know what it's going to cost to renovate it. The website will tell you that if you just put what it needs in there. Automated follow-up emails, absolutely automated. You set it and forget it once. In other words, you do multiple hits by putting it in there one time. And that's a task reminder. And then it's got your CRM with all your whole business is on there. What else can I see down there, John? Let's see. Oh, you can put your wholesale houses up on there to a national network of buyers, junker buyers. And also you can pull up a house on there and it gives you all the details about the house, what's owed on it, all that stuff that you'd probably think you'd want to know. In fact, Adel's walking in the door right now. I'm going to get him set up here. Adel, first thing we want to do is go over to what we're doing right now with those houses. I'm going over the Dreams things right now. And guys, take a picture of that so you can have it. If you care, and you should, because this thing has revolutionized this business. No more renting mailing lists, no more meeting with a printer, no more, none of that stuff. Instant access to about any information you'd want on a property. And since it's all run by AI, it's on every property there is in America. Hope that includes where you live. All right. And John, I think I've kind of over-answered that one. What's next?
Justin asks, Dreams does not include the cost of marketing, correct?
No, it does not. Of course not. It's going to be different for every person. In fact, I'm about to interview Adel here, and we'll find out what we're doing. Because only he knows.
Computer?
Yes, I'll just sit here. First, let's go over these houses. Here's Adel. We've been together about 2 years now.
Yes, sir.
Maybe a little more. And he's fresh out of the restaurant business.
Yep.
His family owned 6 Denny's here in Jacksonville. And then he had a chance to sell them. Changed his life.
Really did, actually. Definitely did.
All right. So what we're doing today, you got some PI sheets with you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Property information sheets. We're using Dreams to do all of our mailing. And we're buying paid ads on Google. And that's pretty much where all your leads are coming from, isn't it?
Google, we're doing Google, Facebook, Instagram, direct mail from Dreams, and then I sprinkle in some called outbound dialers from time to time.
Okay. So where are you getting most of your leads from? What's number one?
Number one is Google right now.
And number two is Dreams?
2, yes.
All right.
Well, Google, Dreams, and Facebook are pretty close. Those two.
So you're talking about paid ads you put on Google.
Yes. Well, this search based.
Well, what are they? Just headlines or?
It's basically if someone goes into Google and says, need to sell my house fast, will be the top 1, 2, or 3, depending on,
Yeah.
It's really weird. Depending on what words they use determines the position you're in that order. So you could be 1 on one search and 3 on one search and 5 on one search and 1 again. So
Well, what's the ad say?
there's no ad. It's just,
I mean, what's the line say? What's the headline say? They're searching for something.
oh yeah, we have certain keywords that we own, like cash or fast or Jacksonville, like certain distinct words that our ad will show or our website will show. They click our thing, since we're 1 or 2, it goes to our landing page, and then they fill out a form from there, and then I get it pretty instantly after that.
Okay. And then all your mailing, when we drive to Pat Live,
Yep.
an answering service 24 hours a day. That's ronlegrand.com/Pat Live. 24 hours a day for a couple hundred months. They'll take all your inbound calls from both buying and selling. All right. So what we're getting today is reminding me of 2009. In 2009, the market crashed and a lot of people were over leveraged, over financed, as much as 30-40% over financed. Of course, people were getting out of their houses right and left because at that point they were over leveraged and they had no way out. Realtors wouldn't list them. There was no way for them to get any money. And boy, it made a great doorway for us to go in and get these houses. We just simply take over the debt, mostly on lease purchases, because we didn't even want to pay closing costs. And then we'd find a tenant buyer who would want to give us $10,000 or $15,000 and move into the house. And the reason we could get long-term leases like 10 years, because they were over leveraged, anybody knows that they're going to catch back up in, whatever period of years that is. So we'd get them under contract and just give them to our buyers for the same terms. Have plenty of time to live in the house, but to get fixed whatever's broke, and plenty of time for the equity to catch back up. And it did. So very easy entryway into houses, and we saved a lot of people from foreclosure because, they just didn't have any way to get out of their house. And that's kind of like it is out there today.
Yep.
Okay, now what kind of houses we're talking about? Better make notes on this one, guys, because you won't probably hear this from anybody. We're talking about low equity, high leverage houses. Low equity, high leverage, meaning there's very little equity in it. So, and because of the interest rates, the payments are about what you're going to get out of rent on a lease purchase. So first thing, we can get $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 on the upside, even though the houses got, they're not over leveraged, but they got some leverage in them. And we always sell these houses for more than they're worth anyway. So we can raise the price $10,000 or $15,000. These are all like brand new houses. No, we didn't run across one that was worth 3 years old.
Yep.
And the people have only been in them 1 to 3 years, and then they got to move. Like that first couple I showed you. So you get like brand new properties, practically 1, 2, 3 years old or whatever. You don't need any repairs. You do get payments that are right up there, close to what it would rent for, and you do get all the other benefits of real estate. I showed you earlier. Appreciation, depreciation. So you get to depreciate it no matter what the loan is on the house or what it's worth. You get to depreciate it. That's not you sending money to the IRS. I mean, I can make a case that alone is worth breaking even on these houses until sometime in the near future you start making money on them. You get sometimes you're going to get monthly cash flow. You're going to get the debt pay down. That's a big one. So, you should go into these houses like they're long-term houses, because that's exactly what I would look like they are. And give your buyers, I'd still give my buyers a couple of years leases, then I'd let them stay there as long as they want to. And again, they do any repairs that it's needed. So let's give them a couple examples here. John, would you just give me the overhead here? I'm gonna let Adel go on Dreams and show you how to do lists. Okay, this one's in Great Coast Springs, 30 miles from where we're sitting right now. And the seller is asking $420 a year, and he owes $420. Imagine that. Sell for what he owes. Okay. Now, Adel, have you been to this house yet?
I have. That was from about February or March sometime. Yes, sir.
Okay, we didn't take it because
the payments $3,200 there, and the rent in the area. I could only justify. I didn't even feel good about 27, but I went ahead and said it. But I think 27 would be high payment in that area.
okay, well, just for kicks and grins, folks. What if you did lose $500 a month on this house? Which I doubt you would. I know you get $3,000 out of it for sure, because it's a beautiful home. Is it a home or a townhome?
No, it's a house. That one's a single family.
Look at the square footage on this thing. It's almost 3,000
Yep.
square feet.
Yep.
Okay. And then they'll sell for what they owes. Means they're glad to walk out and give you the house. And I do mean give you the house.
Yep.
And in fact, these kind of sellers beg you to buy, don't they?
They do. That's what that last sentence there. They said they're ready to sign. So I asked him before he goes. He said, "Yeah, I'm ready to go." He just wanted out. They just want payment relief.
It's all
That's
of
it.
them want.
That's it.
Yeah. One out. And frankly, you're the only exit for them.
Yep.
I mean, now, okay, you're saying, well, Ron, here's the terms. Nothing down in their payment in 7.5 years. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know, and you probably know, nothing down is acceptable. We can't change the payment. We got to pay what they pay, but there ain't no 7.5 years. It's going to be for the whole length of the loan, or they can keep their house.
Yeah. He wouldn't care.
It's an easy negotiable.
Yeah.
Okay, now, if I did all that, what would I do with the house? Okay, you say it's worth $420. Houses in that price range, you got plenty of leverage up and down. We always raise the price when we're lease optioning a property anyway. And this is a beautiful home, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Needed a little bit of minor work inside. He had a couple big dogs in there, some paint, but nothing crazy.
It says right here, we're ready to sign.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Okay. All right. Now, let's see. We take over a loan of $420 payment. First of all, if I took over these payments, I'd get at least 3 payments, 3 months before my first payment would due. And that's 3 months after the house is vacated. And they want to it probably already vacated by now.
I looked it up actually when I printed them today. It's listed now. So he went ahead and tried to list it for whatever reason.
How's he going to pay the realtor?
I don't know.
Have to come out of pocket and pay him, I guess. All right. So we could have got this, probably still can if we wanted it. But okay, I'm not going to get any monthly cash flow. It's leverage to write what it's worth. That doesn't stop me from getting at least $10,000 or $15,000 more than that from the tenant buyer, and put this in long-term rental pile until somebody tells you they're going to buy it. And honestly, that probably will never happen. You just keep the house. You break even on it as your game. But even if you had to go a little negative, I'm telling you, the appreciation, the depreciation, and the debt pay down is worth more to you than what you'd lose, even if you had to come out of pocket with a few $100. And if I put a tenant buyer in this house, and I got a payment that I'm losing money on a little, believe me, I'm only going to give them 1 year. And at the end of that 1 year, they're going to either come in with more money, or else they're going to move and forfeit their deposit. Because I want to get rid of that. Oh, wait, the third option is probably what will happen. I'll raise the rent and tell them I'm going to raise the rent at the end of the year if you haven't paid to at least enough to cover your payment. Now, what if I were looking for a home? I can just buy this thing and walk in. No banks, no loan, no applications.
I have a student doing it right now.
You do?
Yeah, he found one for his place. His wife's giving him a hard time to get a new, because they're renting right now. So he signed the contract yesterday, last night, or the day before.
With the seller.
With the seller, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's one of your mentoring. He's also one of our mentors, by the way. Okay. That's that one. Let me see what the rest of these are. Okay, here's another one in Jacksonville. It is a what?
Which address is that?
It's vacant. It's on Josephine.
Oh, that's the one that was out. I don't even, to this day, I couldn't tell you how to get there. It was way, way out somewhere in Green. It was near that Green Cove one. He's sitting on 4 acres.
Oh, really?
But it was to get to the house, you had to go through this dirt road that had a bunch of potholes, and there were mobile homes on each side of it. And this is the guy who had a U-Haul in the driveway when I pulled up.
Oh, he's gone now.
Yeah, he was leaving when I was there, and that was a few months ago.
Yeah, so he left the house vacant.
Yep.
All right, you're asking $320 for it, and
He owes $320.
they owe $320 for it. Imagine that. Okay. Said he'll sell for what he owes right here. Ain't much to negotiate then, is there?
No, he was behind 6K there. And
Oh,
this is the guy. After we did the walkthrough, I was leaving, and I said, "Man, that 6K could be kind of a deal killer. You think you can make up, a few of those payments?" He's like, "Yeah, I probably could do that." I said, "Well, how many?" He said, "Well, 3." I have the money. I just didn't want to pay. I said,
Better write that one down, folks. Heard that one 30 years ago. All right, you never know what people are going to do till you ask them. All right, so the terms are nothing down, $2,100 a month, and that's the balance of the loan, isn't it? Okay, so there is no balloon. 29 years with no balloon. All right, how come we don't have bedrooms and baths on here in square footage? Or do we?
Nope. Yeah.
You did.
I said 3.2. I think it was 1,300 square feet or so. Yeah.
I'm wondering why. Oh, needs 5,000 to work.
Yeah.
We've already moved.
Yeah, it needed some work. It was kind of outdated. I mean, to get it retail ready, it would need way more than 5, and it's definitely rent ready.
4 acres, huh?
Yeah.
So in other words, what a great house for your adult child or your employee or you for free, except make up the back payments on this one and pay the closing costs.
Yeah.
Let's see. This was in Daytona Beach.
Yeah.
Okay. They're asking $550. It's free and clear. Well, they say it's free and clear. No, it ain't. It says they owe $2,300 a month on it.
That's how much you wanted. I'm sorry. Yeah, I put it in the wrong spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
4-bedroom, 3-bath, 2,500 square feet. And you say the R is 516, no repairs, and he wants 550. Okay. Got a lot of room to negotiate there.
Yep. This one she had bought a couple years ago, or maybe it was last year, for like over 6. She paid over $600,000 for the house, and they couldn't find a comp that could support 560. Was me giving her the benefit of the doubt, really.
All right, now listen up, folks. Let me tell you what I would do to this house. I hope you're awake. If you're not, smack yourself. Okay. I think we get more than $2,100 for it.
Yeah.
For sure, because it's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath. And needs a little bit of work on repairs. But what a great house to turn into an Airbnb. Look where it's located. Daytona Beach, Florida. You kidding me? Good Airbnb down there. Got plenty of room in it. It's in great shape, except it needs a little bit of work. And look at there, $2,100 a month, $2,300 a month. And that's what she wants. We'll get her down to 2,000.
Yep.
And this darn here, this 3 years is going to go away.
She was a tough negotiator.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm tough.
You are. Yeah.
So, thinking it through, you turn this into an Airbnb, I bet you can get at least $6,000 a month out of it, especially in Daytona Beach, Florida. And that's probably what we should do.
Yeah. She's actually still listed. She had called, and she's working on getting it canceled. So I'm still kind of going back and forth with her, but I was kind of waiting for the listing to get on.
I want you to make a note, send me some pictures of this thing.
Okay.
I still might buy it.
Okay.
You got another one here. Okay, you probably want to know how I pay him. I don't pay him. He's been hypnotized to think he's getting money. So if you want to tell him, I don't care.
Yeah. Well, Ron and I, every upfront deposit we get on terms deals, we split that 50-50. Anything wholesale deal, we split 50-50. And Ron has been gracious enough to take care of the marketing expenses. So when he gets his money back or any money he put in any other properties, basically net profit, we split 50-50. So it truly is a partnership.
50% of all of the net cash on the front end, what it amounts to, even rehabs. All right. Well, now listen here. This was in St. Augustine.
This is the one where I had, her family's still living there. Found a tenant buyer who was willing to put down $15K. I set the showing up, got the showing done. They had their kids there. It was actually a big mess, but he wanted it. She was cool. he was prepared to move, and when it came to signs, she said, "My husband doesn't want to move anymore." Basically, she's just like, "I don't want to."
When you follow up on, don't you?
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. No, I'm staying in touch with her.
Put this in dreams. It's got a reminder every month.
Yep.
Every month. Plus, you're going to throw some mailers in there and some text and some calls.
Always.
Yeah. Okay. This is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 1,700 feet. ARV is 360, and she owes 350. It's got to be a VA loan.
Yes, I think so. And this is the community that it's in hasn't even been finished being built yet.
That's how new it is, huh? Okay. When she's ready, I want to buy this.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if I like this Airbnb stuff, I might just throw a lot of houses in there in a hurry. Man.
Yeah, you could. Because I was having a conversation with a buddy of mine yesterday. He does this too, but he does it nationwide. So I used to think terms deals were so hard, and I say, there's no way. But now I really, they're so easy to get. It's just a matter of like making sure the numbers, the numbers working is the problem, not finding the sellers.
And the right target. Yeah. And what you're actually looking to on the back end.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, I know, you might be thinking flip. I know. When I started, that's what we did and been doing it ever since. But you're not going to get I'm telling you, you're not going to get rich just flipping stuff. This is not flipping. I'm putting a tenant buyer in here. This is a glorified rental. Remember, they're responsible for the repairs, and we're always going to get thousands of dollars up front. Now, if this thing was, let's say she didn't owe 350, she owed 3.25. I'd be tickled with that one because I can go out there and get probably $50,000 down, anywhere from 25 to 50 from the buyer. I got more room to maneuver. So in other words, I'm not going to get any. Well, this one, if I do an Airbnb on it, I know I get $6,000 a month out of this thing in St. Augustine.
I agree.
St. Augustine is the oldest city in the country, if you didn't know that. It's a tourist town. Daytona Beach is a tourist town. Now, Airbnb don't have to be in a tourist town, but it, doesn't hurt anything. So it's for the heck of it. Don't you make a note, find out how many Airbnbs there are in St. Augustine and Daytona Beach.
Okay.
I know there's going to be a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to swap seats with you.
Okay. Or I can just do it here. It's up to you.
Huh?
I can just pull it right here if you want.
All right.
Just gotta grab my computer.
So he's going to demonstrate to you how to pull a mailing list. So let's talk about the mailing list on this one. We have 17 motivations. What do we call them? 17 pain points?
Pain points or motivation points, yeah.
So your goal is to, first you got to get on Dreams.
Yeah.
Then you get your website immediately, almost immediately. And your fun is trying to figure out what list you want to mail to, list plural. Right? That's 17 to pick through. So these you want to mail to low equity properties and recently listed, was it? Or expired listings, low equity properties. All right. And that's, of course, that will target these kind of properties. But that's just one list you're looking for because you also want junkers.
Yep.
And so if you're going to hunt junkers, you go into the lower end of the market. You're going to find your junkers on the lower end. You're going to find your terms deals be on the median price and on up. And so on the junkers, you're looking for all cash rehabs that need rehab. Now, forget that word cash, okay, because that might be bothering you. We don't intend to pay for the house. We intend to flip the contract and an assignment of contract on it. Now, there is a few states right now you can't do that, but most of the states that you can. I know you can't do it in Illinois, and you can't do it in Pennsylvania, both unless you have a realtor's license. Can't do it in Oklahoma, and there might be a couple more. Most of the country, South Carolina, you can still assign your contract, which is what we did on 5 out of 6 of these houses. So you got to pick your target. That's the whole part about this. If I'm looking for junkers, what would you put in there? Vacant first.
Yeah. Tax delinquent vacant's always where I kind of start there. Or vacant absentee owner. They don't live in.
All right. Now, what if it's vacant and tax delinquent? What if it's just vacant and not tax delinquent? Will we get it?
Not if you stack them.
That's why we better be very careful stacking.
Yep.
So I don't care if it's vacant. We bought some ugly houses that were occupied.
I prefer vacant, actually. If you're gonna wholesale them.
I know, but if you put vacant in there, you won't get any on occupied.
Oh, correct. Yes, sir. Yeah.
And if you put tax delinquent, you won't get any of the ones that aren't.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got to be careful about stacking, because the more you stack, less numbers you're going to get. Stack yourself right out of business. But that's a good thing. Okay, when you get to that, show them that. Show them the 17 17 motivations, I guess you'd call it.
John, you got the screen? Am I on now?
John?
Yeah, he's got it.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to make a point. If you're on Dreams currently, they currently have a 50% off mailing right now. All mail is 50% off. So
50% off, including postage?
Yep, and they're back to 59 cents or 55 cents.
Pocket the mail for you.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I did a pretty big list when I saw that the other day. So
How long does that last?
I don't know. I just, a student told me about it actually. I saw it kind of popping up recently and I wasn't paying attention to it, but they said, yeah, it's 50% off. I said, oh, okay.
God, well, I'll find out how long that lasts.
Yeah, I need to find out. I'll send a message today.
Time to get some mailers out.
Yeah, I'd sent out a list of 700 2 days ago when I found that out.
So this is the home page?
Yeah, this is homepage here.
Hmm.
This initial search, we're going to go ahead and I'll just always use Jacksonville here. You can put in by city, county, zip code. You can even do state if you want. Here. Oh. All right, so Jacksonville pulled up on the map. You can see here, pulled up about 310,000 properties over the entire city here. So a pretty big list. And when we were talking about before the motivational points here, under your filters, you'll see all the 17 lead types here, from absentee to tax delinquent. There's that low equity one we were talking about, vacancy, pre-foreclosure, zombie here. If you don't know what any of these mean, you can always hover over that question mark and it'll let you know. So a zombie is a vacant property that's also in pre-foreclosure. So much to Ron's point, if it were just in pre-foreclosure, you wouldn't get that. It'd have to be in pre-foreclosure and be vacant in order to show up on the list.
All right, I want to know how many of them there are.
Here,
Because, like I said, this stacking can work against you if you're not careful. In other words, the ones that are in pre-foreclosure, I don't want to put vacant in there. Can't be that many of them that are in
Yeah,
pre-foreclosure.
there's 130 vacant pre-foreclosures right now. It's showing
No kidding.
over Jacksonville. Yeah,
Vacant pre-foreclosure.
that's what it's showing right now.
We want to pound the crap out of that list.
Yeah, I have a deal alert set up for it.
Here's okay. Tell them about the deal alert, and I'll try to explain to you how important this is.
Yeah, so say we like this list, we want to continue receiving, we're going to go to our deal alerts here, we'll toggle on. Go ahead and label your search, Jacksonville zombie properties. So going forward, today's May 2nd, what happens May 10th, May 15th, May 20th, as these new properties go into pre-foreclosure and are also vacant, you're going to be receiving an email on a weekly basis or every other day, depending on your search, with a list of properties that fit your search criteria. So basically any other property going forward that's vacant and in pre-foreclosure, you'll get delivered to you
Automatically. Vacant and pre-foreclosure. Let me see. Is that a motivated list? Yeah, probably so. Probably so.
Yeah.
So you set that sucker up and keep mailing to them. I mean, that list should be mailed to at least 2 times a week, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, I can set it up. Yeah.
All right. Well, at least it's 2 times a week.
Yes, sir, I got you.
Well, don't forget, guys and gals, we should have a phone call in there, and we should have a text in there, and we should have well, you get the point.
Yeah.
Hey, so how am I going to get their phone numbers?
Yep. So if you wanted to do that, let me reset this here.
Skip trace them.
I'm going to call it skip trace. So when you're comfortable with your list here, you're going to click this box and you're going to select all. It's going to add them to your leads here. So from here is where you skip trace them, which is basically, if you don't know what a skip trace is, it's a way to get information on this property in terms of phone numbers, mailing addresses, first names, emails, everything really you need to get in contact with that person who owns the house.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do that. It's 10 cents an address. If you skip trace it, for whatever reason, the property is usually like a 90% hit rate or 95%. So there's going to be several properties in the list that may not have the data. You'll get credited.
Are you telling me that I got to pay $13 to find all these people?
You do.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, you would skip trace these. I send that list over to the VA. They'll call through it, provide you any PI sheets that they can gather from that list. On top of that, you got your direct mail portion here that you'll just be able to send them a postcard, letter,
all right,
all the above.
I want to make a point right here. Now, you guys listen. How are you going to get a more qualified list than that one, number one, vacant and in foreclosure?
Yep.
I promise you, if you just work that list alone, you can knock out $100,000, $200,000 worth of profit out of it. But you got to hang in there. You can't just send them a postcard and expect everything to happen magically. You got to keep working on them. And I'm telling you, more than one media, mailing, phone, text, call.
Yep. I had a lady called, or a guy called, it was a few days ago. He got I saw the number he called from was a postcard, those check letters. We hadn't sent those in 8 months. And I was like, wow, maybe it's a mistake. And he's like, no, I got your check a while back and held on to it and I'm ready to sell now and yada, yada. So I'm still kind of going back and forth with them. But that's just the power of them having mail enter people's homes. You know, a lot of people do keep them.
Yeah, and that's why you keep pounding them.
Yep.
And be there when they're ready to respond. And maybe even put a flyer under the door if you get out in the neighborhood.
Yep, or sticky note on the door or something, give me a call.
Or a door hanger like this one.
Yep, those are perfect for it.
Yeah, see, that's a door hanger that we put out. $550 for 5,000 of these things to get printed. And pay kids $10 an hour to put them up and down the street and put them on the door.
Yeah. Pretty simple, and you will get calls from them too.
Yeah. And at the same time, where the heck my signs go? I buy house signs. Oh, well. Anyway, you take us, oh, here they are, sorry. Same time, you take these with you, and you put them along any place that you can put them, like that. Somebody had the nerve to put one of these up about a block from my house yesterday.
Someone put one here in front of the office. I don't ever take them down, but I took that one down. I'm going to put it in front of our office.
Okay. All right, so we use this to select the list we want. And then let's go to the piece where they pick out their mailing pieces.
Yeah, so if you want to mail this list here, you would click direct mail. Go ahead and continue.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
You said a while ago, from that list of 130, how many of them showed up that they could reach? What did you say?
It was 130 properties that are vacant and pre-foreclosure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we skip trace them.
Oh, I was saying when you skip trace, any skip trace, you're going to get a 95. You probably won't get 100% of the phone numbers back on that list. Yeah.
Probably get that down to 130. You guys understand why it's so little cost now?
Yeah.
Mail these small lists after they've been taken out of all this great big pile. You used to have to mail 1,000 letters to get 2 or 3 of them to contact you.
Yep.
Because we're mailing to everybody that lives in a house. We didn't know they're for sale. This just changes the whole thing. So what's it cost to mail a 6x9 postcard on regular price?
Regular $1.09.
$1.09 times 100. Okay.
Yep.
So that's $100 to do your first hit.
Yep.
Your emails are practically free.
Yeah, that's a free service.
Your calls are free, and so very inexpensive. And you do this stuff right, you're going to get a deal or two out of that. I am positive of it. Now you got a little cash to invest more in marketing if you want to. But I'm going to teach you all of that if you come see me anyway.
Yep.
Are you going to a postcard?
Yeah. So this is so here the postcard. You can set it up for how many drops you want. If you want to do 3 drops, every month, that's when you pick, or you can do it weekly or bi-weekly there. You hit next here. It's going to bring you, put in your information there, and your Pat Live phone number goes there to receive the calls, and then you would go ahead and pick your postcard. I usually kind of stick with these general ones for the most part. So your pricing, it's pretty hard to see. As you can see, it is 52 cents, as of right now, 52 cents, 58 cents, 81 cents, and 84 cents to mail a letter right now. So they're doing some kind of special here on the platform. So I would take advantage of it if you have it.
Absolutely. I don't know how they can do that.
Yeah.
All right.
And
now you use all 3 of these, don't you?
Yes, sir. I kind of just vary them out depending on.
These are 6x9s.
Yes, sir.
1 white one, 2 yellow ones.
Yep.
Which works the best?
I really get a lot of calls from the white one. I was really surprised. I thought the yellow would always.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, okay, the white one.
The simplest and the ugliest they are, the more they pull.
Yep.
Now, of course, it'd be nice if you put your phone number in there, not.
Yeah.
Okay, don't forget that. By the way, that number is going to come from Pat Live. When you sign up for Pat Live, they're going to give you 6 phone numbers to use, and they all got your own area code on them as well. So this ain't no big deal. You tell them what your number you want once, That'd be one of the Pat Live numbers they give you, and you'll know it came from that postcard. So far we've actually signed up for Dreams, then we go get our home page and we pick the people we want to mail to.
Yep.
Now, think about this. How many combinations do you think we can pick out of them 17 names? Probably close to 1 million, I don't know.
Yes.
So your goal is to just play the game a while. Mail to small list. See which ones work the best. See which ones work the worst. The ones that are worst, throw them out. So you're trying to develop your control first, and then you're trying to beat your control while you're working your control. All right? Don't ever stop your control. Find something that works, keep it going. And then you test and test till you find another control. Just like we've done.
Yep.
Pretty soon you'll come to what you want to keep doing and autopilot, and then you can still play, experiment with these lists. In fact, I can say that it might be best you don't mail to it, but one at a time. I mean, one type of seller at a time. And because the more you stack them, the more you're not sure which one was their motivation point, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I often do tell students that same thing. Like if you're going to do pre-foreclosures, and you can just focus on that one list. You don't have to, invent the wheel. Or probates is a good one. Just if you want to just focus on that and mail to those and call that, that's a very solid list to start. So you don't have to get overwhelmed by all that. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Spend what you want to spend on it. All right. So then, when I pick out the pieces that I want, I'll show them some letters.
Yep, so then we got the postcard. So if you want to pick that, and you don't have to pick the same per drop, so we had 3 drops, so you can pick a letter here. And again, some of these letters are just basic, but it just gets the job done. I'm looking to buy one more property. If you're interested, give me a call or text.
That's the letter.
Right, that's the letter here. They are making another, like a video edit, the editor here. They're still working on it, but it's going to be coming out. So you can, I don't know if we'll be able to do the yellow letters or anything like that, but we should be able to kind of customize these a little bit more, I would say.
Yeah.
On that. And if you wanted to pick a different size postcard or a smaller one for the last one, you could, whichever ones you want.
Yep.
Then you'll go to next.
And you can put your piece in there.
Yep, this is the preview. So you have to preview before you submit, and it should load up a page for you. And then I actually put your name and your phone number, so you'll see how it's going to look when it prints. That's basically what it is there, and you have to kind of go through each one of these. It won't let you.
And by the way, guys, always seed your mailing list. In other words, put your address in your mailing list so you'll know when they get their cards, and you'll know that they did get their cards. So every time you mail, I don't care how many you mail, seed it. You use that one?
Yeah, I have used this one before. Yep.
I think all 3 of them are ugly.
Yes, they are. That is true.
You know what? They were. Maybe I shouldn't change them.
Yeah.
I have to fight that because I'm a man. I want to change everything, especially if it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last one here. So if we were going to mail those 130 3 different times over the course of the month, it would be 200. What the current price is right now, $228.92. So you're not going to get any cheaper than that.
No. That's why you need to pick several different lists and test them all.
Yep.
Test them all simultaneously. Just use a different phone number on them. You'll know which list they came from. All right. Show them the how to get to the R. I mean, we'll just show them the R.
Oh, the comps?
Yeah.
All right. We always use, let me get this out of here. All right, so if you wanted to put a property in here, then you just come with this comparable tab. It's going to pull up the map for you automatically here.
Comps.
And all your comps kind of pop here. The different colors, just make sure we want to just focus on the solds. There's a few other things in here that you can change, but this is the general idea here. And so you got all your comps in order. You can put them in order however you like based on square footage or price per square footage, usually what we use there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the top ones all the way down to the ones that sold for the least amount.
Mm-hmm.
And we usually take the top 2, if they make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I give you the average price per foot. You take that average 179 there, and you multiply it by our square footage here on the house, 3387, which would essentially give you an ARV. So
that's my house.
It is. Yeah.
Jesus. That house was worth $700,000 not 6 months ago, and look at it. Holy moly!
Yes, sir.
It's a good thing I ain't trying to sell it. Wow.
Yeah, so it's really, before this, I was using Zillow, and that is hard work. I'm telling you, to manually have to go
I
through
hate
them.
Zillow.
Oh gosh,
I hate Zillow.
yeah, this has been really a time saver.
I'm just thinking they have already taken away $100,000 out of my $350,000 appreciation.
Yeah.
That sucks, huh?
Yeah.
It's going to go back up. By the way, I ought to tell you guys, I got an article the other day that says FHA alone has over 100,000, no, I'm sorry, 1 million defaulted loans, and 300 and some odd thousand of them are in serious default, and the government's holding them off from foreclosing on them. Now that's all going to hit the fan sometime this year, so you're going to see a lot of foreclosures coming up, especially because of this moratorium thing. I mean, the Biden crew convinced everybody they didn't have to make their payments, but they forgot to tell them you do when it's time to catch them back up. A lot of them can't even afford to catch them back up, and their credit is going to pot while they were getting all this free money from the government. Well, as always, that's going to correct itself. And listen to this, FHA right now, 14% of their loans are in default. That's incredible. Yeah. Usually it ain't more than 3 or 4%.
Wow. 5%
hot max. And get this, that's just FHA. That don't count all the VA or conventional or USDA loans out there.
Wow.
All right.
A lot of houses.
A lot of houses. It should be an investor's dream coming up.
Yep.
Why? Because the more sellers there are motivated, the easier you to buy them. Just like these things right here, guys. We're going to roll with the market, all right? Because right now we're in a buyer's market. A short time ago we were in a seller's market.
Yep.
So we're going to be both.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did we get? Oh, so there's the comps. You might as well show them the thing that estimates the repairs while you're at it. Yeah.
That would be analyze under repair estimator. Here, we can just take this one here. And so here's basically a list. Let me go here. Well, what's going on here? Okay. Let me go back. What's going on with this thing? Oh, I was in the right spot. I'll just create another one.
Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. So here's a list of items that you would potentially need to fix during a rehab. So from framing, insulation, you'll have kitchen, paint. Obviously the first one's going to be the roof. So if we were going to do a rehab on a roof and you wanted to kind of figure out the cost, you can click that over. It's going to ask you, do you want to do the entire roof, architectural shingle, a rollover? Is it a patch and repair type job? So you can click that.
And you don't ever want to do any of those. Don't ever put a roof over a roof. Probably illegal, and if it ain't, it looks like crap.
Yeah.
And the insurance company ain't going to buy it either. By the way, he had to go up, he didn't show you, had to put the square footage of the house in and all of that. For him.
Oh yeah, when you create the property, it does it automatically for you. It puts everything in there for you on it. So if you wanted the roof, you can click that. Now if you had the cost, like some of these costs might be a little off, but so you could adjust them there. If you knew that what you paid for a roof was a little bit more, you can always change it for there as well. So I wouldn't trust them 100%, but I think overall, if on average, you're going to get probably roughly what the cost would be. You know.
I'm going to teach you what these things cost, and you can measure that against what they say it costs, and use my cost, and you'll be real close.
Yep. If you want to painting exterior and interior, you could do that. We got the fence. We had a septic tank. You could put septic on there. It's basically just a one-stop shop here to really analyze the property, especially if you're going to be doing the actual rehab on it. I mean, you might want to go through this process. I don't know if I would, but you know, some might want to go through it.
It's built for thinker brains.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll already have the thing estimated and bought before some thinker brains fill that out. Yeah, because you're going to learn how to estimate repairs very quickly from your desk.
Yeah. So that's that, and then there's also the deal analyzer if you were wanting to really analyze kind of if how much, what was the after repair value, estimated repair cost, the purchase cost, estimated hold time. You could put the holding cost in there, property taxes, utility costs,
You know, if you were getting private money, you could put your terms there, closing costs, selling costs. So it's basically just a big spreadsheet here, if you will, of all the costs to really analyze at the end of the day, what will it make sense to rehab this house based on all the little small costs that go into rehab.
Fill out one of those things, you'll understand clearly why you better not be learning from the TV shows, because there's all those costs that they don't put on the TV.
Yep.
And this will keep you from making a big mistake and pay too much because you weren't aware of all those costs.
Yep.
I'll give you a simple formula that I use if I'm intending to, well, frankly, if I'm intending to rehab it or not, because I'm paying for the same price for the house, regardless of what I do with the exit. I like to see you take the purchase price and take the total repairs and have a $100,000 spread between that and the ARV. You watch how fast that 100 goes down, especially if you're listing it with a realtor, which we do when we rehab houses. You'd be surprised how fast that money goes away. They don't show you that on TV.
Yeah.
Here's what I paid, here's what I repaired, here's what I sold for, the rest is profit. Yeah, not in the real world.
Yeah, no, I was shocked when we started. I was like, wow, these really add up for sure. You can also touch base here on the CRM piece, just a small here. So any leads that you get coming in to the CRM, this is where you can make calls from here, you can text them from here, you'd make any notes that you had based on the conversation. You can tag them from certain lists where they came from there. And you could also, obviously the most important, to set those task reminders, for the lead after the call. If you need to call them back in a week or a day, you can always just put that here and then you save it. And so when you come in every day, you log into your CRM, into Dreams here, you'll have all your notifications here of who you need to call or what you need to do that day, even appointments, anything you want to schedule can be in your task. So it keeps you organized, and if you don't have a system, something like this, I just don't know a way that you could operate. I truly don't know.
The way most people do, off of their memory.
Yeah.
Which is deadly.
Yeah.
Y'all better be glad I don't operate off my memory. I can't even remember how to say memory. All right. Well, you do training on this thing now, once or twice a week?
I usually do maybe every other week, twice a month. But I have the group calls, and people can bring those to the group call anytime. Any questions about anything, including Dreams. Right. I am having a training May 8th, next Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Will be a training over Dreams Pro. So,
okay. And then there's a bunch of videos on here as well that trains you on just about everything you want training on. Yes?
Yes. If you want to go down here to that knowledge base, if you have it. Knowledge Base is a really, really cool site where you can search for anything, and there's videos. If you need to know how to, skip trace, you didn't know, hey, I went kind of fast, I didn't know what to find, it'll lead trace, and it'll basically break you down step by step with pictures and/or videos. Some of the links have videos of the steps needed to skip trace, or direct mail, or anything that need to do with the system. You just have to search here. And you can also send them. They're pretty responsive here on the service here, the support team. Within 24, 48 hours, they'll give you an answer. But I would always check that knowledge base first.
All right. So that's it? That's all we need to know right now?
I think so. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We do have quite a few questions.
Okay, fire away.
All right. A couple people asked this question, how much is it? How much does this cost?
$297 a month. In fact, I'm about to tell you about it. It's $297 a month. You quit any time, no long-term commitment. And frankly, we haven't even showed you but part of what's in it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and put the link on the screen up there, ronlegrand.com/dreams. If you'd like to order, of course, you call the 800 number anytime, and they can answer all your questions, and they can sign you up for Dreams as well.
Yeah. And when you call, make sure you get when the next coaching call is on these Dreams.
Okay.
When is it right now?
Next Thursday, May 8th, 2 p.m. Eastern.
2 p.m. 8, and you're certain, if you're in Dreams, you'll certainly get the invitation.
Yep, it's free.
All right, okay. You sold any houses today?
No, not today. No, unfortunately. It's been a little slow this week, actually. Slower than normal this week, but...
that happens.
Yeah, it's part of it. And that's what I do. When I don't have things, I just I start calling. I just start dialing away, see what I come up with,
found about the last 2 weeks generated about 3 leads just from calling. Right, I've been tracking it. Takes me about 280 dials to get a lead, but you know.
Yay, Merry Christmas.
But it's on an auto dialer, so it's not like I'm sitting there punching the numbers. It's literally just cycling
By the way,
through,
you guys, our VAs will now dial into a list. They'll do the calling for you. You don't have to, just for the price of the VA, which VAs are 5 hours for $250. Is that right? No, 10 hours for $250, and 20 hours for $500. And they work by the minute. In other words, you get charged by the minute, not by the hour, which is, you can get a lot of calls on that one.
Yes.
And you can, and of course, you can use it for more than that, and they won't charge you anymore for your overruns until you tell them you want to pay more. But literally, I know quite a few of our folks that don't do anything but have the VA call them for them. I don't know why. This stuff is a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
And I think more direct. All right. They'll also, they'll do cold calls for you, and what else are they? Oh, they'll go online and search for leads for you and call them.
Yep.
All you got to do is tell them to do that. And I can tell you right now, the leads you're going to get from mailing are going to be better leads than people online, but you got to go through people online. How many were you getting dialing to people that had their house online?
Oh, like I'll just
how many times? How many dials do you need
to get a deal from someone online?
Yeah.
I don't have that number. I never really tracked those hand dials.
About 1 out of 30.
30, yeah.
Because these people just listening online.
Yes.
Now, instead of that, let's go to people that have a real reason to sell right now. You'll see a huge difference.
You will. Yep.
and especially these people that are financed to the leverage.
Yep.
God, they're so easy to deal with.
They've been the easiest leads to deal with. They surprise me sometimes, honestly.
So, all right. Any more questions?
Going back to costs, $297 a month. We also have an option where you can pay for it a year for $29.97.
Yeah.
And that will waive the $500 setup fee. So you get about almost 2 months for free when you do it that way, and then you save on the $500 setup fee that comes with Dreams.
Save more than that, because you save 500 some odd dollars just on paying for in advance instead of one. Do your math. $297 times 12 is $553 or something like that. If you buy it by the month rather than buy it by the year, and you save to $500, you save over $1,000 if you want to do a yearly plan.
Okay, all right. We've got a question from Julie. Where is Dreams scraping the info from, and how accurate / recent is the info?
AI, and therefore it's very recent because it changes daily. AI grabs it. It's the beauty of AI. Anything on the internet, they grab.
Dell asks, are there only 5 zip codes included in Dreams?
No. All right, explain the 1 through 10 thing.
All right, so there's a...
I wasn't going to confuse them. You go ahead.
There's a scoring system within Dreams that goes from 0 to 1,000. And you get 5 AI zip codes where you get the scores for those houses in those zip codes. So the closer to 1,000 any house is, the more likely they are to sell in the next 90 days. So you want to stick with the 500 up to 1,000 or the best practice on that. And that's what you get the 5 zip codes just for those scores in those houses, right? But I can pull any list anywhere in the country, I just won't have the scores on them. So if I wanted to pull a list in Georgia, I could still pull that same list, I just wouldn't have the scores per houses, as opposed to pulling that same list here in Jacksonville with my 5 zip codes, I would have the scoring system on that particular list or houses.
Now, we don't know how VA scores these, AI scores these things, but I'm guessing if they fall into any one of those 17, they're going to go into that pile.
Yep.
So I don't know. I like picking my list myself.
Yeah, I'm testing right now the mail and the calling side of it. That's what list I'm calling, 990 and above right now.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm just
keep track of that. Tell me how it works.
Yeah. Every day I'm tracking how many dials, how many people I've talked to, how many leads I'm getting, so I have some actual numbers on it.
Good. All right. Any more questions for him, John?
Terry says, does skip tracing include landlines, cell phone, email, and anyone else at that property?
Yes.
Delna asks, if the zombie list is vacant, sending a postcard does not reach them, right?
It would go to the mailing address on file. So it could potentially go to that house, and then you'd get the return postage that said vacant. And those are actually the ones I may drive out there and talk to the neighbors or leave a note on the door or something like that to really investigate that type of house for sure. Because if you're getting that back, every other investor is getting it back, and very few people take the next step after that, honestly.
Yep.
Dr. Dave says, is there a way to know whether or not someone's phone number from skip tracing is on the federal do not call list? Is that a problem you've ever run into?
It doesn't matter, Dave. You ain't in that business. You ain't got a phone room full of outbound. Forget about that.
Yeah.
You're calling somebody about a house, for gosh sakes. They don't care about you.
Does Dreams search for probate and divorce?
I don't think divorce, but there is inherited properties on there, yes.
Maybe I think you just answered this. In Dreams, how often are the type of leads updated?
The type of leads is only 17. Those never change.
I say again, it's run by AI. It's constantly being updated. Every change, every day. AI gets it. Anything in the United States. That's what I'm saying. Don't worry about them old lists that are old before you get them. These are right targeted right on the time that whatever happens, happens.
Dang says, Ron, that yellow We Buy Houses sign that you held up, is there a way to have Dreams put that in as a postcard version?
Not yet, but they are making that editor. You know, it may be in the future.
Yeah, well,
but
it could. No
Yeah.
reason why it can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell you what, why don't we suggest this to them?
Okay. Yeah. I've already suggested the yellow letter, and they said that they'll take it into consideration. And
I don't know whether they can put the street address of the house in them, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
They probably can with AI. But yeah, it's a pretty good idea, actually.
Yeah.
If you have like your own template, are you able to upload that?
Yep. You can send them what you want on your postcard or your letters.
Dang says, can you explain about the AI scoring? I don't quite understand the concept.
I didn't either the first 12 times I heard it. Thanks.
I don't even know if I still do, to be honest. Yeah. I guess to break it down, there's billions of different data points that literally AI is scouring the internet, and these data points are based off of previous sales. So a house that sold last year or 2 years ago or last month sold at a discount, and it had these 10 factors. Wow, this house down the street has the same exact 10 factors, so I'm going to put that score closer to 1,000. Maybe this house only has 3 of those factors, so the score's a little lower. Maybe this house has 7 of those factors, so it's a little higher. So it just bases it off of those different factors, and I don't know where they come from or how many they are or whatever, right? So I don't have an answer for that, but that's the best way I can explain it.
I don't care if you ever mailed to that list. Still, I'd rather pick my own.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what factors went into them saying, or it saying, they're likely to sell in 90 days. Besides, I'd rather have somebody that sells quicker.
Yeah, the 90,
people in foreclosure tend to sell quicker.
Yes,
you know?
agreed.
All right.
Ron, you said that VAs will cold call for us. Can you explain what cold calls are?
Just picking a list of people that own a home and call them, see if they want to sell it. That's going on all over the country, but it's not my favorite way to get deals.
That's all our questions about Dreams. I got a few more questions for Ron.
All right. Before we get to that, all right, guys, listen up. And I'm going to tell you, you call in here to get Dreams. You can go online and get the information, but believe me, they can tell you everything you know from right here, and I just give you a list of what it does. Training coming up. If you get Dreams right now for $297, I'm going to send you the Land Trust course absolutely free. Absolutely free. That's a $400 gift to you. You're welcome. And remember, you can quit Dreams anytime. You ain't going to quit Dreams. If you're going to do real estate, you can't quit Dreams. You got no business.
Yeah.
And I can't even begin to tell you how much work that saves you compared to what I used to have to do. God,
yep,
my MLS book used to be about that thick. There was no internet back then. And I used to pay $850 a month just to sell houses. Now it's all free. It's all free. And on and on and on and on. All right, well, I'm going to turn him loose so he can go back to work if that's it.
Yep. We
Okay.
just have a couple more questions for you, but we can turn Adel loose.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
See you guys Thursday.
Give him a round of applause, everybody.
Yeah, please.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, shoot, John. Hey, Al, would you take this stinking trash can out of here?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Terry says, you were talking about low equity and high leverage for lease purchases, but you also said write off depreciation each year. How do you do that on a lease purchase?
You can't. I didn't make that clear. If you don't take title, you can't depreciate it. But on the other hand, if you do take title, you're gonna, depends on the price range of your house. Around here, it cost me $5,000 or $6,000 just for closing costs. Now that's gonna, in Texas, it cost me almost nothing. In Arizona, it cost me almost nothing. So all that's gonna come into play. Maryland, 3% of the sales price just for transfer fee. Okay, I'll buy houses if they got plenty of equity in it and pay that. But when I got one like this, got 10 to 15,000 worth of equity in it, I'm not going to spend $5,000 just so I can own it. I probably should, because I'll probably get more than that on depreciation. But by the way, you can get in the Airbnb. You don't have to own the house. You can lease them and do Airbnbs on. In fact, I just did a podcast with a feller. He's just on Airbnbs, and he's got a bunch of them that he just leased, and he's only been in the thing for 3 years, but he's building himself a nice big old cash flow with Airbnb. I'm looking into it myself. All I got to do is say yes. I want to go forward with it. Once you get them done, they're automatic. They're pretty much hands off because they got people to turn them and clean them and rent them, and Airbnb collects the money and pretty much takes care of the customer, except they got questions they want to ask you. So, in fact, I got 2 people here that got Airbnbs that are within these walls. All right, go ahead, John.
Okay, question from Eric. I live in Houston, Texas. Do you recommend I operate in another state to get longer term leases?
I'll tell you, you need to get yourself a good attorney that understands the lease options in Texas. Because if you do it right, I don't see any reason why you can't do it right there where you're at. But it ain't gonna hurt you if you get outside the state either. As long as you make that option period 6 months or less, and give them the right documents, you should be. In fact, what if you're the only person in Houston actually lease option houses now? It cuts the crap out of your competition, doesn't it? There's a lot of houses in Houston. I wished I could give you a name. I used to use, who did I used to use, John? I forgot.
Scott Horn?
Yeah, Scott Horn, thank you. But somebody told me he wasn't doing it anymore. And I don't know why. I haven't talked to him. You have to find somebody that's up on lease options. And don't be shocked if they tell you we don't do them here. They do them there, as long as you do them right.
Okay, this question is, how can one set up the pretty house business in an area where houses are 1.5 million on average, while the rent would be 4,000 to 5,000 K per month for that house, not covering PITI?
You're not going to have a $1.5 million house with a loan on it. It ain't going to be a lot more than $4,000 a month. I'll tell you that right now. And that question doesn't make sense to me because nobody would be renting wherever you're at. Nobody that owns $1.5 million house would put somebody in it for $4,000. That's nowhere near what it's going to cost the person who gets the loan. And then you just said it's without taxes and insurance. That math doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So, if it doesn't make any sense, you don't do it. You go to the next plan, you go to the next move. Nothing stopping you from buying houses with owner financing and then put a tenant buyer in there if you can get enough rent. And honestly, I don't think your numbers are accurate, to tell you the truth. Doesn't make any sense.
Julie says, do we need a code to sign up for Dreams Pro to receive the land trust course as well?
No, my team has been advised on it, and they're going to make sure you get the link to the land trust course.
Yeah, so that's a good point. You should probably call the 800 number to make sure that we get that set up for you. If you've already gone in there and ordered we'll take care of it and make sure you get that as well.
Yeah, you got to order it by phone now. Don't you can go look at the site there to see what it contains and what it's all about. But you need to call in order to actually order it, so you do get the land trust course. I've never offered that in my entire life. You better get it while you can get it, because it will expire after we get done today.
Ron says, what does CRM stand for?
Customer.
I think it's Customer Relations Manager.
No, that's okay, you're right. Custom Relation Manager. Yeah.
It's just that's the industry term for that's your database for your business. Sean says, do you have an example of a website from Dreams? You know what? We did have an example. Let me find that and I'll paste it. I'll post it in the comment section here.
Okay, but then my question will be, what do you care? It's set up by us, got the right stuff on it. All you got to do is put your contact information in it, pick what colors you like. I'm worrying about the wrong thing there. There's two very important ingredients to your success in this business. Number one, generate leads. If you don't do that, you don't have any business. Got nobody to work with. You know that same thing applies to any business, brick or mortar, any product, any service, generating leads. Number two, handling the closing call. If you master those two things, you got this business by the tail as long as you keep those things going. And that's the whole game. You get set up, you get going, and you master that call. You try to replace yourself as soon as possible, and there really won't be a whole lot for you to do. Honestly, it really works like that. You're going to meet quite a few people along the way if you come join me and while we're going through your first year of training together. You're going to meet some really successful people who do just exactly that. By the way, they all solve the similar problems because there aren't any new ones. It's just that they came in before you did, that's all.
Clemmy says, I have tried Dreams before. Out of 500 plus leads, I did not get too many PI sheets with a yes answer. Maybe 6 or 7 that didn't produce anything. I'm not sure I want to try again. What is your advice for me?
First of all, I don't know which Dreams you tried, because we had an old Dreams. This is a new Dreams, Dreams Pro. Second of all, I have no idea who you mailed to or what you mailed, so I can't answer that question. But, you know, you can always give up. Not very profitable, but it takes a load off your mind. And because if you're going to be in business, you've got to learn to overcome little petty problems like that. I already told you, you can pick these lists here till you retire. You're never going to be out of list. But then again, what'd you mail? I don't know. So I don't even know what list you mail to, for that matter. But you've got to change that attitude if you expect to make any money in this business or any other business. You told me you tried once, and now you don't know what to do, and you don't want to do any more mailing. Your choice. But you reap what you sow.
Yeah, it sounds like this was from a couple years ago, so it would be our older
That was the old Dreams. They didn't even have a mailing system.
All right, John Scott posted in the chat section a link to that demo sample website if you'd like to check that out.
For what, Dreams? Oh, just for our sample website that Dreams gives?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that's all our questions.
All right, then John, let's say we go to Land Trust next. If you guys need to take a break, go ahead and run the restroom, come on back. I might have to do the same thing before we're done here. All right, I get a lot of questions about Land Trust everywhere I go. And I don't blame you, because I heard about it 7 times before I started using it. I haven't stopped using it since. And good news is it works in 50 states, regardless of what anybody might be telling you. The first thing you should know is call it a grantor revocable trust, and maybe an attorney will understand you. They all know what a grantor revocable trust is. They may not recognize the word land trust. Now, if you want to know when it started, it's going to have to go back to Julius Caesar. They were using them in his time. First state in the United States was Illinois. That's why they used to call them Chicago Land Trust, or no, Illinois Land Trust. I didn't invent them. They were in business, or they were in use a long time before I started using them. But I'm going to tell you right now, better pay attention here, because this is how you should own your houses going forward. and then I'll show you the rest of it as we go, how to keep predators off your door. And at least I'll give you a front version of it. You're going to have to dig a little deeper before you actually get everything set up. But land trust is very simple. It's nothing more than an entity that owns a house. That's all it is. One house, one trust. And there's two parts to it. First, there's the warranty deed to trustee and the declaration of trust agreement. The warranty deed is the thing that transfers ownership from seller to you or from you to your trust. The trust agreement is the terms of that trust. Warranty deed must be recorded. Trust agreement goes in your filing cabinet at home, and I've got them here coming up. Why do you need one? 4 good reasons. Number 1, privacy. Nowhere on the deed does it show who the beneficial interest is, and the beneficial interest owns the trust that owns the property. When you put your house in a land trust, you don't own it anymore. You just own the trust that owns the house. So you got privacy. Nowhere is the name of the beneficial interest recorded anywhere on public records, unlike LLCs. Ease of transfer. If I want to sell you a house that I've got in a trust, and you understand this trust stuff, all I got to do is pull up a assignment of beneficial interest right off of my Go Club website, assignment of beneficial interest, sign it, hand it to you. You now own the trust. You own the trust. The trustee is still there until I also have you sign a resignation of, I sign a resignation of trustee, and new buyer appoints one. So there's absolutely no closing cost, none. There's nothing changes downtown because the trust owns the house. So, and we didn't sell a house, we sold the trust that owns the house. Hello. This is why I wouldn't try to do this with ordinary people who have no idea what a trust is. They'll pay you for a scam right up front. So that's only when you sell it to investors, and only if they want it. So I give them choice. I say, okay, you got a choice. Do you want the trust, a deed to house to you, or you want me to sign the trust to you, which you pay no closing cost on? So pay closing costs or don't pay them. I really don't care, because I'm going to say you pay the closing cost, or you can have the trust. So ease of transfer. And liens don't attach. Any judgment or lien against you personally cannot attach to a house you do not own. You do not own a house. The trust owns the house. You're the beneficial interest maybe, but you don't own it. On public record, again, the beneficial interest never shows up. So even an IRS tax lien against you doesn't attach to the house that you own. So there's 3 good reasons already. And 4th is trust don't die, people die. There's no probate when there's a trust. There's usually more than one owner of the trust. Now, we're assuming that there's 2 owners. The second owner just takes over when the first owner dies, which happened to my dad. My dad died first. I had a deed right on my desk. I was going to go record it, and he passed away, and they had to go through probate. And I guarantee you, I put in a trust after that, and years later, my mom died. We did nothing but sell the property. Trust don't die. If you got somebody going into a nursing home, you better get them in a land trust as fast as you can, because there is a look-back period that the nursing home can do. And so the farther back that your parents don't own a house anymore, the less chance of them losing it in nursing home situations. So trusts don't die. Well, they do die, because I think they got about a 30-year term, and I'm sure you're worried about that 30-year term. You can also renew it. So there's 4 good reasons right there. Do you need an attorney? Well, I don't know. I'm going to leave that one up to you. So here's the documents. There's the trust right there that gets recorded that changes ownership from the person to the trust. So you got a few blanks up top there on the left. In other words, trustee, not beneficiary, but trustee, the address of the house, the legal description of the house, the date, and the county that you're in. So far, if you can handle that, I'm not sure why you need an attorney. The legal goes right there in that big block. By the way, all of these documents are in my boot camp manual, filled out and blank, that you can get it from, and you got your prototype right there to use as a sample. Now, if you look on the right, there's a place for the trustee to sign it, and there's still no place where the beneficial interest is. Now, that document has to be witnessed and notarized because it's going to be recorded. In addition to that, you don't put anything on the back, so when you make it 2 pages, 8 by 11 is what you're looking at there. Witness it, notarize it, get somebody to notarize it, and then you can go record it. So that's the deed. So you tell me, do you need an attorney to fill that out for you? I'm sure they'd be glad to do it for you. Exchange for money. Here's your trust agreement. Here's the first page. This thing's a whopper. It's 7 pages long. First page. Who's the trustee? Who's the beneficial interest? Date, county. That's about it, actually. And I don't see any blanks on that page besides that. No blanks on the second page. No blanks on the third page. So we're doing all right so far, aren't we? There is a blank on the fourth page under that red line up there. It tells you, I ask how much you're going to pay your trustee. I put NA. I don't pay mine zilch because my trustee is my own LLC. County. And there's where you list the trustee and the beneficiaries. And you do not have to have it notarized. It ain't going to hurt anything, but it's not required. And this is a notary page. You're not even going to use this one, most likely. And here's where you define who gets what. And this is the page where you put the trustee and the beneficiary's interest in. Who gets what? I'm sorry, trustee don't go in this one, just the beneficiaries. And I'm going to come back to that in a little bit because how that is filled out can save your bacon. Who owns it is the important part here. All right. All these agreements are on Dreams Pro. You know what? I don't know. That's true, John. I think these things are in the Gold Club site.
Yeah, that should say Ron's Gold Club.
Yeah, on the Gold Club site. That's where all my forms and agreements are. Scratch that. John, make a point for us to save that, will you?
Will do.
All right. And by the way, you guys get in there and get registered for that Dreams Pro. I'm telling you, you're going to love it. It makes everything a lot easier and less expensive for you. And that land trust course is a gift. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Again, the deed has got to be recorded, not the trust agreement. Trust agreement goes in your filing cabinet at home. And nobody can find out who the beneficial is unless the trustee tells them. And since somebody you know, or your own LLC is the trustee, then, that's nobody's ever going to learn it. Now, don't think for a minute now that if you ever get attacked by a predator or creditor that they're not going to subpoena all this stuff and they're going to find out that who owns the trust because they're going to want a copy of it. And they can get it. They have the right to get it. So bear with me and we'll get to the point to where it doesn't matter whether they come or not, and it doesn't matter whether they know what you own or not, they still can't get it. And that's the key. You're not hiding anything. You're just not hiding anything, especially in this world of AI and technology that we're in right now. Goal is you got to make sure they can't get it when they come after it, if they come after it. And I can read your minds right now. You're thinking I'm not too worried about this stuff. Ain't none of that stuff going to happen to me. It happens to other people. I get it. In other words, I'm not going to fall asleep one night and run my car into a crowd full of people and kill a few of them. No, I'm never going to do that. You think anybody, well, I was going to say you think anybody does that on purpose, but yeah, there are people who do that on purpose now. Guys, you don't know what's going to happen to you. You have no idea what's going to happen to you. You don't have to do something evil to get sued. In fact, you don't have to do anything sometimes to get sued. We're in a litigious society right now. And maybe you'll never get sued, but I sure wouldn't go under that premise. You better get to work right now on your estate plan So to make sure that if you do get sued, that you're protected. Got to record the deed. You don't have a trust till you do. Now, let's say you're buying a property from a seller, then your attorney is going to pull out the warranty deed of trustee after you send them one, fill that one out, and your attorney will go ahead and record that. But now let's say you're putting one of your houses in a trust. Well, then you're the seller. You're deeding it to the trust. And you're going to have to go record it or have somebody to do it for you. But it's got to be recorded or it's worthless. No transfer tax to put your house in trust. Well, that's almost true. In the state of Florida, I have to pay $7 plus recording fees to put a house into a trust. Now that's when I'm putting my own property into a trust. Okay. If the seller signs that deed, then you're going to get charged transfer tax, like you would if it's just seller to you, normal deal. So you shouldn't have to pay any transfer tax, but I can't sit here and tell you that's true for all 50 states. Should my home be in one of these things? Well, don't you want privacy? Do you want anybody to know you own that home if they're chasing you? Now, in some states, the home is sacred, like Florida and Texas. Man, the only person who can take your home away from you in Florida or Texas is the mortgage company that you're not paying and or the IRS. IRS, that's one gorilla you don't want to dance with. So, if your house is in a trust, no lien against you can attach to your house, and there's no probate when you die, and you get total privacy while you're alive. Give me one good reason why your home should not be in a trust. All it takes is you fill out a deed, go down and record it. Your house is in a trust. What about homestead exemption? Florida, Texas. We get a little savings in taxes because we're living in a house. Like it's a big whopping $500 a month we save. If you better take a picture of that now, write that line down, because that line, the beneficial interest of this trust lives in the property as principal residence, is what goes on the deed under the legal description. And if that's on the deed, then homestead will still apply, and you won't lose that. That is on the ones you live in now. You can't be telling them you live in them if you don't live in them. Can the bank call the loan? Absolutely not. Because there was a law passed in 1982 called the Garn-St. Germain Depository Institution Act of 1982. That is the same act that created the due on sale clause. But it also created some exceptions to that as well. For example, you put your house into a trust for estate planning purposes. And the banks all know this. I've seen letters from the banks telling whoever inquired of why, and they mentioned this Garn-St. Germain Act of 1982. Now, that same act also said there are exceptions. You know, exceptions like an interfamily transfer, they can't call loan due. Exceptions like if you're a second mortgage holder and you have to foreclose on the house and you take title to it, they can't call that loan due either. So you might want to just take time to read that. Don't even bother with all the law. Just go right to the exceptions. That's all you really care about. You'll find that in there. I hope you're writing that down. Next. What if I want to go get a bank loan when my house is in a trust? Very simple. You got to take it out of the trust, deed it to you, close the loan, put it back in. And your closing agent can do that for you if you want. They can all record all the stuff. And your bank can't stop you from doing it, so don't worry about them. They got their reasons for why they don't want to. You see, if your house is in a trust, they have to make the loan to the trust. And of course, you're going to be the guarantor. But some legal issues that they got, they just won't let you do that, most likely. Now, I don't know of any, if you know of any banks that will let you leave it in a trust to finance it, let me know, will you? Now, they don't have a problem with you leaving it in an LLC. Everybody understands LLCs. And you're still going to be the guarantor. Now, I'll tell you one good thing about that, and I would strongly suggest if you are going to buy a house that you know you're going to refinance, I just take title in an LLC. And now you will get the loan in the name of the LLC, even though they're going to make you personally guarantee it on a note. Now, let's say there's a problem with a house, it goes into foreclosure or whatever. They will sue your LLC, but the only thing they do is come after you for a deficiency judgment. And now, most people don't know this, but the bank has a right to get a deed in lieu of foreclosure from you. But if they get that, they can't pursue you for a deficiency judgment. Deficiency judgment means they can come after you to get all their money. In Florida, them things last 20 years. 20 years. So if you want to get a bank loan, you're violating all my rules, you're asking for trouble, and your house on cards is starting to crumble. We don't go get bank loans. We don't assign any assign any personal liability at all. And I think if I say that about 5 more times today, you might hear it. But please, I'm telling you, do not let anybody. First, you sit down at a computer, start filling out an application, smack yourself. Say, what would Ron do? And you'll get the answer very quickly. We no get no loans. We don't need to. If you're trying to go get a loan to buy a house, you're doing it the normal way. You're doing it the way conventional wisdom says doing it. I don't want to live under conventional wisdom. Okay, I want to be the exception to it. Trust has no tax return, no ID number, no bank account, and no annual fees. And it's a see-through entity from taxes. You pay no more or less taxes because your property is owned in a trust or it's not owned in a trust. Whoever would be paying the taxes, if it wasn't in the trust, would be the one that's paying the taxes, even if it is in a trust, okay? The owners of the trust are the ones that pay the taxes. And there's no annual filing of any kind. We got simplicity, and we don't pay any annual LLC fee at all. Who pays taxes? The beneficial interest. In your case, the beneficial interest is going to be an LLC, which I'm getting to here in a moment. Who's trustee? You get that question a lot. The answer is, if you're in a state that allows an LLC to be your trustee, that's your answer. Some states make an individual the trustee. Okay. You can pick anybody you want to be the trustee, related to you or not, because the trustee doesn't do anything except sign the deed when it's time to sell. So the trustee's they don't sign on any bank account. They're not holding any of your money. No money flows through them to them. So I don't know. Who can be the trustee can literally be anybody, but I would suggest that they don't have your last name. That's all. I know some guys even use their wife's maiden name. So don't make a big deal out of who's going to be the trustee. You don't have to trust them all that much. Besides, there's one piece of paper in the documents that it's a resignation of trustee or appointment of successor trustees. All right, you can fire them at will. You don't even need their permission. I wouldn't have one that's a minor, though. Remember, they're going to sign a deed in places that wouldn't be acceptable. Who's a beneficiary? It depends. It can be your LLC. In fact, the beneficiary should be an LLC that you own. But now, beneficiary can't be the same as the trustee, or you don't have a trust. You can, however, have one LLC as a trustee and another one as a beneficiary, as long as you're in a state that allows the LLC to be the trustee. Very easy for you to check. Go on Google and find that out. So if you can have one LLC as trustee and another one as a beneficiary, sounds to me like you're in total control because you're never going to have any trouble finding the LLC or finding the trustee, are you? Well, that's exactly what I do. Can I take title in an LLC instead? Yes, you can. In fact, a lot of people do, but I'm going to do my best to talk you out of that right now. Like I just said, your LLCs require all those things. Money, 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 money. Federal ID number, permission to use the name that you pick up, all of that. And some attorneys will advise you to take title in a trust. I mean, in an LLC, okay? But an LLC, land trust doesn't have any of those things. No fee, no tax return, total privacy and no federal ID. So the question is, why would anybody want to do this and not do this? And no attorney's ever given me a good answer since, okay? Because I'm telling you, if they give you a good answer, if they want you to deed your property into an LLC, you got to be very careful about whether you got the right attorney or not. And I'm going to show you why here. If you take title to several properties into one LLC, anything happening to one affects them all. So think with me. I got 10 houses up here, all owned by one LLC. 10 houses with the LLC's name on public record as the owner. One, big fire, one house, 2 kids die in an entire fire. I promise you, you're going to probably get sued. But who's going to get sued? Who's going to get sued is the LLC that owns the house, not you. However, what else does the LLC own? 9 other houses. What happens to one puts all of them at risk when you start deeding houses to LLCs. And this is why attorneys tell you to do it. That's great. But, land trust, you don't have to do all that crap. You want one egg in one basket. You better remember that now. One egg, one basket. Everything going forward, one egg, one basket, not a whole bunch of baskets because you got a whole bunch of eggs. So instead of making the LLC on title as the property, we're simply going to make the trustee as trustee on title as on public records. Now the LLC has no the trustee has no liability, so they're not coming after the trustee. The any suit's not going to get past that trust to the owner. The owner is going to be an LLC. Well, I'll get to the chart in a minute. It's easy for you to understand. But one egg, one basket, one trust, one house, one trust, one house, not one LLC, 10 houses. But my attorney says it won't work here. Well, if there's no state statute, it doesn't mean it won't work here. It just means your attorney doesn't understand land trust because it works in all 50 states. Now make sure you use the words grantor revocable trust. And you can tell them land trust after that. It means the same thing. And incidentally, you can send my agreements to your attorney, my deed and my trust agreement, and say, do you see any reason why we can't use these? Now, if your attorney wants to add something to the deed, I'm happy with that. But if I were you, I wouldn't have him messing around with that deed and add all he wants. But the deed should say that it's a deed to a trust or it's not in a trust. The deed is the thing that actually creates the trust. The trust agreement actually creates all the terms of the trust. And that's long and short of it. Remember, your trust agreement goes in your filing cabinet at home. Nobody sees it but you. That means when you close a property and purchase it, you don't even have to have the trust agreement there. Go home and fill it out if you want to. Of course, it doesn't hurt for your attorney to have a copy of it in his or her file because, that's attorney-client privilege. Nobody can get it when it's in your attorney's file. That is the only ignorance. Ignorance is the only downside of using land trust. And I can make a case that it's an advantage, not a disadvantage. I don't have to educate the world. It's not my job to do that. I just tell them, this is a deed I want you to close in. Now, here's something you ought to remember. When an attorney tells you, or anybody tells you something is illegal, your next question should be, can you direct me to the statute that says that? And let them do that. If they can direct you to the statute, then you go read it for yourself. And the first thing you read is the exceptions. That'll probably avoid the need for you to read the whole statute. I mean, there's like real estate licensing, for example. It's a good example of that. You know, real estate licensing is pretty much the same in every state in the union. And they all say the same. If you do any one of these things, which is everything you do as an investor, if you do any one of these things, comma, for others, you need a license. Well, you're not doing anything for others. So, you know, half the country thinks you need a license to be an investor. You do not. A lot of realtors think you do. You do not. You do not. So maybe ignorance is a plus, I could say. I don't know. It's not my job to train them. I can tell you that, but it seems like I've done an awful lot of that in my later years. Training the people that's collecting the money. For free, I might add. By the way, when you run into situations like this, and you can't find an answer, you contact me and I'll do my best to answer it. But you must remember, I'm not an attorney. I don't represent any attorney. I don't charge any legal fees, none of that. So that's my disclaimer. What if somebody convinces me I'm wrong? All you got to do, well, first, you go a little further and check things out, but I'm telling you, worst can happen is that you deed it back to yourself. And I'm very cautious about doing that because your attorney's incorrect. Someone convinces me, yeah, I'm wrong. Well, next thing I'm going to say is, okay, can you give me the reasoning for that? Oh, this and this law. Okay, can you give me the statute so I can read that myself? Don't take their word for it. You'd be surprised how uneducated a lot of attorneys are about this subject called real estate and all the things that go with it. My attorney told me to deed my properties to my living trust. Oh my God, I hope they don't. If your attorney has told you to deed your properties to a living trust, that means that the living trust is on record as the owner of that property. Now, fire happens, kids die, $5 million lawsuit. They win. They just got a $5 million judgment against everything in your living trust, which is everything you own. Estate planning attorneys might tell you to do just that. No asset protection attorney is going to tell you to do just that. In other words, we're not going to put any entity on public record that we don't want to lose. Say that again. We ain't going to put any entity on public record that we don't want to lose. We don't want to lose our living trust. We don't want to lose our IRA. And when you're doing this, you're asking yourself, what's at risk? Okay, fix it. What can go wrong? What can I do right now to fix it? Make sure it's in an entity that owns it, that doesn't have anything but that one house. And that's that land trust. It doesn't own anything but that house. And when that house is deeded away, there is no more land trust. It's not funded any longer. One house, one trust. One egg, one basket. And that's what I think I just said, aren't I? All right? All right. Let's get into some corporate stuff here. You got any questions on land trust before I go any further, John?
Got quite a bit.
Fire away.
Okay. First question is from Eugenia. Ron, is there a company you recommend to form the land trust?
Yeah. You see that company in the mirror every morning when you go in the restaurant because it's you. Listen, there's no forming land trust. When you fill out that warranty deed to trustee and record it, you have formed a land trust. That's all there is to it. So simple. Then you come home and fill out the trust agreement and put it in your filing cabinet. That's it. That's all there is to it. Now, if you want to pay somebody to do that, go ahead. But I don't know why you can't do the same thing, as long as you understand what you're doing. You don't need anybody's permission to put your house in the land trust. I don't care how long you've owned it. I don't care if it has a lien on it. I don't care if it's free and clear. Record one piece of paper and it's in a land trust. Nothing changes tax-wise. It does not affect your taxes in any way, shape, or form. They're not any more or any less than what they were before you put the house into a trust. Trusts do not get taxed. I mean, this trust does not get taxed. It's a see-through entity from the IRS point of view. I read it myself.
Okay, that answers the next question. How much does it cost to form a land trust?
Whatever the city charges you to record the 2-page document. And in my case, plus $7. It cost me about $20 to put a house into a land trust. Hey, I can't hear you, John.
Sorry. For insurance purposes, does the land trust need to be listed on the policy as the owner or the LLC that has the beneficial interest?
It needs to be listed as the owner. I would say the owner and you personally. I'm sorry, the trust and you personally. No ABC trustee, ABC LLC as trustee and your name. That way, you won't have trouble depositing a check when the land trust doesn't have a bank account. Actually, you should say or. In other words, either one can sign. And you might want to confirm that with your closing agent, whoever that is, to verify that before you pick the entity to put on public record. You don't want to have any trouble cashing a check. But trusts don't even have a bank account, so that's not something you need to worry about.
Tom says, with regard to trusts, when you assign beneficial interest to a new buyer/investor, what would show up in a title search if you assign them
Nothing.
beneficial?
That's the point. The house is in a trust. Nothing is even recorded downtown when I sell it. I sell the trust to my investor, whoever I'm buying it, whoever I'm selling it to. Okay, I'm selling a personal property. Personal property. Nothing changes hands downtown until your buyer wants to appoint a new trustee. And frankly, that don't even have to change hands unless you want it to, and you probably do, because you don't want to be entangled in any mess that your buyer makes. And then they can record the appointment of successor trustee, or the old trustee can quit claim it to the new trustee, which should be recorded downtown, but don't even have to be, as long as when you get ready to sell, a document is signed where you appointed another trustee. Just forget all that and just get a quick claim deed from the old trustee to the new one and get it recorded, and you're out of it.
Michael says, I want to be in complete control of the trust. I don't want to use a family member with a different last name as a trustee. I was told that a Wyoming LLC as the nominee trustee is the best thing I can do. Is this correct?
I think you were told that because they don't collect the owners of the trust the owners with the LLC. But honestly, why was he told to use a Wyoming? I can't see it from here, John.
Because he wants to use he doesn't want to use a family member with a different last name as a trustee. He wants to be in complete control.
So that must mean you are in a state where an LLC can't be the trustee, would be what I'm assuming there. If that's not true, then it can be an LLC, and there's no family member involved. But remember, you don't have to be a family member. Anybody you know can be your trustee. I just said I don't recommend they have the last name of your family. And even that's not a deal killer. Again, it's not about hiding stuff, guys. It's about making sure they can't get it when they come.
Tom says, if someone assigns you beneficial interest when you are the new buyer, would you still do a title search?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Good question.
And what would show up in the title search if the seller assigns you the beneficial interest?
Well, nothing, because when you do the title search, you haven't done the assignment yet.
Wayne says, can we get the Okay, see, you mentioned we should not have our living trust own our LLCs and land trusts. Is the alternative to this having the living trust own shares instead? If not, what is the recommendation?
Well, believe you'll find out that your living trust has nothing in it until you're dead. And then it goes in it. I don't want the living trust anywhere near public record, period. Period. And let me get through my 4 LLC part here. Maybe you'll understand it a little better. By the way, guys, you shouldn't be doing any of this. I mean, other than putting your house in the land trust. You don't want to do your estate plan from a seminar. You want a qualified firm to do this stuff for you. I use Bob Bloom out of Dallas. Does the whole country. Has a lot of my master students that he's creating their whole estate plan for them because we're paying for it. He does all, that's all within his firm. Tax reduction, estate planning, asset protection, and entity structure. Did I answer that or not?
I think so. Jerry says, if my LLC is the trustee, can't some bloodthirsty attorney look up my LLC and see that I am a member of the LLC and try to hunt me down?
Doesn't matter if you're a member of the LLC. That doesn't make you liable for anything. I'll say it again. It's not about hiding stuff. It's about making sure they can't get through and across your moat into your castle.
Second question, the beneficiary LLC of the trust is my wife and I. Is that the best way?
I'm getting to that here in a minute, and that's probably the best way, especially if you live in a state that has tenants by the entirety, which is coming up.
Frederick says, in Connecticut, your LLC cannot be a trustee, and I live in Connecticut. Florida does allow that, and we have properties in Florida. Can I create a Florida LLC, not being a Florida resident, and put my properties into a land trust?
Yes. Land trust has to be recorded the deed in Connecticut, but yes, your Florida LLC can operate that property.
Clark asks, can you do this with a HUD loan?
Do what with a HUD loan? I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, Clark, maybe you can give us a little bit more information about that question. Russell says, how about transferring property from an LLC to a trust?
You can do that, but you better get your CPA to answer that question because that might be a taxable transfer, and or a transfer tax transfer. Got to be careful transferring stuff out of entities.
David says, can I use the same beneficiary LLC for properties in multiple states?
Want them all to be in their individual owned land trust, and then that LLC can own those land trusts, yes.
Doesn't make a difference if the properties are in multiple states.
No. I've got a Florida LLC, got several of them, and they own properties outside of Florida.
David wants to know, in the forms you were going over, the trust number in the warranty deed. What is the trust number?
I use the street address.
So that's just something you can make up any name you want.
Absolutely, call it Mickey Mouse Trust if you want, but it does need a number, so use the number on the door.
Patrick says, when selling a property on terms from a land trust, since you aren't transferring a deed, what would the paperwork look like? Is it a simple contract?
I'm transferring it what from a trust to?
Selling a property on terms from a land trust.
Oh, okay.
Since you aren't transferring a deed, what would the paperwork look like?
You just said I'm selling the property. So am I selling it or not selling it? If I'm selling it, it's just a deed from my trust to them. What else can you make out of that question, John?
I mean, are we talking about paper trusts at this point, at the point where you complete the sale?
I don't know. You
Okay.
tell me what you think it means.
You buy the house.
Yeah.
In the land trust.
Yep.
And then once you sell the house.
Yep.
What does that process look like?
If I sell the house, my deed just simply transfers the title to the new buyers, business as usual. Trustee signs the deed.
Okay. Kathy says, when an LLC is trustee for a land trust, who signs as the trustee?
Good question. It goes like this, Kathy. ABC LLC, comma, John Doe, manager. ABC LLE, ABC LLC, comma, Mary Jane, manager.
Okay. Patrick says, what are the benefits of selling on my house as an installment agreement for beneficial interests of the trust compared to selling it on an agreement for deed?
Agreement for deed is one of several different documents that give the owner ownership of the property, but they don't transfer the deed until that ownership is paid off, until that loan is paid off. That's very common throughout the Midwest. They call them land contract. Florida, their agreement for deed. Texas, their contract for deed. Land installment sales contract, and on. They're all the same thing. They're not a lease option. You, the buyer, get all the benefits of ownership, including tax reductions and so forth, but you don't get the deed from the seller until the loan is paid off. Usually when those are used, it's because they're quicker to take back title if it's in default. Not true in Florida. I want to foreclose on somebody here. It's going to be the same amount of time, an agreement for deed, as it is just a standard mortgage foreclosure. So all of that depends on what state you live in. Some states like Michigan, for example, if I was going to sell it with owner financing, I wouldn't do anything but a land contract. It takes them about 6 months to go through foreclosure, and then they got another 6-month right of redemption.
Sean says, my understanding is Florida is very friendly towards land trusts. Can my properties in other states be inside a Florida land trust?
No. No, the deed has to be recorded wherever the property is at. But it can be owned by a Florida LLC.
Melissa says, my self-directed IRA won't let me close in a trust. Do I just quit claim to my land trust after I close?
No, you need to get your IRA moved to another, really a real company that handles your IRA, self-directed. In fact, I'm coming up with that next. Your bank will tell you it's a self-directed IRA, and it is as long as you buy something on their list with it, which they get paid for. That's not where you want your IRA at. You want it in a self-directed company that doesn't recommend any project or investment to you whatsoever. They just hold your money until you tell them where to send it. And I use directedira.com. It's on the slide coming up, directedira.com.
Clemmy says, if I bought my house with a land trust or warranty deed, is that considered a land trust?
What?
Maybe let's try this. If I bought my house with a warranty deed, is that considered a land trust?
No. Nope. Got to use the warranty deed to trustee, not a regular warranty deed.
Clark said, can you transfer the title of a house to a land trust with someone who has a HUD loan?
Doesn't make any difference what kind of loan or lien you have on the house. Nobody can stop you from putting it in a land trust. Now, don't be confused here. That doesn't mean that changes any of those liens. Those liens are on the house, no matter who owns it. So it's not going to change anything from that perspective. And, like if you're not making payments, you put your house in a land trust, I mean, they don't care. They're going to get the house back regardless of who owns the trust. They got the first mortgage on it.
Tom says, so would you do a title search if you buy a land trust?
Absolutely. No way I'd do it without doing that.
Patrick says, my previous question is regarding slow flip process. We purchase a house under a trust, then we are trying to sell it on terms to a tenant buyer over time. So if I'm just transferring the trust's personal property to a new beneficiary instead of transferring the deed at the end of the payment plan, do I just need a contract spelling out the terms to transfer over the trust?
Number one, question is very confusing. When you're selling a house, lease option's got nothing to do with that. And if you've got it in a land trust now, you'll deed it out of the land trust to your buyers, period. Very simple. And I'm not sure what else is in that question. What do you think?
I'm just rereading it here. Let's see.
You're making a very simple process complicated, really. Sure.
Yeah, I think that answers that. Okay, that's our last question.
Okay. Then we are done with land trust. Wait a minute. Not done with land trust. I'm missing something here. Just a minute. Maybe that's in my next session. I don't know. Hold on just a second before we break. We're going to take a little break. You guys go ahead and take 10 while I'm playing around here. Go ahead and take 10. Yeah, it's in my next 10-minute break. So that puts you back here at 10 minutes till 4. And we are definitely going to get out of here before 6 today.
Ron's event to me is heads and toes above any other event. He always has good content. He has good speakers that he brings in. He doesn't let just anybody come in and speak. He always has good speakers.
It's great energy. There's a lot of people motivated and a lot of people that are getting motivated. You can just tell by everyone that walks up there and speaks that they're here to help with whatever they can. So it's really exciting.
So the content is a little overwhelming at first when some of the mentors have said to us, be prepared, it's like drinking from a fire hose. They are absolutely right.
It's just chock full of so much great information, first of all, and then just to hear testimonials from others who've been doing it as well.
It's awesome. The amount of information, it borders on information overload, but it is so good. Every time you hear it, you just understand it a little better.
So the live on-stage phone calls where all the mentors got up on stage. Each mentor got about 3 chances, or whoever they can get on the phone. And it was raw, uncut, live calls. Like, you know, anything can go.
You actually get to see fellow students work on properties that have the potential for you to purchase and make an incredible profit on.
Ron's an awesome guy. He's got the goods. It's not a flash in the pan kind of event. It's just rock solid meat and potatoes, good stuff all the way through.
He is so matter of fact. His teaching style is very to the point. There's no BS, but you learn really quickly that way.
He's the real deal. He's to the point, and he's been doing it for so long that it's like second nature to him. And if you just listen to what he does and what he says, then you'll do fine.
He seems sincere, he's honest, he's easy to understand. He has a sense of humor, so I enjoy his teaching.
Man, he changed my life, man, just off of the content that I've gotten, just listening to him. And I don't know too many people that can hold you in one place for 12 hours and you still be excited just listening to him.
He tells you exactly what to do, how it is. It's no baloney, you know? I like that.
Everybody is just super nice, super helpful. They want to make sure that you're getting what you're needing.
Anytime we have a question, they're there to answer it.
Everybody's so helpful, and all they want to do is see you succeed, which is very good, and it's obvious too.
This event gives you limitless potential. You owe it to yourself to come and learn what this process is, because it will open your eyes and change your life.
Just do it. I mean, save up the money. And if you're on the fence and this is something that you're interested in and you can see yourself doing, then you're absolutely right. You can absolutely do this business. It'll change your life. I believe it's changed mine.
If you're considering real estate at all, this event, you can get people that will walk beside you and help you become a success in this. 100%. You will do deals with these people.
You're going to make it back in one deal if you're passionate about it and this is what you want to do. To me, it's like a no-brainer, you know.
Just do it. Just do it.
Jones, and I'm from Southern California, and I'm a full-time real estate investor. My wife Rocio and I run a rehabbing operation in Southern California where we locate, identify houses to fix up and sell for profit. Just a few short years ago, I ran across Ron LeGrand through some information I got from someone else, and I thought about, well, maybe I should get a little bit of training to figure out maybe I can make more money in my business. And at the time, I really didn't know a lot of stuff about systems and automation and coaching and mentoring, and I felt that I needed some help because I was at my wit's end being able to get through that process. My background is that I was a policeman, for 30 plus years working the LA City streets in LAPD, and it was a great job. I loved it, but it wasn't going to make me wealthy, and I really wanted to change my life for the better. And after getting shot at so many times, but not getting hit, of course, it was a life-changing decision. So I felt that I needed to get more training. So coming to a Ron LeGrand event, I flew all the way from Los Angeles to Orlando, Florida. I spent 4 days with Ron LeGrand learning some techniques and strategies on how to acquire property and how to evaluate those properties and how to sell those properties for profit. Not just the cash flow, but also for money you can make up front, money you can make in the middle, money you can make on the back end. And I learned a new language of real estate. And I tell you, Ron LeGrand has been a very key instrumental person to help me develop myself, and now I'm helping others to develop themselves in business. And now it is a system that we follow that you're able to go out there, locate, identify properties, hire the right type of people, put teams together, and then automate it to where you can step back and let the process take place and unfold, and that way you can reap the benefits of it. It's okay to make money while helping others in the process, and we feel that we're creating win-win situations all the way around. But it wouldn't have happened had I not come to a quick start boot camp with Ron LeGrand, and he's doing these things every month. Doing a 4-day boot camp, and I encourage, if you ever haven't been to one, you should get to one. And then once I've done that, I went to the school and got the training. I then had a mentor who can help guide me for 6 months of being able to identify areas where I can improve my business. So we're having fun. Our life has changed. Our kids' life has changed, and we've changed so many other people's lives by having this information. And hopefully you can take advantage of it as well. And we'll see you at the top, because the bottom is too crowded.
Agreement.
Yeah?
About to go out and buy a free house.
That's my favorite kind of house.
Yeah. That means that I'm buying a house for $450 and doing a wraparound mortgage on it. So there's no liability to me. And they got a $2,800 payment. We're just going to start making payments on that about 3 months from now and get a beautiful house, like new house, in a great area too. Fill out part of the contract that I can before I leave. Saves a lot of time when I get there. So I'm just leaving the blanks that I need to fill in when I get there to be discussed with the seller.
I'm going to turn around and then
pick up there?
Yeah, I'm just going to turn. How's the house look, Ron?
Well, so far so good. They all look good. I'll take any of them. No, I'll take all of them. Beautiful place, beautiful neighborhood, all new houses. Here we are. We've been in the house. Now we're out of the house. We met and we have a signed contract right there with husband and wife. It says we can buy the house for $440. They wanted $450. So that should prove that if you doubt this stuff really works, I don't see how. Either that or you think I'm telling you a whopper, one of the two. Trust me, I'm not.
Angie, I know that you guys have been to an online.
Yes.
And this is, what is this, your first?
And live.
Your first live? What do you think about the first live?
Well, see, it's a whole different level.
You know, we did all the right things with the virtual. We sequestered ourselves in a room. We made sure there was no interruptions. We did everything we could to plug into the virtual version of this event. But when we got in person and we got to see the real people who are behind us, we got to look in their eyes, we got to be interactive with questions, and then we got to have deals done. We brought a stack of property information sheets, and we actually had the mentors calling them, setting up deals for us. That's something you can't get online. We have the opportunity to meet people who care about us. So, go ahead, baby.
It was just a real pleasure being with everybody, and it means so much to interact with everyone that was here. And it was just awesome. It was awesome working with Ron, working with the mentors. It's nothing like it.
And hopefully we'll see you at another one very soon?
Absolutely. Let me tell you one more thing.
Yes.
I got the digital copy of the manual when I did the virtual. And we came here, and as Ron went through it live, there were actual pages in there that I could have swore that he just added for this event that I missed when I was only virtual. And I saw those pages and I was like, oh my goodness, they would have made a difference for us over the last few months if we'd have had the real life copy. That book's gonna be my Bible, and it's gonna be that manual in my hands for the next several months. So we're fired up about that.
We can't wait to see you at another live event soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I often run across people today who for some reason, don't think that they can do the business of real estate. And then I relate to my story. I'm 35 years old. I'm working in a service station. I have no retirement. I have no bank account. My wife is not working. It's just me. I have no previous education. I had to struggle to get through the 12th grade. I have no formal training whatsoever. And yet somehow I came from that to where I am today. And I look at all of the excuses people come up with on why they can't do it. And I often tell my students, there's only one way you can get good at anything. First, you gotta suck. So if you qualify for there, you're in the right position. Suck first, get better every day. Next thing you know, you're the expert. And it really don't make any difference what business you're in, the same thing is going to apply.
Okay, we're back. John, let's move forward here. You got any more questions you want me to answer before we get through with the IRA here?
There's a couple here.
Land trust. Yeah.
Mitchell says, when you lease option sell a house from in the land trust, is that person technically a tenant paying rent with the option to buy at the end of the lease term?
Oh, what the heck you just said there? What?
If you are lease optioning a house to a tenant buyer, is that person technically a tenant paying rent with the option to buy at the end of the lease term?
Yes, that's what it's all about.
And is it in the same lease document that outlines the purchase price of the home and how the down payment credits towards if they buy it?
Well, yes, that's in the lease option agreement. Yes.
Dell says, thanks, Ron. What is your favorite way to get leads?
Whichever one of them's working the best, and right now that's paid Google ads. But that's not, I tell you, most of my students have paid Google ads, but it's, something you're going to have to learn a little bit to get started on it yourself. And there's a few tricks of the trade if you can find somebody that knows what they are. In fact, if you come to our boot camp and get in the mentoring program, Adel will tell you exactly how he goes about that step by step. Or you might even want to come to one of the calls, the conference calls that we invite you to, and ask him that question then. But it is a process, things you got to learn about running paid ads. There's a lot of people that do it for you that they're in the business, but man, they're kind of expensive.
Okay, that's all our questions.
All right. Well, let's get back here and finish this. All right. Remember, you guys can take photos of this or screenshots or whatever you want to do. LLC versus C. An LLC does not pay income taxes. Taxes all flow through to the owners of the LLC. A C pays its own income taxes right now at 21%. LLC's taxes, whatever your tax bracket is, because it goes right on your tax return on the adjustable gross income. A C, its end can be any month, any end of any month during the year you want it to be. An LLC is always going to have a year end 12/31. On an LLC, you can take out money anytime you want and call it a draw or distribution, and it doesn't affect any taxes at all, because if you are taking it out of the LLC or leaving it in, same amount's going to go on your tax return as profit or loss. That's not true with a C. A C is its own tax bracket, has its own tax return, and does not affect you personally in any way, shape, or form. And you can be the one that's president of the C. A problem is taking money out of the C. If you just write yourself a check out of the C, then the IRS is going to call it dividends. And yes, you're only going to pay 20% taxes on those dividends, but the corporation's got to pay another 20% on those. In other words, you're getting double taxed. That's the term, double taxation. So getting money out of the C, you can be an employee, you can be employee, or maybe even get away with some consulting fees or whatever, but you can't just be writing checks to yourself. But that's okay, because in a minute, we're going to get to what you do with that C. You catch you up here. John, can you enlarge that a little bit for me? I can't quite see it. What's that last one down there?
Okay.
All right. I think I covered all that, didn't I? All right. Now be careful with that C, because some states have a state tax, like Florida, a 5.5% state tax on top of the 21% federal tax. Now, let's move over to the next slide, John, and look at those income. You guys might want to take a picture of this now, because this you can figure out what your adjusted gross income is. Well, you can figure out at least what your income is, but your CPA better do the adjusted gross income. But there's tax brackets. Now, what you should know about this is, if you'll take a look at the left, let's go married filing jointly at the top. You take a look at the left, you can see that there's a percentage up and down, which is the percentage of your adjusted gross income that you will pay in taxes for the income that falls in each of those brackets. So you can look and see your brackets there, and then the adjusted gross income must be between those brackets. In other words, if I'm paying 25%, everything there at 22% is a different calculation. So I have to calculate every one of those brackets and then add it up, which is why most people shouldn't even think about trying to file their own tax returns. You'll also notice that a couple filing jointly is going to pay less taxes than a person filing separately, assuming there's two people in the marriage. So filing a joint is good in one way, and as you pay less taxes, but not so good in an asset protection way, because any IRS comes after you and they got a lien, that lien is against both of you if you're filing jointly, but only one of you if you're filing separately. But in exchange for that protection, for the one that's the one that haven't done anything and doesn't run any business, you're going to take the risk of them. If you file separately, you're just going to pay more taxes. Most people file jointly. That decision should be made between you and your CPA, and it'll also be based on what all the other stuff you got going on in your life as well, and what the risk factor is and so forth. All right. And I update this every year. You can get that on Google if you want it. All right. Now we're at the 4 LLC. All right. You'll see that I have an A, a B, and a C, and a D LLC. All right. Before you get upset, you don't have to have 4 LLCs, but I'm suggesting you're at least going to have 3 of them. That's A, B, and C.
The A LLC is owned 100% by your IRA. 100% by your IRA. Notice that any houses that your IRA is going to buy are going to be titled into a land trust. And then the land trust is owned by A. And A is owned by your IRA. Houses are always titled in a trust. In this case, A is going to own the beneficial interest of all of them, and your IRA is going to own all of it, okay, technically. So there's a few things you need to know about your IRA going into this thing. I'm going to do an IRA lesson for you next, but please note, you cannot profit from A directly in any way, shape, or form other than building money you're going to transfer back to your IRA when you're ready to quit. You can transfer money back to your IRA to the third-party administrator, directed IRA, whoever it is, anytime you want, back and forth. Doesn't matter. Because transferring back and forth doesn't mean you spend it on anything, or and it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect you. In fact, I'm going to suggest that you get an IRA set up first, if you haven't done that. Then you form an A, and that your IRA own the A. And now you'll be operating out of A from now on. You don't have to go back and forth with directed IRA or anybody else to get a little check or pay a bill or whatever. It's all done out of A. Directed IRA is pretty good about sending you money when you ask for it to put down as an earnest money deposit or whatever. But just the same, who wants to go through all that crap back and forth all the time? So the minute you get A formed, you won't go through any of that stuff. You're operating out of A. But you got to treat it like an IRA. For example, you can't get compensated in any way from A. You cannot live in a house that A owns. Neither can any of your family, up or down, husband and wife, all the way up, all the way down. You can't donate money to A. It can't give you money. You can't borrow from it. It can't borrow from you. You got, well, I'll get to, in a minute, I'll get to what your IRA can buy, because it can buy just about anything. In this case, it's buying an LLC. So I would suggest you get your IRA set up. In fact, get your IRA set up and put at least $1,000 in it, because you're going to transfer about 800 of that over to A when you get A set up. It's not going to come to you and then go to A. It's going to go directly to A. So you have your administrator make out a check directly to A, and then you go get a bank account. As soon as you pick the name that you like and that they've approved, the state has approved, now you're going to go get a bank account for A. In fact, I got the steps right here on the next 2 pages in this. If you guys want to take a picture of them, they're also in your IRA course. They're also in Boot Camp Manual, and I think also on the Gold Club as well. If you want to take a picture of these, there's one page. There's page 2, step by step, not complicated at all. You know, you got to have an IRA, of course, before you can set up an LLC that the IRA owns. Getting an IRA means going on directedira.com and filling out a form and getting them, I don't know, $1,000 would be my guess, so that you immediately got money for earnest money deposits. You can't live in a house that A owns. You can't even do an Airbnb and spend a weekend in the house that you own. So again, land trust own the houses, one in each. A owns all the land trust, and your IRA owns A. All right, want to enlarge that for me, John? As big as you can get it. All right. Okay. What did I miss down there, John? I think I got everything below A, didn't I? Okay. One more thing about A. There's no law that says you can't be the manager of A, but I'm telling you it's dangerous.
Because if you write a check out of A to you and you get audited, they can go back and annul your IRA from the day you formed it and make you pay taxes on all money that you thought you were getting tax-free. Not going to be a good plan. So you just simple rules. Just don't violate them. That's all. All right. Now let's look at B. B is your flipper entity. B is not designed to own any house that a tenant is in. That's C. B pays for all the expenses of running your entire business, no matter who winds up with a house, A, B, C. D will never own a house. So B bears all your cost of marketing, of getting trained, of coming here, or anything and everything that smells like it's a write-off in your real estate business. In fact, B should pay for all the expenses of your vehicle you use for business. I have a vehicle outside, and my accountant told me one time, I want to see a chart, where you go, how long, how many miles was it to that, and what was the purpose of your visit? I told my accountant, I'll say, Mark, when you get that chart from me, you'll know that I'm dead and an imposter is filing my tax return. In other words, there ain't no way I'm doing that. So we agreed on an 80-20 rule. 20% is personal and 80% is business. So that means I get to write off 80% of all the expenses of my car or my pick-em-up truck or any other vehicle and or any other piece of machinery or equipment. All of that is owned by B now. You don't need to own all that crap. You own it by, let B own it, and then you can write off everything you spend pre-tax dollars. Like now, most people are writing off a bunch of stuff after they've already paid taxes, and that's costing you a lot of money, For example, B can pay for your health insurance. B can pay for your life insurance. As long as the proceeds go to B when you're dead, what do you care? The proceeds, whatever's in B is going to go to your heirs anyway. So B doesn't get the advantage of installment sale. You don't want to sell an installment sale out of B. In fact, come see me. I'm going to talk you out of selling with installment sales anyway. You lose quite a bit when you sell a house. You gain a lot more when you lease purchase it to a tenant buyer. Any expense you can think of that would relate to the house business, you get your choice of writing it off. Now you got a dark blue zone, and then you got a dark gray area, and then you got a Prince of Darkness area. Your accountant's not going to let you write it off. It doesn't look like it goes into as for the real estate business. But on the other hand, it gives you a lot of leeway. What are you buying that has to do with real estate? You have a lawnmower? You don't need a lawnmower. B needs a lawnmower, and you can keep it in your yard. Pre-tax, get to write it off. Get that income down as low as you possibly can. So now when you do file an income tax return on B, there's not much income left after all the expenses have been taken out. So you pay a lot less taxes by learning to write off stuff before taxes. Notice that houses that go in B, in other words, anything you pay cash for is going to be owned in a land trust, and the land trust is going to be owned by B. These wholesale deals will all go in B even if you never buy them, because if you may not intend to close on them. And if you live in a state where you can assign a contract, that's what you want to do. I'm telling you right now, you ain't going to have any trouble assigning a contract on a junker as long as you're not trying to get too much, or as long as you're not buying it in a war zone and that you weren't aware of, and your buyers are smarter than that, and they know better to buy it there if they're going to rehab it and sell it. So B is got a checkbook. You hold a checkbook. You write the checks. Or if you want to assign that to somebody else, that's up to you. I would never assign that to somebody else unless I'm the one signing the checks, even though I do just the opposite of what I told you to do. Do what I say, don't do what I do. I don't sign checks, and I don't pay bills. I have a girl that does all that for me, and I've been doing it for a long, long, long time. May not be the smartest thing, but, she knows I know where to find her. So I don't even have to mess with any of that. Tell you the truth, I don't even know what bills are getting paid. I know that sounds strange to you, but, she does. If she has any questions, she'll ask me, and she's got a signature of rights on the bank account. I know that scares the crap out of you. But she also has legality. She can't steal money from me. Anyway, I know that she would not do that as well. So, John, blow that up some more. I cannot read them bottom lines there. What I miss?
We're on B right now, right?
I'm on B. Yeah, I think I got them all, didn't I?
Access trustee on land and paper trusts, used for wholesale rehab and acts, not for rental houses.
Right.
Pay all business expenses from B except on IRA related properties.
Well, sort of. Okay. B is going to pay all your marketing, and if A happens to buy a property, obviously, B is still going to pay your marketing costs. I'll let you discuss that with your CPA. I can actually do a pro and a con for each side of it. But if you're going to use A to pay for your marketing costs, you better darn sure make sure that those numbers are isolated and easily to prove that they're for the benefit of A, such as your marketing. I don't think it's worth it personally. I mean, you're going to write them off anyway. It's up to you. But B is short term. You just got to remember that. C is not. C is for your investment properties. One house, one land trust, as many land trusts as you want, owned by C. And then we'll figure out in a minute who's going to own these LLCs. Okay? So all your rentals are going to go in C. Any notes paying in will go in C. And now C needs to be paying the expenses of all the rental properties, and the income, and all the income expenses for the properties go through C. C is the LLC that's going to make you very, very wealthy. Your wealth is going to come from A and C. And the reason is C is going to own all the properties that you're getting all those benefits on that I've covered today. Appreciation, depreciation, debt pay down, monthly cash flow, big deposits up front, the whole works. Okay, they go in C. Now, there's no problem with you having B and C loan or borrow money from each other. You should, however, have a note on it, any kind of a note, maybe put a 10-year balloon on it and accruing 3% interest or something like that. That's what the IRS wants to see anyway. I wish I could tell you that we've always done that, but we haven't. So B is actually going to do the work and pay the cost of finding C. So you should figure out which entity you want this thing in before you close on it. If you know it's a flipper, wholesale or retail, it's going in B. Now, what if you buy one in B and then you decided to put it in C later? That's fine. B can sell it to C with no closing costs, nothing changing downtown. It's just an inter-family transfer. And what if C collects the money and B's broke? C can loan money anytime you want it to loan money to B. And then comes D. D is what I call a utility company. That doesn't mean it furnishes your electric or anything. It just means it is the entity I use to put in harm's way. D won't own anything. D doesn't even need a bank account. It's never going to touch money. It's just going to be there. Like, for example, if I'm lease optioning from a seller, D is going to be the one that's leasing from the seller. That way, if there's ever a problem, something happens and the seller doesn't get paid, guys and gals, when you sign on a lease purchase and you're the one that's leasing it, you're responsible for those payments. Just like you went down to the bank and borrowed money. The seller could literally sue you and get a judgment against you if you let all that happen. Well, if you've got a D and the D is the lessee and they want to sue you, just give them D, because that's all they can get anyway. Okay? I'll give you D, I'll go get me an E. Oh, I bet you're getting all of this. Okay. Well, you need to see it several times. So that's why I have 4 LLCs right there. And why you may or may not, there ain't no law says you got to have a D. Frankly, there ain't no law says you got to have an A, but you sure, darn sure better have an IRA. And I'll tell you, if you can buy, you can buy a house and make the IRA the owner on public record. But from what we discussed today, what risk does that put you at? Aren't your IRAs the owner of the house that get burned? Your IRA is what's going to get sued, and it's going to probably win. There goes your IRA, just because you were foolish enough to make it on public record as the owner of that house. Of course, I'm fully aware that nothing like this is going to happen to you going forward. But just in case, would you rather be protected than going naked and going intestate, as they call it? Don't have any plan. You don't have any plan when you're gone. The state's got a plan for you. So, back to be a minute, any money I spend on my car I have a debit card. I put it in the tank, in the pump to get gas. Any money I spend on it, I give that debit card. That means that 80% of it gets written off. That's something you got to change your habits on. Now make sure it makes sense from the IRS point of view. Now my wife has got a Navigator and a 2002 Thunderbird. There is no way, and I'm trying to convince IRS she uses either one of them for business because she has no part of my business. Bought that 202 Thunderbird in 202, paid $55,000 for that thing, and I think it's got 8,000 miles on it. And all of that time, she says she's keeping it, so it'll be valuable. Yeah, it'd be valuable on my foot. It ain't worth $20,000 now. In fact, we'll both be dead when that car is valuable. Got a long way to go to even get what we paid for it. But in 60 years, I've learned how to manage these kind of things. Here it is, guy. If you want a long marriage, you can be happy or you can be right. Pick one. The best way I solve an argument is refuse to argue. Just shut up. And that's it. That's the secret to a long marriage right there. All right. I think I covered everything on that page. Let's move it one more. Oh, we did that. If you didn't take a picture of it, didn't screenshot it, there's your chance. But again, I'm hoping you're going to get something here today where that's included in anyway. There it is again. All right. Now, how should we own these entities? The answer to that question is the key to not losing everything you have. Never solo. You don't ever want an LLC and you're the only owner of the LLC. In most states, any predator go right on through that and start with your bank account and anything that's in that single-owned LLC. Now, there's some states that can't happen, but I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't want a single LLC, single-owner LLC, no matter where I was. So if you've got single-owned LLC right now, be thinking about who to bring in it with you. Perhaps, maybe, even your own LLC. Your LLC can most certainly be the beneficial interest of any other LLC, and now it's not solely owned anymore. So one of the big reasons why tenants by the entirety works so well in those states, because tenants by the entirety means that you and your spouse own the thing 100% undivided. Key word is undivided. So a predator coming after you cannot pierce that tenants by the entirety and take piece of a whole, and nobody even knows what the piece of the whole is worth. What is? Tenants by the entirety, predators are not going to go through. Just make a note, TBE. The top states right there, you can use tenants by the entirety for everything. The bottom states, you can only use real estate as tenants by the entirety. So, and you can go on Google or AI or whatever and ask, I want to see all the states that tenants by that accept tenants by the entirety, and they'll come out right there with that page right there. So you can see Florida's one of them, thank goodness, because it saved my bacon over the years after my 2008 calamity. I just solved one of those cases about all that commercial property I was doing that could not be completed. And Tenants by the Entirety kept them off my back the whole time. So problem is, there's some conditions of Tenants by the Entirety, and I'm going to get to those here in just a second. There they are. These are called 5 unities. So if you're going to operate Tenants by the Entirety, which your own property, so all you got to do is fill out a deed and go record it. Just make sure you record it. And you and her name, guy, comma, Tenants by the Entirety. Tenants by the Entirety should be on everything that you own, Tenants by the Entirety. And from that day forward, if only one of you gets a judgment against you, no predator is going to pierce that Tenants by the Entirety. Now, these 5 entities have to be dealt with, or they can. In other words, you got to be married. You can't do it unless you're married. Can't do it if you're shacking up. You got to be married. And both of you got to buy at the same time. Husband can't buy something and deed the other half to wife later on. And you got to be continuously married throughout the time from you bought the thing to the time you're having an issue. And you got to make sure I made this mistake, opened up a bank account for Beverly and I both, and I opened it Tenants by the Entirety. But when I got the card, what happens if one wants to die? What happens to the account? And it has to say on there, it goes to the spouse. It cannot say it goes to a trust. See right there, that's one of the unities. So the spouse must get it when one dies. And they kind of got me on that one because several of them going way back. I own the thing, and then I brought Beverly in later when we did some estate planning. And both have to have access to the property. Now, that doesn't mean that both of you have to be involved in operating it or anything. It's just both of you have to have access to it. For example, if you have a bank account, which you darn sure better do Tenants by the Entirety on, and husband's used to writing all the checks, you might want to just have wife sign a few along the way, just so you can show both of you had access to it. All right. That 5-minute seminar I just gave you could save your entire estate. But what if I'm not married or live in any of these states? Ron, what to do? What to do? Well, you can get out in front of a truck and end it all if you want to, or you can figure out a way to solve the same problem because you don't qualify, or you can move to a state that does. We still have a couple of houses left down here in Florida, but no deals. All the deals, no more deals. All right. Ask about a limited partnership. So let me explain that to you, because I learned this from Bob Bloom myself. You don't live in any of those TBE states. All right. You always want to own the LLCs, both of you Tenants by the Entirety, and I'd write the words Tenants by the Entirety right on the operating agreement. In fact, you have a joint bank account and it's Tenant by the Entirety, I'd put that right on the darn checks, right under your name and address, just so it's clear that it's Tenants by the Entirety, and that was intent. The limited partnership does the same thing. It's a limited partnership, and you and him or her are going to be the limited partners. Now, a predator can't come in and take the assets of that limited partnership if only one of them has a judgment. And incidentally, if you aren't careful, if the husband and the wife get a judgment against them, there's just no way to protect you. No way to protect you. So you never want to let that happen. Same with the IRS. If both of you owe the IRS, they're going to get whatever they want, and they can take whatever they want. Only one of you owns one of you owes the IRS. They can't come and take the ownership of a limited partnership or an LLC for that matter, but they can get a charging order against it. Charging order means that they can take a percentage of the income, but that income has to be distributed by a general partner in a partnership, and that general partner don't have to distribute that income. Yet all the people in the partnership have to pay their fair share of taxes on their percentage of their ownership in the limited partnership. The limited partnership by federal law can't be pierced and get the assets by a predator. But there's some cases they can, such as limited partnership will never go on title as the owner of a property. Same thing, one egg, one basket, never a basket with more than one egg in it. But if the IRS can, I don't tell you the truth, I don't think even the IRS can pierce a limited partnership, but there's all kinds of rules that they can use to get around it. Now, I wouldn't want to be in a lawsuit with the IRS where they're trying to get the assets of a limited partnership. But anyway, it's better to have a limited partnership or TB ownership rather than nothing. Because if you have nothing, you're just waiting for something to happen and they come clean your clock. All right, so when you have your estate plan done, you want to have that conversation. And listen, you never want to have an estate plan done unless you have an asset protection attorney, an estate planning attorney, and a tax attorney all in the same building. And there's plenty of firms that do that. Bob Bloom's the company does that out in Dallas, Texas. That way they're all working together and we're teaching everybody else's advice and making sure it doesn't interfere. For example, if your estate planning attorney tells you to deed your properties to a living trust, okay, your asset protection attorney should kill that one very quickly. So you got to be careful. These people all coordinate with each other so they can all do it together. And then it's a plan that's probably not going to ever be penetrated. All right. Bob can form you a limited partnership. And in fact, he'll form you one. Well, I haven't told you about that, but you'll learn about masters sometime pretty soon. And we pay for the estate planning when you become a master. There's your recap. You want to shoot that screen. That'll help you remember. Houses are all in the land trust. Land trust are all owned by an LLC or an LLP. And those are owned by a married couple, TBE, or a limited liability or partnership. Okay, see, that makes it kind of simple there. Houses to land trust to LLC and LP. LLC, a married couple owns the LLC, tenanted by the entirety or a limited partnership. All right. I think that's about the end of that, isn't it? Yeah. All right. All right. Remember now.
You have a few more questions.
All right. Remember now, you get registered for the Quick Start School today. A, you're never going to get a better deal. B, I just gave you the land trust course. C, I gave you a big discount on it and a bunch of free courses along with it. I mean, you better ask yourself, if not now, when? What's going to change? You know the answer to that, okay? And if it's money, I told you we'd finance you. If it's you can't travel, well, I'll bet you one of you can. And even if you can't, we got the virtual one. I'd much rather you travel there. I mean, I don't know what else we can do for you guys. I promise you, this is the best deal you're ever going to get on this event. And I'm largely doing that for my buddy Scott. And many of you are Scott's children. All right, go ahead and hit me with the questions.
Eric asks, in Texas, do I do a lease with a purchase agreement or a lease with an option agreement?
In Texas, you have an option agreement, everywhere else for that matter, and you have a lease agreement. Any state, if you're going to lease option, same thing.
Phyllis says, if you want to put your home in a land trust with your LLC as beneficiary.
No. Sorry. Thank you for asking that. LLC should have nothing to do with your home. You and your spouse should own your home tenants by the entirety, or own the land trust tenants by the entirety. And if you're alone and you don't have a spouse, you can, any of your children you might want to put in there now, but if you don't want to do that, then you know what, I don't see any problem in there being one owner of a land trust that owns the home. That's the home you live in now, because it's protected in a lot of states. But don't get an LLC in there. An LLC is an entity. You can't just be swapping property back and forth from an LLC without paying income taxes on it. So you better have your accountant okay anything like this you do. Incidentally, don't you even think about going out and do this stuff until you learn a bit more about it and are able to explain what you want done to your attorney. And of course, if it's Bob Bloom, then that's easy. Get him and we put you in touch with them and they send you an application and they send you a questionnaire and you're going to have to answer questions you never even dreamed existed, but at least you get it done once. By the way, if you guys want to find out about our master's program, just call 800-567-6128 and they'll go through all of it. It's basically an all-inclusive program that we've been offering for years and years and years. It's our highest level of customer, it's masters. All right.
Does the land trust own the property?
Yes. Land trust owns the property. And then your LLC owns the land trust, but not on your home.
David asks, in your example, after directed IRA sets up the IRA, are we ourselves setting up the LLC or having directed IRA set up the LLC?
No, you're setting up the LLC, which is something else. I mean, you need a good, strong LLC, strictly written for an IRA to own it. Now, we got one of those on the Gold Club, but if I were you, I'd get Bob Bloom to do it. This guy knows how to protect you. He forms corporations as well, LLCs as well, and when you get a chance to watch Bob, if you haven't seen him already, he'll show you all the weaknesses of just getting online and forming an LLC. It's just poor protection at all.
So related question, I'm told IRA LLCs need to be set up by an official entity that sets those LLCs up, transfer funds between the IRA and the LLC checking account. Is that true? Do you need an official intermediary entity to set it up?
I think they're confused. You're going to have an intermediary for your IRA. That intermediary don't have anything to do with setting up LLCA. And you can do that. But you do have to decide who's going to be the manager. And you need a manager, and it shouldn't be you. Again, it's not illegal to be you, but it shouldn't be you. And in fact, one of these directed IRA companies won't even take you if they know that you are managing an LLC that owns your IRA, because they know it's too easy for you to make a mistake. And you know, the odds are with you, but do you really want to make a bunch of mistakes and 5 years later the IRS catches up with you? Why don't you just do it right now and don't put skeletons in your closets that'll come out and haunt you later.
Angelo says, how does an IRA work if I'm in my 70s?
It makes no difference how old you are to start a Roth IRA, which I'm getting into right now.
Mitchell says, if we are buying and selling in multiple states, do we need a B entity?
A D entity?
He said B as in boy.
Oh, B entity. Not if you're buying and selling for, and not putting tenants in them. You don't care where their properties are at. You can do that, especially if you're not ever taking title to them, no matter what state they're in. There's nothing for you to record. You're not going to buy the property.
Can your B and C and IRA be in different states?
You can have a B anywhere and buy properties anywhere. You can do the same with C. The land trust has to be recorded. The trust deed has to be recorded where the property is now. But that doesn't have anything to do with who owns the trust. So what else was the question? I think I got it.
Said something about IRAs in different states, but I don't know.
No. You only need one IRA, and that's not a state thing. That's a federal thing. Okay. Now you can have more than one IRA, and there's a time why you might want to consider that. If you already know you got an IRA that's broken the rules, as you, I'd go start another IRA, transfer the money from one to the other, and get rid of the old IRA, and then start doing it right. And you can have more than one IRA and keep more than one IRA, and you can have a pension plan as well, which I'm going to talk about today.
Tenants buy the entirety. What if I'm single? What are the other solutions?
I answered that for you. If you're single, Well, you can always get married, but you don't want to do that. Then you are tenants by the entirety you can't do, you're not qualified for, so you want to use a limited partnership. Now, if you don't have any family, no friends, you just got out of prison or whatever, you need two partners, you're one, and your own LLC can be another. Bob taught me that as well. And that same LLC can be the general partner.
Janet says, what do you consider a strong LLC for your IRA?
One that a proper attorney creates for you. Bob, as I think he's at 895 or something like that to form a corporation or LLC or limited partner for you. But it's a really strong one because look, that guy's been years and years and years doing this stuff, and he knows where the weaknesses are. So he prevents them just like I do. And all these agreements that I give you, they came from mistakes. And so we fixed the mistake on the next agreement. And it takes a lot of years, but you really get some good documents. But man, does it cost money.
John said, why should I not be the manager of the LLC owned by my IRA?
Because I'm afraid you're going to do something to create self-dealing problems. And IRS is going to come audit you. And what's the difference anyway? Get yourself a manager, have the manager sign a bunch of checks, and then you issue them as you need them.
Angela asks, what do you mean when you say predator?
Predator is somebody that's trying to get a judgment against you for something.
Mark said, can we watch this at a more convenient time since I'm at work? Well, I can answer that. So you guys are watching here on Ring Central Events. When we finish up today and turn off the live stream, it will replay until midnight tonight. So you can go and use the controls and skip around if you miss something, you want to watch something again. Yep. It'll be available till midnight.
But that will be the last shot at it, watching the replay. Now, you could get into the Quick Start School, and you won't even have to worry about that, because I'm telling you, you guys know me by now. I'm telling it like it is. Okay, I'm not a wishy-washy kind of guy. The truth is, if you're not willing to get the training in a business you want to get into, how in the hell do you ever expect to succeed at it? Okay? I used to quote, I can't go into a restaurant and eat at it and learn how to run it. Can't see behind the scenes. Okay, you need to get with a real bona fide qualified teacher and learn what's behind the scenes before you have to pay the big price. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how much money it's cost me to get this smart. There's no way to calculate it, all right? But it's a lot of money. So talk yourself into getting the training while it's so darn cheap and you're getting so many goodies for it. If not now, when? What's going to change? What's going to change? All right, John, next.
That's all our questions.
All right. Well, let's get right into the IRA session. All right. Who should have an IRA? Everyone. Everyone should have a Roth IRA. Why use an IRA? Simple. No taxes. Legally. IRS approved if you don't break the rules. I'm telling you right now, untaxed money grows 10 times faster than tax money. And remember, it's compounding as long as you leave all the profit in there. When you open up a Roth IRA, you're going to make a contribution of $1,000. You don't have to. You can open up with $100. Okay, so you make a contribution of $1,000. That's the last contribution that I ever care if you make, because the money. Now, the reason you're doing it with an IRA is not to make contributions. I mean, how long are you going to live to have $6,500 make you wealthy? You're not, all right? We're not teaching that. We're teaching to take a little bit of money and turn it into a lot of money, tax-free. I'm going to give you some examples. Do you remember those 5 ugly houses I showed this morning? All right, you remember how much I put down on them? $10. Perfect for your IRA. Perfect. Your IRA puts up the $10. In this case, it would be A. That's owned by your IRA. Puts up the $10. And then we go out and flip it for $52,000 profit. Where does all that profit have to go? In your IRA, tax-free forever, if it's a Roth. Now all of a sudden I got a bunch of money in my tax. Now what are we going to do with all my money? Well, we're going to discuss that here shortly, but you can fill up your Roth IRA very, very quickly with doing most any kind of real estate deals because you're using maximum leverage. $10 out, $100 out, thousands coming back. Why a Roth? Because a Roth is tax-free, a traditional is taxed. A traditional, you can't even open after 70 and a half. And when you get that old, they might just start taking money out of your traditional, whether you want to or not. None of that's true with a Roth. Open a Roth at any age, any age. You can have a Roth past 100. You can have your Roth be left to your heirs. None of that's true for your traditional. Again, traditional, you pay taxes when you take out the money. Roth, you never pay taxes. Traditionally, you get a tax deduction for what you put in, but you have to pay taxes when you take it out. I think you'd probably rather pay the taxes on the seed than the crop, would be my guess. Your Roth IRA is a way for you to get rich, 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 and most people have no idea about it. Just said that. Okay, said that. Okay, how do you set up a Roth? Well, you go to directedira.com. By the way, I don't care who you use. I mean, none of them sending me any money. But I can tell you, I've worked with Nate Hare quite a while now. And he used to work for Quest. Now he's part of directedira.com. And he does a great job. He takes care of the folks I send to him. And every once in a while, he does a speech for me as well. But all you got to do is fill out a form and put whatever money you want to put in there. I suggest you put $1,000 in there. By the way, husband and wife cannot be in the same IRA. That's two different IRAs. I mean, if you want to do that. But when you set up a Roth, your adjusted gross income has got to be less than $180 some odd $1,000. But I've even got a plan for that. If you're making more than that. Can I use my existing IRA? Well, that depends. First, you ask yourself, have you violated any of the rules of this IRA? Have you made any money from the actions of this IRA? Have you deeded something? You cannot put anything in your IRA except cash, period. You can't give your house to the IRA. None of that's going to work. It can't borrow money. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Who can qualify for Roth? Anyone, regardless of your age. And you have to have earned income to put money in. So if you got a senior citizen or whatever, okay, I'm thinking of your parents. They don't have a good retirement plan. And you got an LLC open, a couple of them. You can always pay your parents a salary for enough to cover a contribution to their IRA. They have to have earned income. So let's say they have earned income of $1,000, all right? And you send that money to open them an IRA. Now they've got a IRA. And in order to do that, you're going to have to take some taxes out on them and FICA and FUTA, whatever, and pay it. And if you never pay them again, I mean, who cares? Point is, now they got an IRA with $1,000 in it, and now you can take their IRA and do the same thing you're going to do with your IRA. You can even have their IRA partner with your IRA if you want to. My CPA told me my income was too high for a Roth. All right, let me fix that one for you. I hope you're in that position. Open a traditional. Put $1,000 in a traditional. Transfer the traditional to a Roth. Because there's no law that says you can't transfer the traditional to a Roth, just that you can't contribute to it if you're making over $180,000 a year, adjusted gross income. So I transfer my
traditional to my Roth, now I got to pay taxes on that $1,000. Whoop-de-doo. Now I got enough money in there, put up earnest money deposits on as many houses that I want. So, you know, don't let uneducated people tell you about what is and what isn't with your IRAs. If you want an IRA, you can have an IRA. As of 2010, just from 2020, you can transfer money from a traditional to a Roth regardless of the income. So, you know, most of you don't have to worry about that anyway. But you can only make a contribution in the years you make below the max. Like I said, I don't care if you ever make another contribution. It's not about contributions. It's about leveraging real estate with your IRA. Buy a house with 0 down on terms, like I showed you 2 of this morning. Put up a $100 deposit on each, or a $10 deposit. And then you install a tenant buyer, and they give you a $20,000 non-refundable deposit. It's going in your IRA, tax-free. And then you can keep that property for as long as you want to keep it, and all that income goes into the IRA, tax-free. And remember, your trust owns the house, A owns the trust, your IRA owns A. So indirectly, it's going right into A. And you can move money back and forth from a directed IRA to A anytime you want. There's no penalty, no tax consequences whatsoever. Now, there's one issue. It's called UBIT, and I'll get to it in a minute. Or you could put up $10 or $100 and go put some contract on some junkers and simply flip the contract and tax-free. Golly, just imagine flipping, I don't know, 5, 10 wholesale deals in a year. You know, that money goes in your IRA, and then you got to take all that money and invest it in other stuff. I mean, you can just see how fast this will grow if you actually get out there and get some houses bought. So why haven't my profit considered a contribution? I don't know. You have to ask the IRS about that, but you didn't contribute your profit. Your IRA made an investment, and therefore it's entitled to the income from that investment. How do I go about buying in my IRA? Well, it's pretty simple. First, when you go buy a property, you got to put a name at the top of the contract that's going to close on the property. You do not put your IRA up there, okay? Under no circumstances do you want your IRA on public record as the owner of anything. Instead, well, you can use a land trust. So you could be, you know, buying it in a land trust, and that's easy, and the closing agent knows how to close it and so forth. But on my contract and most contracts, they're assignable anyway. So I still don't want you to put your IRA up there just in case you get into some kind of litigation or something. I don't want the IRA being the buyer. So if you have a D, that might be a good place to use the D. That does not mean you have to close in D. You can close in any LLC you name between now and closing time because my contract allows you to do that. So how do I go about buying? Simple. I get a contract like I would any other time. And deposits got to come out of the IRA, profits got to go in the IRA. And other than that, it's the same process. In fact, if I put the name of, well, let me think. If I put the name of the IRA at top, well, no, because then your closing agent is going to want to close in the IRS name. Forget that nonsense. So you can put any LLC up there as a buyer, and then just tell the closing agent I want to close in ABC LLC as trustee. That's what I do. Have your IRA form an LLC and use it to buy. Okay, that's LLCA. But I don't even want LLCA's name on the public record. So if your contract's an LLCA, which you can do, just tell your closing agent, I'm assigning this contract to ABC LLC as, well, come to think about it, doesn't matter what is at the top of your contract if you're going to assign it anyway, because you're not closing in that name.
So now that I think about it, just use A. You're going to assign it to somebody else. And if it comes down to where you have to close it, then you're going to have to assign that to another LLC, if that makes any sense. It sounded pretty good to me. I don't know if you got it or not. First, you make an offer in the name of the IRA-owned LLC. Okay, that's what I just said. Once due diligence is done, close in a land trust with LLCA as the beneficiary. Perfect. And then who's the LLC is the beneficiary of the trust? Who owns the LLC? You and your wife, tenants by entirety or a limited partnership? No, what am I saying? That particular one is owned by your IRA. If the money isn't in an LLCA, you just take it out of your IRA and transfer it over. Very simple, one-page form, and they'll move it as fast as you want them to move it. They'll wire it the same day if you ask them to. There's probably going to be a charge on that. By the way, directed IRA, their whole charge is $395 a year. Unlike some of the other companies, they're going to charge you based on the value of your IRA. Can't sign on a loan, can't pay any expenses on this deal, or have your signature anywhere on any of the docs. Just remember that a few simple rules: no self-dealing, can't deal with anybody up or down, parents, grandparents, children, grandchildren, both husband and wife, can't have any business with any of them. None of them can use a house my IRA owns. So consider that whole group as your IRA. Now, your brothers and sisters, okay, they're not in that group, which opens up probably a lot of doors for you. But and none of these people or you or any company you control can borrow money, give money, or take money from the IRA, from LLCA. The only way you get money out is just transfer it back to directed and do a regular withdrawal. By the way, you got a early withdrawal penalty of 10% during your first 5 years of ownership of the IRA. Now that's 10% of your profit, not your income. I mean, not your withdrawal, not your contributions. You can take them out anytime you want with no penalty, but not your profit. How many deals can you do in your IRA in a year? As many as you can do. It's totally unlimited. But your IRA looks like a business. In other words, buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling. It will pay taxes on the profits at trust rate if the IRS says it looks like a business. Now, the odds are with you. The odds are with you not being audited by the IRS. But on the other hand, the minute you start thinking that, you're going to be the next one audited. So we don't know. So make sure you move accordingly. And if the IRS audits your IRA, put it in a position that it'd be in, and that means that it's solely there to generate cash for the benefit of you as the owner of the LLC. But if it looks like a business, they can tax it, make you pay taxes on the business. So if you got nothing but flips in an IRA, that's a business. That's a business. And so you got to assume that B, if it ever got attacked, would be a business. But it doesn't matter, because you're not going to do any installment sales out of B, period. You're not getting any long-term gains or short-term gains or any of that. So, you know what? I don't even know. I think you have to file a form every year and pay your taxes every year. Since I've never been attacked by the IRS, I don't know how far they can go back or any of that. It's a conversation you might want to have with your CPA about what can happen. But if it looks like a business, you better just assume you're going to pay taxes on it. Tax rate for a business is higher than your personal tax rate. So you may or may not want to do it in your business. And besides, I got another plan for you here in a minute anyway. Buy and sell houses, and that's all your IRA is doing. It's a business. How are you going to say it's not? That's a good point. if you have a chance of your IRA being called a business, then you get you another IRA that don't buy and sell like that. Let that second IRA be like LLC C for you. Let it keep properties or whatever you want to do in it to make money, except buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. Remember, if you put, well, I got a better plan for if you're going to do a terms deal, put tenants and buyers in them. I suggest you don't do it in your Roth IRA. You can, but I got another simple plan here you can probably use better. No limit on your profit. That's the whole point. Now, what can my IRA buy? What can't it buy? It cannot buy any of these things. Cannot buy artwork, rugs, antiques, metals, meaning coins. They can buy United States minted coins. No gems, no stamps, no alcoholic beverage. You can do anything else with the money in your IRA. You can loan it to your children if you want to, which is not a very good idea. All right, what is RUBIT? Stands for Unrelated Business Income Tax. Any property that comes with debt will trigger UBIT when it's sold, which means it'll pay taxes when it's sold. That's the only downside of using your Roth. You buy a house subject to, use owner financing, private money, or any debt you create after the Roth buys the property, it's all triggered UBIT. And that means, let's say I buy a property with IRA money, and then I want to use a private loan to fund it, property and repairs and so forth. Okay, that means your IRA borrowed the private loan, which it can do. It can borrow money. It just can't borrow money that it has to guarantee. It can only borrow non-recourse money, which all your private lenders are, is non-recourse money. So if any of these things happen, that property is going to pay taxes when it sells, and that's probably going to be more than your personal tax rate. Does this mean I should not do deals in my IRA? No, not necessarily, because you've got to sit down and you got to play with the numbers. All right. First of all, I'm going to talk about a solo 401k here in a minute. And that's another entity that you can use if you got an LLC. It's a pension plan for your LLC. Unfortunately, though, it can't have more than husband and wife as employees. If it does, it can't get a solo 401k. Well, I'm getting to it in a minute, getting ahead of myself here. If you can't get a solo 401k, then it might make sense to do the terms deals in your Roth IRA, because remember, everything that's left after it's taxed still grows tax-free forever. Only have to pay the taxes on it once. Because frankly, your IRA is going to grow very, very quickly if you do leave properties in them and have them rented out. Remember, the deposits got to go in there, the cash flow's got to go in there, and all of that stuff. But this is where I'm at. I mean, if you got money and if you got money and you want to invest it outside your IRA, you can do that as well. But just keep in mind and understand what the rules are and what the taxes are if you do put a debt, anything with debt. It means you got to be informed enough to analyze your options instead of just listening to what somebody tells you. Now, I'm telling you right now, if you're going to your accountant to get advice on this, good luck on that. Your accountant don't have a clue about what we just said. Neither does your lawyer. They understand the IRA. They know it can buy property, but they have no idea how to buy property with little or no money, or how we work in the real estate world. And I'm certainly not going to try to educate them myself. So pay taxes when you sell it. Well, here's a good idea. Don't ever sell it. Die with it when you're in your IRA. Best tax shelter ever. Just die, and then you won't care anymore. You're dead. Don't buy it. Here's an exception. I want to put a property in my IRA. I know that before I even get a contract. Well, then I can lease option it instead of buying it, because lease is not a debt and it won't trigger UBIT. Now, I don't lose depreciation because you can't depreciate anything in your IRA anyway, and I still get all the other benefits. So you just switch to a lease purchase. Tell the seller, you know, I can buy this from you, but I want to use my IRA, and I can't buy it in my IRA. That's about all the conversation you need right there. See, there's no limit to how many of these you can do. Now, or you can use a solo 401k here. Now this one, I just learned this one a couple of years ago. If the loan is paid off at least a year before the sale, UBIT doesn't apply. Now, problem is some of these loans 20, 30 years. It's extremely unlikely that that house ain't going to get sold while you own it. And then you have to wait a year before you can sell it without paying UBIT. Catastrophe is self-dealing and prohibitive transactions. I think I've covered those for you. If you just stay away from those two things, you're probably okay. And again, the odds are with you have been auditing you, but they do have special people out there now doing audits on people who have IRAs because they know they're an easy target. All they had to do is write you a check for $10 and they're, you know, self-dealing. You can't be compensated in any way for the activities of your IRA. It means all of them, all in that group, protected. Don't go near it. And don't try to play games with the IRS. They're aware of them. I'm telling you, it's one gorilla you don't want to dance with. No, you can't deed a house you own to your IRA or anything else for that matter. And you already know the penalty. You may lose it. Cost can be more than the money in your IRA. If they pay penalty, you pay penalties and interest, and your IRA is several years old. My goodness, that can add up very, very quickly. So, I don't know. Just don't break the law, and you won't have to worry about it. You can't borrow or loan money from your IRA, and it cannot guarantee debt, covered debt. Covered debt. If you break them, you may never get caught, but you'd be just the one who is going to get caught if you act like that. Now, this is important here. Everything that you learn about protecting your assets is totally moot if both husband and wife get a judgment against both of them. I don't know of anything that can protect you after that happens. So you still, you know, go through your business or lowering your risk of that ever happening. And you know, like if the IRS wants to come after you, you have nothing. Nothing is protected. Not even your home in states like Florida. IRS is the only one to take your house from you other than a mortgagee. So if husband and wife are working and both of them working in the business, you might want to sit down with your CPA and say that, listen, what would you consider one spouse? What would you think the IRS what would make the IRS come after me and get a judgment against both of this? So to me, that means that the spouse is not doing all the work, should do everything he or she can to keep away from looking like they're doing any of the work. And that may very well be maybe hard. So you better keep an eye on Uncle Sam. That's one gorilla you do not want to dance with, I'm telling you, because it's got more powers than any other collection agency in the world. My children and grandchildren have an IRA, not only can they should. If your child has not hit 18 yet, or your grandchild, you should open them up a CESA, Coverdale Educational Savings Account, and do it quickly. You need to get them open as fast as you can, no matter whether you do anything with them right now. It's when they get open, not when the money flows into them. Excuse me. So here's why. This Coverdale Educational Saving Account is designed to put kids through school. It pays all their educational costs for them kids, everything, including travel and books and tuition and lodging and everything that's required, even computers, from birth to age 30. So it's very simple. You open each of them a CESA, I don't care what you put in it. Put a couple $100 in it and do the same thing. Go out and put up a deposit, flip the property, goes right into that child's CISA. Here comes $20,000, whatever, to pay their everything that has to do with education. You can either pay it yourself and get it back from the CISA or pay it right out of the CISA. Guys, that means you don't have to spend a nickel on your child's education. Think about all the people out there that are writing checks every single day to build their college fund for their kids that they just knew. Go out and flip them, go out and flip a house. Okay, getting low on money, go flip another house. And when the kid turns 30, they can have a choice of taking it out and paying taxes on it, and you can have a choice of moving it to another child's account, whichever comes first. There's a little known secret right here. Take advantage of it. Same with your parents. We covered this. Create a retirement income when they're 70s, 80s, or 90s by getting them to open a Roth. Go flip a couple, 3 houses in it for you, and there's the money for them to retire on. Got to set up a Roth for them. Now, they're going to have to sign all of that stuff, so you're not going to be able to keep it secret, but good luck trying to explain to them how this works. Yeah, we covered that. They can use them. They can take money out of their Roth anytime they want. Of course, they're already over 59 and a half, so they don't even have to pay taxes on it. If they're within 5 years, though, they might have to pay that 10% early withdrawal penalty. But again, that's only on the profits. Got all that. All right, but no taxes. All right, here's a good one. My IRA is broke. How does this apply to me? Well, I put a property under contract, and I put up a $10 deposit, $100 deposit, or whatever. Now, I'm going to go buy this house. I want to actually buy this house and close on it. Now, where would I do that outside of my IRA? I'd do it from a private lender, wouldn't I? Well, it's the same thing, okay? Except the IRA is borrowing it, non-recourse, no personal guarantee, instead of you. So the IRA is borrowing the money to buy and fix the house and then some. But remember, if they do that, it's going to trigger UBIT. Can you contribute a few $100s and then do a, yeah. That's what you do with the money in your IRA. Wholesale flips, terms deals, if you want. Option, rehab with private money, lease option, and anything and everything. Stocks, if you like, Bitcoin, whatever it is you want. You can do all that with your IRA. You can use your 401k only if you control it. Your employer controls it, then the terms of that will dictate whether you can get money out of or not. Now, if you were out of that job, you get fired or you decided to leave, they can't stop you from transferring your money in the 401k over to your traditional IRA. Then you can move it to your Roth IRA. I mean, you can take years to move it over, a little every year. And then years where you don't make much money is when you want to transfer all or most of it, you pay less taxes on it. But you will pay taxes on the transfer from a traditional to a Roth, but none after that. Yeah, you can hold it long term, but you know the problem now. What else should I do with all the cash? Invest it. Invest it. Pretty soon you're going to be so rich, your relatives will all be pissed off at you. And your whole goal is to piss off all your relatives. You can do all that stuff. You want to take a shot of that. Mutual funds. You know, I see mutual funds out there to get double-digit returns. About as passive as you can get. Should I talk to your accountant? Well, sure, of course you should. About tax matters. Then you'll find out how much he knows about this IRA stuff. Or she. There's a solo 401k. You might want to take a screenshot of that because there's your benefits of it. You can literally contribute up to $60,000 a year. I don't know why you would, but you could. You can borrow up to 50% of the amount. And it does not trigger UBIT. That's one reason to use it. And the checkbook in your possession with the IRS's blessing. And there's no annual filing. There's no annual cost of much account.
And by the way, directed IRA will set you up with a 401k, a solo 401k, and do the form for you every month. And it's, like $500 to set one of these things up. But remember, husband and wife in the LLC cannot have employees in any other company. That's my problem. I got employees with global, therefore I can't get a solo 401k. All right. Now, what I'm about to tell you, guys and gals, is probably you'll never hear from anybody else. And I doubt there's more than a handful of people in the world that even know it. And I'm reasonably sure one of them is not your CPA. Pay attention. We're getting close. We're going to get there. This is an exchange, but an exchange like you've never heard of before. House A at the top, I own, got a tenant buyer in it. They called me up one day. We're going to close here in the next couple of weeks. Oh, that's good. Now what? They're going to net 100 grand. Okay. They could just take the 100 grand and pay taxes on it. It's not the worst of all evils, but forget about the taxes they pay. What if we could take that 100 grand and quadruple our assets, quadruple our monthly income, and get more money back than I put into the exchange? People don't like exchanges because they have to put the money in it. They can't spend it. They have to put it in another property. Well, you just watch this. The minute I find out that they're going to close on my house, I'm going to go out and I'm going to put 3 houses under contract with owner financing. In this case, I'm going to have to actually spend the 100 grand on these 3 sellers, which won't be hard. Trust me. Shows you we got tons of houses with nothing down. I sure ain't worried about getting them with any, $20,000, $30,000 to put down on them. They'll be throwing them at me. Okay. So my goal is to go get 3 houses lined up and under contract even before they close that house at the top. Now I don't have to do that. I got 45 days after I sell the top one to go name 3 or 4 or 5 more. And I got 180 days to close on them. So I can go out and name as many as I want. But I'm using 3 here. And what happens is this. I'm taking the 100,000. I'm buying 3 houses at a much higher price than I would even if I didn't have the 100 grand. And in a nutshell, I'm going to quadruple my cash flow per month. You better take a picture of this. You're going to lose it. And I'm going to quadruple the size of my estate, because my estate adds up to 1.4 million, and I'm giving up a $300,000 house to get it. And my cash flows is $1,600 a month, where I was only getting $300 a month. So far I'm so good. All right. And now, what am I going to do with those 3 houses? Well, I'm going to put tenant buyers in them, of course. And how much am I going to collect from them? Oh, about $155,000 would be my guess, especially on these higher end houses or somewhere in there. And the point is, when I close on those 3 houses, the exchange is over. And that $155,000 is all mine. Do whatever the heck I want to do with it. It's not part of the exchange. Now, that's going to sink into you about 3 a.m. this morning, I think. And so you've took 1 house and quadrupled your assets, quadrupled your cash flow, and paying no taxes on it. Now, what you think is going to happen to those 3 houses down there when tenant buyers call you and tell they want to buy them? Same thing. You're going to have 3 houses under it. It's going to look like an Amway chart by the time you're through. So you take a picture of that page and you study it. Now you got to have an intermediary. An intermediary, there's a bunch of them in the country. All they got to do is, first, they got to be part of the close at the top house. In other words, there got to be a paragraph that you sign off on that you intend to use this money to go into an exchange. And then they got to hold 100 grand. And then they got to put it into they'll send the closing agent how much it needs to buy these 3 houses on the down payments. And then again, you close on those 3, you're done. But the intermediary has got to be a part of it. They're cheap. I think they charged me $1,000 a house last time I used this. So show that to your CPA. Watch his or her eyes light up. They'll think you're committing some kind of crime or something.
Oh, I want to show you this course here. Your purchase today, you can buy this entire IRA course for $397, down from $997, and then you're going to learn all the cool stuff that I want you to learn. You really owe it to yourself to go through this and get educated on it, and then get to work using it. You've got all the instructions, all the paperwork, all the forms, all the agreements in there that you need. And where do you get more information? You get it from this course. You got a 30-day guarantee to send this sucker back if you don't want it. And if you got questions that we don't get answered here today, come to you later. Send them to ask at Ron LeGrand, ron.com there. And so you got the land trust course, which you know you get with the boot camp. You got the IRA course, and you can either buy the course or I'll give it to you free if you register for the boot camp today. It's a gift for me. I want you to have all these things. I think I got more questions there, John. I think that's it.
Yep, we got a few.
All right. We got time. Look at the timing on that. Boy, kid knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
Okay, first question from Alfredo. Regardless of the type of Roth IRA one has had, if you transfer assets from one at a brokerage, which only allows investing in the equity market, to a self-directed Roth IRA, does the 5-year clock start all over again?
No, it starts when you open that first one. Doesn't matter who the administrator is.
So you had a traditional, so you had a Roth IRA that was at a different brokerage.
Right.
You're not opening a brand new Roth IRA. You're
That's
just
right.
changing.
No, you are, but you're transferring from one to the other. But it is a new IRA.
Okay. Dell says, can you do this if the property has a reverse mortgage?
It doesn't make any difference what kind of lien is on it. Nobody can do anything because the law says you can put your house into estate for estate planning purposes, and no lender can call the loan due. Now, that doesn't stop them from suing you if they got a judgment against the property or something like that.
Maybe he was asking in terms of a terms deal. Can you do that if it has a reverse mortgage?
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you're really schooled at what we're doing and you know how to handle it if the bank called the loan due, because that's one the bank very well may call the loan due when you buy it, especially if there's a reverse mortgage or a equity line of credit on it. However, that doesn't bother me any because I know how to stop it and get them to go away, but I would not suggest that any new investor get in a situation like that. There's too many houses out there. Just go buy one that don't have a reverse mortgage on it.
John said, was that the IRS 1031 exchange you were speaking about?
Yes.
Tom says, if I can only afford to convert half of my traditional 401k assets into a Roth this year, how do I separate my bank account into 2 separate accounts?
What bank account? You don't have a bank account for your Roths or your traditional. That's directed IRA's got that. As you're talking about there's nothing to separate. And by the way, when you're transferring your traditional to your Roth, obviously you want to do it as much as you can in a year that you're not making a lot of money and get that over with, but you don't have to. And the truth is, you can also do everything I just said with your traditional. Just got to pay taxes when you take it out, that's all. So, you know, you may say, well, I'm going to use up all the money in my Roth before I transfer it. You know, I'd want you to get it out of the traditional as fast as you could, but just the same, I don't want you to transfer it from a traditional and pay taxes on it, and not do anything with it, and it just sits in an account.
Okay, Bill says, do you really need to be employed to open a Roth IRA?
No.
If you would withdraw funds within 5 years, is it taxable?
10% early withdrawal penalty. Yeah, and if you're under 59, it's taxable, but only the profit, remember, not your contribution. Over 59 is not taxable.
Okay, Bob says, can CISA pay education expenses for the spouses of your children or grandchildren?
Spouses of my children or grandchildren? Oh, geez, I don't know the answer to that one. I knew you was going to ask me one I couldn't answer. Go to directedira.com and ask them on that one.
Jennifer asks, does it matter what state your LLC-A is formed in?
I don't see any difference where it's formed in. You know, you probably get advised to form it in the state you live in.
Julie says, I'm Roth ignorant and just learning. When can you access funds from a Roth for your own use?
Anytime you want. You can take your contributions back with no penalty at all. And then you, again, if you take your profits within the first 5 years, you're going to have a 10% early withdrawal penalty. And if you take profits out and you're 59 and under 59 and a half, you're going to have to pay taxes on it. By the way, an IRA is a good use of money to put into your education. You can do that. Now, you can't write a check from Directed IRA directly to Global, but you can take the money out of your IRA, and let's say you're under 59 and a half, so you pay taxes on it, okay? And now you go invest it in your education, well, you get to write it off. So you're gonna have a wash on your taxes. But you know, what's an IRA, what's your education worth? It's worth way more than anything that you can use the money to buy. You're never gonna get a higher return than in your education that will make you money for life and grow your wealth and everything we've talked about here today. So it's a good use of your IRA.
Okay, Dang says, in this scenario, the home is owned by a land trust, which is owned by the LLC-A. If a lawsuit occurred at that home and property, how is it going to affect the LLC-A?
It won't. It'll affect the land trust and all that's in it, which is one house.
And will there be any effect on the retirement account fund?
No. Besides, they couldn't get to that. The only way they can get to that is if your IRA is actually on title to the property.
Okay, and so he's saying there's no harm in that scenario. There would be no harm to your LLC-A or your IRA account.
No, not if the house is in a land trust.
John says, how can I get your lead sheet so that I can bring you leads for the boot camp?
Don't worry, we're going to get them to you as long as whenever you need them. And so, besides, where else? We got them online somewhere, John, you know? PI sheets.
Yeah, we do have something like that. I'll have to see if I can find it.
Tell you what, you can also go to ronaldgrand.com/contracts. Might be there. Next.
Okay, I believe that's all our questions.
Well, if that's all of our questions, then we can consider ourselves done for the day. Okay. I'd like your comments on today's agenda, if you will. Good, bad, or ugly, I want to hear from you. And I also want to see you in the very near future in a live event where we can talk and have fun and grow together. And it may be the beginning of your career, it may be what you need to accelerate your career. That's why we let everybody come back free, continuous education. Everybody needs it. So thank you for showing up today, and I wish you well. Go make some money. See you soon.
Quick Start Real Estate School is our staple event. It is our basic training. It is where people actually learn the art of buying and selling houses without using their money or credit. And it's the beginning of the training, but it's the training that actually launches careers, because they can leave that training and go out and start doing deals immediately. And then, of course, if they want, they can grab one of our mentors to help them for 6 months and lead them step by step through through the process of getting checks. It's quite an intense event. I mean, it's 4 days long, and it's long hours because we don't end till 7:30 on the first night. But the last thing that happens on that first night is that we actually call live sellers. I mean, you hear both sides of the conversations on the phone, and we have some of our mentors call these sellers from leads that the students brought in. And of course, we have a daily feed of these leads into their Gold Club site every day, so we actually get the leads for them, call them for them, so they can bring them to class. Now when they bring them to class, our mentors get on the phone and create some deals. And this is a huge benefit because some of the people who bring those leads go home with deals and literally make more money off those deals than every training we could possibly provide to them. And on the second day, afternoon, we get into the ugly house side of the business, which is wholesaling and rehabbing and buying junkers and that whole business. We cover that during that day. And then on the third day, we actually have a brand new video now of us, a friend of mine, Jay Connor, who's renovated over 420 houses, going out into the field and going through 2 ugly houses and then through 2 houses that he's just renovated. And we go through those with a fine-tooth comb, talking about what we'd fix, how we'd fix it, what would it cost, and by the time you're through, you get a whole overview of rehabbing houses. And one of the things, of course, we addressed hard is the actual cost of what it takes to renovate a house and handling contractors and the like. We even got contractors' agreements right in the manual. The manual's about that thick, and I'm updating it constantly with the stuff you will not get anywhere else. And then on that afternoon, we talk about raising the money, private money. And then I go into some entity structuring stuff. Entity structuring is tax reduction, estate planning, because that is a part of the learning process. It's one thing to go make money, but then we have to learn how to protect it, what entities to use, how do we take title to it, and how do we set up our estate so that our stuff goes where we want it to go. And the last day is spent on selling houses on autopilot. And I do mean autopilot. Automation is built into this entire event. It's part of the learning process, and we have it all set up so when the client goes home, they're ready to do business, not have to go out and find a bunch of stuff and put it all together. And one of the really cool things we do there every single day is we take all of these property information sheets that were called during the event by our mentors, and I discuss them. So we go over them every single day on what's the next step. In fact, we even get a contract for them before they even leave to take out into the field, because literally appointments are made while they're making the calls. Then I also have Jay Connor, who comes from North Carolina and done well over 420 rehabs, but he's also the expert on getting private money from individuals, not from loan sharks. Jay helps me throughout the event as well, and they sit down with students and they work with them and they help them overcome any issues that they have, and they give them guidance and how to build their business as part of the event. You know, one of the biggest things that people get out of this is they build a big old network of nationwide relationships, because people come from all over the country when we do this live, and they get to know each other and they grab each other's information, and that creates relationships that go on for years and years and years. I've seen it happen over and over. Plus, you know, if I want somebody in LA and I live in Jacksonville, I build my list, and now I can call on that list whenever I need to. And frankly, the students get as much from the other students as they get from the teachers, because some of the people in the room are doing deals, they're doing business, because we let people come back for free to this event as many times as they want for the first year, and very inexpensive even after that. So there's a lot of good quality people. I'm constantly updating the content of this event because things change, technology changes, and I think one of the biggest benefits is the students bring stuff to me. I learn as much from them as they learn from me, and as I learn it, I add it to the content of the class. And frankly, one of the biggest benefits of people coming to a live event is that they get to sit around and talk to the other people. And the other one is that I have full attention the whole time, and I never know what you're doing when you're watching virtual. I don't know what you're doing behind that. And we can't have any fun. I can't tell jokes because I can't hear anybody laughing. We've discovered that people learn 3 times more at a live event, and they'll have a whole lot more fun at a live event than they will ever have at a virtual event. But going forward, we will still be doing virtual events, and we'll have live events mixed in. And the good news is that once you attend a virtual event, you can come to a live event at no charge, and vice versa. So you actually can get to experience them both, and you don't have to wait for a live event to come up. There's just a couple of things that one has to learn to crack the code
to really turn this machine on and grow it as fast as they want to grow it. And frankly, you're not ever going to believe how much money can be made in real estate until you come spend 4 days with the old guy.